Hello everyone. Today we will listen to a dramatic, suspenseful series with many unexpected details with the main characters of the series, who are orphans who are trained to become assassins, serving organizations that for personal gain will let assassins destroy everyone. But our main character is betrayed and killed by the very organization he works for. Then I was reincarnated as a police officer, alone on the path of justice to find justice for myself and society. He took revenge on the organization that betrayed him. Let's go to the plot together. This series opens with the image of a young girl, whispering in confusion. It seems like the girl in that alley is in danger. The male police officer sitting in the car friendly replied, "Yes, okay, we will come to investigate." After receiving the answer from the police officer, the girl left, with peace of mind. But immediately after that the male police officer nonchalantly said, "Now, is off work. Okay, so will the police be the people's protectors? Or just the mold and mildew of society?" The female police officer next to her also saw the victim being bullied by thugs in the police station. "Ali," she immediately spoke up. "Boss, isn't that the girl? It seems like she needs our help." But the male police officer pouted and replied, "Help, just the two of us." The female police officer was bewildered. The other guy glanced outside and continued, "Can't you see that our side is outnumbered? Look at how many people there are. What can we do with 2 people? The police immediately suggested that they could call for backup. But the other police officer ignored it and calmly said that after having fun, they let her go right away. Which wasn't the first time. At that moment, a voice rang out outside. "Let her go." The 2 policemen in the car both glanced out in bewilderment. Another policeman had been standing there for some time. The leader of the thugs saw him and cursed angrily. "What the hell are you doing?" The police officer said it again. "I said, let her go." The thug also let go of the girl, but started to move towards him. He jokingly let out cigarette smoke in his face and replied, "I don't want to let go, so what?" Before he could do anything more, the policeman used one hand to lift his jaw, causing his teeth and lips to mix, his eyes to roll back, the half-smoked cigarette in his mouth to fall out. After being released, he fell to the ground, clutching his face and complaining, "My nose." The 2 policemen in the car who witnessed everything also stared. "What the hell?" The juniors were also surprised no less. Then the male policeman threatened, "If you don't want to, you'll have to be lectured again." The juniors started to get angry when they heard that. "You damn cop." After finishing speaking, the whole group rushed towards the policeman. But before they could do anything to him, he punched him in the face. The leader spit out blood and fell backwards, facing the policeman, not even bothering to change color even a little bit. The 2 policemen in the car were even more surprised. The leader used his hand to hold the wound and cursed, "Damn it." Then he used it. "Hot product. Hey, you son of a bitch. I will kill you." The girl standing next to him trembled in fear, hiding close to a corner. He was not afraid at all, but even smirked challengingly. "Kill me. Have you ever seen anyone off?" The other guy replied loudly, "Of course. I'll expose it right away." "It's a lie. Your hands have never even had blood on them. That look sold you out." The leader started to hesitate but still remained speechless. "Do you think I can't kill you?" The police officer replied equally. "Do it. Stab me. Stab me here." Brother, he grabbed his hand and pressed the knife to his heart, causing him to suddenly startle and tremble in fear. After seeing his reaction, he threatened again, "But if you can't finish me off." The leader at that moment, he was scared and his face turned pale. The policeman continued in a harsh voice, "I will kill you." This sentence from him caused the other guy's face to be bloodless. The next second, the knife in his hand, he fell straight to the ground. He stepped back in fear, at the same time asking, "Who the hell are you?" The police officer put his hand on his shoulder and replied, "Who am I? You are responsible for sending you to jail." After finishing speaking, he used force to squeeze his shoulder, making him scream in pain. Then he finished with the last sentence. "I'm a police officer. A week ago, at Incheon Port, the figure of a man stood in front of a container. He put his hand on the door handle properly was opened. As soon as the door was opened, the people inside were readying their weapons. He spoke up, 'There are enough people. This is our male protagonist, the assassin code named Bai Guang.' The blonde guy who was stroking his knife saw him and smiled brightly to greet him. Finally, 'Why are you taking so long? He is the assassin code named Maple Leaf.' That guy continued, The last mission. It's yours, so you're taking it too leisurely. Bai Guang replied, I'm not that late. Anyway, what kind of mission is this? The other guys in the car also stared at him with blank eyes. Very friendly. Maple Leaf smiled cunningly. Right after that a big guy jumped up from behind Bai Guang with a chain and spoke. Buddha asked me to do it. The chain was quickly put around Bai Guang's neck. But before it could tighten his neck, he used his hand to stop it. His eyes emitted a red light filled with murderous intent. He easily knocked down the big guy behind him, causing him to collapse and lie on the ground. By then Bai Guang had almost understood everything. But he was still wondering, what the hell are you guys doing? Maple Leaf still smiled and replied, you know that. Just doing our job. Bai Guang frowned and repeated, your job. Maple Leaf laughed even louder and said, the retirement ceremony of the legendary killer Bai Guang. Finished speaking, the whole group rushed up to join him. The first guy to rush up was used by him with the same chain just now. Put it around S neck and then easily used his shampoo to hit him in the middle of the face. The next guy grabbed the axe and rushed up to slash his head. He glared straight at him, immediately raised his foot and kicked him in the middle of the neck, causing his whole body to distort. Before he could rest, the next guy came at him with a knife. Bai Guang skillfully dodged it and also wrapped the chain around his neck. Then used force to strangle him to death. The other guy was strangled to the point that his head was full of veins and screamed in pain. Maple Leaf's smile then disappeared from his lips. After defeating all the shrimp, Bai Guang spoke up, hey, do you think this is enough to defeat me? Maple Leaf started to tense up and swear, damn it, I don't want to have to use it this thing. He pulled out a small pistol from his hem, and still didn't stop joking. Bai Guang, this is Buddha's order, you are seriously injured, why don't you clear the way for me? And obediently die, let's go, you also know how hard it will be to clean up if you use a gun. He spoke at such a long time, but Bai Guang only paid attention to the sentence. This is Buddha's order. He was so angry that he trembled and cursed. Oh shit, what the hell is the last mission? He said after this I will be free to do whatever I want. Why? Maple Leaf replied with a smile. I'm lucky to go to hell and ask him it wasn't too late to say goodbye. He put his hand on the trigger and prepared to pull, not forgetting to call Bai Guang's name one last time. He quickly rushed over to take the gun from him. Finally, the shot was fired. Out. Blood splattered. On the other side, incense smoke was rising. A monk was sitting chanting sutras in front of the Buddha, with a card stuck between the incense sticks. At that moment the phone rang with a notification. He picked up the phone and asked, is the job done? The other end of the line replied, yes, it's all done. The voice sounded strange. The monk took out the phone to check the caller number again. On the other side, Maple Leaf was lying on the ground, not breathing. Bai Guang spoke harshly into the phone. The rotten old man. The monk still calmly asked, is that Bai Guang? I'm preparing for the funeral. How do I know it's just for you? Bai Guang ignored the nonsense and asked directly, you're at the temple, right? He replied nonchalantly, of course the monk must be in the temple. Bai Guang, can you drag yourself here? Outside the temple door he has arranged dozens of assassins with full weapons. Bai Guang replied without fear, just keep watch, let me in. I've arrived, now you're standing facing them. You threw the phone on the ground and said to yourself, if you don't invite me, I'll come in myself. And then told assassins, talk nicely. The biggest guy stood up to respond. Mr. Buddha was busy preparing for the funeral. Bai Guang smiled indifferently and said, Mr. Buddha, what the hell? Would the Buddha really kidnapping children and training them to be assassins? Making a lot of money from them. What's the name? I'm speechless and don't know what to answer. He was so angry that his arms were full of veins, and started to rush entering the fight. He raised his sword high to slash down. But Bai Guang easily dodged it and asked for a little bit of relief from his flank. He angrily shouted, get away from me. Everything in his heart is now the mess. They took everything I had. Since he was trained to become a physical assassin, Bai Guang directly stabbed a knife into his childhood opponent, and another knife slashed the neck of the guy who rushed at him. Family. At that moment he was also secretly stabbed from behind. After the old woman saw him turn around and glared at him, she froze in fear. Bai Guang pulled out the knife that was stuck in his body and rushed over After finishing everything, the same guy also appeared. The gun was pointed straight at his head when he had exhausted his strength. He continued with his train of thought. But now they were trying to rob him. Take the last thing left in his hands. His life. The guy holding the gun is none other than that monk. Bai Guang said angrily, You promised to let me live like this, a normal person. You promised to let me live as I wanted after completing the last mission. You already promised. You screamed at him. He calmly replied, Yes, now I am giving you that opportunity. Bai Guang did not understand. He let out a bewildered sound. He smiled, continued to speak. Bai Guang, sentient beings turn into nothingness in all their lives. That is how human life is. There, now. Bai Guang doesn't know what to do but stare helplessly at him. He chants the sutra, Namo Amitabha Buddha, then bluntly sends him back to the 9 springs. Until when he died, only one thought appeared in Bai Guang's mind. I will take revenge. Even if I am in hell, I will. Just when he thought he had ascended to heaven, he heard voices again, something strange in his ears. Hey, open your eyes. Come on. There are 3 police officers surrounding him. He suddenly shouted, Police. The orange-haired girl asked in bewilderment. Police. What's wrong with him? The police officer next to her replied. The doctor said he might lose his memory temporarily. The orange hair panicked and shouted at him. Come on. Kim Gyong-soo. Calm down. He was confused. Who is Kim Gyong-soo? The girl replied. It's you. The police officer next to him then gave him the things and said. Take the card and the mirror. On the card there is information. Ilsan Police Station. Police. And a photo of the card. Kim Gyong-soo. A quite handsome face boy appeared in his eyes. Legendary assassin Bai Guang. Bai Guang trembled in disbelief. Wondering, what the hell is going on? He turned pale and wondered. Why am I a cop? Just like that he became a police officer. The notorious assassin Bai Guang. After being betrayed by the organization, he was reincarnated as a police officer, to focus on plotting revenge. But right now he's here, being slapped in the face by an annoying policeman, slapping cotton balls in Gyong-soo's face and cursing. Kim Gyong-soo, your mother, what's wrong with him? Encountering this situation again, back to the time at the hospital. Bai Guang held the mirror in his hand and trembled speechlessly. This bastard. No. Did I try to kill myself? The orange-haired female police officer immediately replied. Yes. How could you do that to yourself? The male police officer next to you continued. Luckily for you, the rope broke while doing that. You were paralyzed, awake for a week. Orange hair screams at Gyong-soo. Listen, you idiot. You think writing the names of assholes in your suicide note will solve all your problems? Gyong-soo didn't understand and argued back. What nonsense are you talking about? The orange hair immediately explained. You wrote the names of the seniors who bullied us in your letter. Back to the present. That tough cop continued cursing. Damn, why are the newbies this year so bad? He is Senior Police Officer Hwang Chol Minimum. The guy next to him is Senior Police Officer Hwang Young Chan. Chol Min continued to point at Ki Yonu and sarcastically said, Hey Gyong-soo, both of your parents committed suicide after committing a crime. Right? The guy behind him continued. Why did you follow in their footsteps? The prisoner's son became a police officer. Chol Min threatened. If you want to die, do it in silence. Go. Why the hell did you write our names in your damn suicide note? He said while raising his hand to give Gyong-soo a painful slap. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Chol Min's slap was impossible, making him widen his eyes. What the hell? Are you crazy? Gyong-soo used his hand to hold his hand tightly. Chol Min couldn't believe his eyes and asked, You dare stop me? Then he turned to the orange-haired girl who was looking down on the ground and called. Hey Gyong-hee, she replied. Yes. He asked. This is considered reactionary behavior, right? Gyong-hee tremblingly replied. I can't see from down here. Sir. Young Chan heard that, so he squatted down in front of her and teased her. Oh, is that so? Then I will personally help you. Seeing him shake Gyong-hee's hair, Gyong-soo spoke up. Damn. Young Chan heard that and immediately looked up with an angry expression. He sighed and let out a sentence. This place isn't worth anything. Right? The name Chol Min trembled when he heard that. What did you say? But before he could do anything, Gyong-soo strangled him. His hand was in so much pain that he screamed loudly. His hand hurt so much that his whole body was shaking and sweating. Young Chan saw that and suddenly stammered. What the hell? Gyong-hee was also sitting at that time. Got up to look at Gyong-soo. Chol-min was trembling but still stubbornly ordered, "Let go of my hand." But Gyong-soo didn't care and used his other hand to hit the pulse point in his neck. He rolled his eyes in pain, then collapsed under the sudden gaze of young Chan and Gyong-hee. Young Chan's name was stuttering. It was. Chol-min had lost consciousness lying on the ground with wide eyes. Hwang Young Chan was angrily swearing. What the hell? Gyong-soo was straight, his foot kicked hard on his quail bird, and then deliberately pressed it even harder, causing him to open his mouth and scream in pain, with tears and snot from his eyes. Gyong-hee and the male police officer were by his side. I still felt miserable. Then Gyong-hee stammered out, "Oh my god, what the hell? He's reacting against that superior." After the news reached his superiors, Gyong-soo was summoned to the office. The policeman sitting on the chair angrily said, "Go away, he is a high-ranking police officer." Choi Jinna. Young Chan cursed angrily. What the hell? You think policemen don't get fired easily? Right. I'll definitely make you never wear that uniform again. Get out of my office quickly. Gyong-soo he indifferently frowned, absorbing his words. That evening, he sat in the park and sighed to himself. Seriously, oh my god, why are the police so corrupt? Next to him was a child looking at him with admiring eyes. Her mother happily introduced. It was the police. His eyes looked far away, silently recalling the events that happened today. After leaving room, along with the other 3 people ran after him calling, "Kim Gyong-soo." Gyong-hee asked, "Are you angry?" Gyong-soo replied, "What? That was self-defense, right?" The male police officer immediately explained. "Have you forgotten? Senior's father is an assistant deputy commissioner." Gyong-soo repeated in bewilderment. "Assistant deputy commissioner?" The male police officer continued to say, "Yes, an assistant deputy commissioner. He has a taeguk magungwa." After finishing speaking, the 3 waved goodbye to him and said in unison, "So go home safely, we will miss you very much." Back to the present, Gyong-soo thought thoughtfully, that's why they can't hold people like me. They're rotten from the inside out. His father has taeguk magungwa. That's equivalent to a star in the army. Right. At least I have to be reincarnated as high-level scout. The little girl next to him heard him say and whispered to her mother, "What is a scout?" While Gyong-soo kept complaining, "Oh my god, I'm still being abandoned by the organization." Police hat in hand, he thought to himself, but then suddenly remembered when he was a child in his previous life. When he was a boy walking backwards in the rain, someone actively approached him. "Hello over there," reached out his hand to receive him. Was Monk Buddha. He affectionately asked, "Do you want to come with me?" He looked up at him in confusion. Slowly, until he grew up and became a professional assassin, standing on hundreds of people. The memories gradually appeared. From behind him a voice rang out, "Bai Guang." When he turned around he glared. Eyes are a gun muzzle pointed straight at him. The person holding the gun is none other than Buddhist monk Buddha. He kills people straight away but still chants the mantra of compassion. "Please save us, merciful Buddha." Finished speaking, he pulled the trigger once. The image in his mind immediately changed to a noose. He widened his eyes to escape the nightmare. The office door was still open. Bai Guang held the noose up from his work position and called out softly. Kim Gyong-soo saw the notebook on his desk, along with the photo of a single body. The memory of this body appeared in Bai Guang's mind. Abandoned by his parents, and also abandoned by the organization. Close to death. He thought to himself, he and I at least have something in common. Should I leave? At the same time in Gyeonggi-do province, the police station in Sobu, West. A policeman close to the 2 stars on the bridge. He is the senior police general officer, Hong Jun. He is reviewing the documents. Hwagiksa, sweep, operation. This operation has been cancelled. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind him. Long time no see. Are you okay? Your whole body seemed to stiffen in place. The next second he regained his composure and turned around to speak. What? But the person behind him immediately controlled him with a pen pressed against his neck. He coldly spoke. Can we talk for a bit? Hong Jun gritted his teeth and asked. Who are you? The guy behind replied without hiding. I'm Bai Guang. Stop for a moment. The next second Hong Jun shouted dumbfounded. What? After the tense greeting just now, the two also sat down at the table to talk. Hong Jun still didn't believe it and asked again. It doesn't make sense. Are you Bai Guang? What? You died and woke up as a policeman? If you were me, would you believe what you're saying? Bai Guang replied coldly. I don't ask you to believe me. I'm threatening you. The smile on the policeman's face, the young man looked so scary. Hong Jun didn't say anything anymore, but just looked at him thoughtfully. Then Gyong-soo spoke again. Mr. Hong, I will help your campaign to purge the Hwagiksa organization. It seemed that this statement had caught Hong Jun's attention. Looking at the other person's determined eyes, he seriously asked again, who exactly are you? Gyong-soo still repeated the answer. I already said, I'm Bai Guang. Hong Jun secretly picked up the walkie-talkie and slowly raised it towards him while saying, Listen, Mr. Bai Guang, it seems like this is not the place to talk about Hwagiksa. Suddenly the walkie-talkie made a shrill noise, making Hong Jun startled. Then Gyong-soo spoke again. Mr. Hong, I already told you, but I didn't ask for help, sir. The murderous aura emitted from Gyong-soo made Hong Jun momentarily scared. Outside, a policeman guarding Hong Jun's room had collapsed. Next to him, another man was unconscious. Without warning, just like that, the entire hallway full of police guards were defeated. Gyong-soo repeated in a harsh voice. I'm threatening you. After hearing this, Hong Jun's sweat dropped on the spot. He cautiously asked, Who are you? Gyong-soo repeated it again. He said it was Bai Guang. But Hong Jun lost his temper even more, stood up and slammed on the table screaming. Ridiculous. Gyong-soo calmly repeat. 3 years ago, the promise he made to me. 3 years ago, when Hong Jun was still a young police officer. On a rainy day, a man he held the umbrella and stood in front of Hong Jun and said, Hong Jun, Officer Hong Jun, I am Bai Guang. Hong Jun was injured at that time. He asked with difficulty, could it be that Hwagiksa? Bai Guang interrupted he, you're the guy chasing after Buddha and giving him a lot of trouble. Right. You are the first man to get so close to him. That Buddha has asked me to deliver a message. I have. As he said, he pressed a button on the umbrella in his hand. The umbrella immediately popped out. Sharp needle tip. Bai Guang continued to say, old men don't have any hobbies. Then he pressed the tip of the needle to Hong Jun's neck. Hong Jun helplessly hugged his arms and begged, help, save me. Bai Guang asked coldly, do you want to live? Mr. Hong Jun. He raised his hand in front of his face that was wearing it. And then without hesitation took it off so that Hong Jun could see his face clearly. He said in a harsh voice, promising one thing for me. Instead of saving you, then in 3 years, if we catch that guy, I will protect you well. Hong Jun asked in confusion. Why, no, are you two on the same side? Bai Guang didn't answer but asked him in return. Do you like that monk? Then he replied, I don't. Bald guy. He put his mask back on and turned on the umbrella and prepared to leave. After repeating everything, Gyong-soo looked straight at Hong Jun and asked, clearly you promised me that. Didn't you keep your word? His eyes were fixed on him. He carefully observed, then raised his voice sarcastically. Senior police officer, you've been promoted a lot in 3 years. You don't keep your promises. You only obey. No, okay. Gyong-soo took out a pen from his pocket, then glared at Hong Jun and threatened, go away. Hong Jun was so scared that his eyes widened. The next second he shouted, no, it's not that I didn't keep my word. I couldn't do it. Do you know why I had to do that? The higher my rank, the more secret information I obtained. The information I collected. He began to recount the stories he had experienced. The assassin organization. When he proposed the Hwagiksa operation. A higher-ranking policeman he carefully considered. After reading the report, he asked suspiciously, even Monk Buddha was the boss of the organization. Hong Jun replied clearly, yes, that's true, but the police there just saw him as a joke. Hong Jun, you read too many police comics. Hwagiksa is the country's cultural heritage there. Hong Jun was speechless for a moment before he could argue with me. My team had investigated and discovered many criminals. Suddenly a voice rang out from far away. Police Chief Hong Jun. Hong Jun's eyes froze on that person. Was a policeman with 4 stars on his shoulder. He slowly and firmly said each word. If he said that, he would be punished. Just a sentence that made Hong Jun turn pale and die on the spot. He continued to say, "You shouldn't touch the issue of religion. Return to the present." After understanding everything about the story, Kyung-soo asked again, "Were you pressured by your superiors?" Hong-jun helplessly replied, "Yes." He took out 2 files from the desk drawer and gave them to him. "Please look at them. These are the documents my team has been looking for so hard over the past time." Kyung-soo picked them up and carefully looked at each page. Then he got frustrated and threw the documents on the table, criticizing, "Oh my god, this thing. It's true that if you interrogate haphazardly like that, you'll be crushed. Even so, it's partly true." Then he declared, "First I will protect you." Seeing him breathe a sigh of relief, Kyung-soo glared again, eyes close to his face, and growled, "What relief? I said it first." Hong-jun cautiously looked at the guy in front of him. Seeing his attitude, Kyung-soo said comfortably, then later, "Hey, I will help you. I won't let you die. Let's take care of each other a little." The senior general officer soon arrived the next morning. At the Ilsan police station, Kyung-hee and his colleagues were sitting quietly in their seats. Suddenly the door of the room was opened, then kicked it out. Both of them stuttered in panic. What? Kyung-soo walked in loudly and said, "Hey, good morning." The other 2 yawned and walked out. Kyung-hee asked, "What is it, Kim Kyung-soo? Weren't you fired?" At that moment, Police Chief Choi Jin-ah also kicked in the door and shouted loudly, "Why are you so noisy?" Just looked seeing Kyung-soo. He stiffened and stammered, "What is it? Why are you?" Kim Kyung-soo remained calm, while Kyung-hee and the male police officer seemed worried for him. Choi Jin-ah walked over and pointed straight at him. Kim Kyung-soo said, "This guy, I told you not to appear in front of me." He didn't pay any attention to him and turned to ask, "Where are the seniors?" Choi Jin-ah interrupted and replied, "Just take a sick leave." This guy. He was angry and growled, "It's not that easy." Then from the door someone walked in. Just saw this person. Choi Jin-ah was bewildered. Kyung-hee and the remaining male police officers also gasped in surprise. Choi Jin-ah was so surprised. His mouth opened wide, his eyes widened, speechless, looking at the number of stars on the newcomer's shoulder. I stammered, Seen. High-ranking police officer, none other than Hong-jun. Hong-jun cleared his throat. Kyung-hee stammered and raised his hand in greeting. Loyal. Choi Jin-ah also trembling and asked, "Yes, what's going on?" He smiled, put his hand on Kim Kyung-soo's shoulder and said, "I came here to see my Kyung-soo do that." Hearing that, Kyung-hee was even more surprised. Again, "My Kyung-soo, what's the situation?" Choi Jin-ah asked with a bloodless face. "You, sir, what is your relationship with police officer Kyung-soo?" Hong-jun happily answered, "The scene close to Kim Kyung-soo. Should I call him the benefactor who saved my life? Sir, I hope everyone will help Kyung-soo." The group of people were surprised and still trembling and said hello. Loyal. Kyung-soo's face lit up and immediately greeted Hong-jun. Loyal. That afternoon at a familiar park, Kyung-soo nonchalantly said, "The higher-ups really do have power, right?" Hong-jun seriously asked, "Is it okay now?" Suddenly Kyung-soo remembered and continued, "One more thing. I want to ask you one more favor." That night was the full moon day. The moon illuminated the whole sky. At the familiar Hwagiksa temple, the monk was sitting chanting. The card in front of him symbolizes Bai Guang. The sound of drumming continuously rang out. Suddenly he felt the presence of a stranger. So he cautiously asked, "Who is?" The other person standing at the door replied, "How could I forget this personal feud?" As soon as he saw him, the monk's eyes widened in surprise. He wore Bai Guang's mask, slowly walked in and said, "The ghost returned here." The card was still stuck between the 4 incense sticks. The naked monk quickly pulled out 3 sticks of incense. Performing the action in just a split second, the old man flew 3 incense sticks towards the stranger. When the incense sticks were almost stuck straight into his eyes, he skillfully tilted his head to the left, let it crash straight into the pillar behind him. He used his hand to pull out 3 incense sticks and slowly said, "A monk can't let the place where Buddha is located get hurt, right?" Monk. At that moment, he stood up and asked in a loud voice, "That mask, who are you?" Kyung-soo still repeated the old sentence. He said, "I was a ghost." "But, what kind of ghost?" the monk angrily shouted, gently snapping his fingers. A series of black-clad assassins stepped out from behind the curtain. Gyong-soo glared at him all through his mask. The monk coldly spoke. Then, his last time had to be done in a grand way. At this moment all his subordinates suddenly appeared and surrounded Kim Gyong-soo. One guy already had a knife in his hand and was approaching him. Monk Buddha still calmly observed the situation, his eyes calmly looking forward, while his subordinate held a knife aiming at the opponent's neck. That person leaned back. With his hands he quickly moved, then immediately threw a powerful punch into the subordinate's stomach. One hand tickled his face. After that attack, he fell backwards. Blood spurted out non-stop, and his hand completely let go of the weapon. The knife fell from his hand for a moment. Then Gyong-soo quickly caught him and took a stance ready to welcome 3 or 4 more of Buddha's subordinates holding weapons and rushing towards him. The first guy, he held the sword and was about to strike down on his head. His face showed extreme hatred. His pupils shrank, his teeth clenched and did not let go. However, before they could attack, Gyong-soo brutally cut their throats. One by one they fell back, blood gushing out from the cuts. He leaned over to escape the siege of the henchmen. His eyes hidden behind the mask radiated a terrifying aura. Then he stood in front of the remaining henchmen. Just as the subordinate he had just knocked down fell down, the other 2 stood looking at him, both surprised and wary. Even Buddha was surprised. The intruder's recent performance. His pupils stopped moving, his eyebrows slightly raised. He still showed no respect and continued to walk forward, even though the monk Buddha was still staring at him. Bai Guang's face appeared, to match the face of the masked man in front of him. Both temperament and look were too similar. Then he spoke. That's enough. Everyone immediately followed his words and stopped. He was still very calmly observing the other person. He also looked at the other person. He couldn't help but think. Sure enough. He checked his hidden camera and discovered that it couldn't capture any images due to interference. At this moment, he clearly realized that the interference arranged by the orchid caused the camera to not work normally. Thought about it, Gyong-soo raised his voice provocatively. That's bad. Now there are more souls who need your help to reach the realm of enlightenment. You should start right away. Looking at his subordinate who had fainted and lying on the ground. He held a knife in his hand and his eyes couldn't hide his anger. Otherwise they would have to share the same fate as demons like me. Listening to these things, with those words, he was still as quiet as water. Then he waved his hand and commanded, all of you, leave me. And then he turned to you to continue talking. I don't know who sent you. You came, but it seems like you don't have any good intentions. And that mask you're wearing. Come here, my child. Let me see your face. Even though Monk Buddha put on a virtuous face, it still couldn't drown out the cruelty that surrounded him. His hand reached out as if inviting him to death's door. But unlike his expectations, he just calmly refused. There was no need to do that. I just came to say hello. When the time was right come, you will know who I am. Just be patient, okay? As soon as he finished speaking he looked at the other person and thought. No need to discuss. I still have to train this body a lot at some point. Monk Buddha approached him, then stretched out his hand as if he wanted to crush his head. And right when his hand touched the front of the mask, then a white smoke suddenly erupted, shocking even the subordinates nearby. They raised their arms to shield and spoke with difficulty. Was it a smoke bomb? Master, are you okay? The smoke gradually dissipated. Appeared a figure. Priest Buddha did not let the subordinate finish speaking, but simply replied briefly, I'm fine. He still stared forward, clutching the mask tightly. He looked at the door was now open, speechless. This made him even angrier, but tightened his grip on the mask. The priest squeezed so hard that it broke in his hands. Then he turned his head to look at the incense bowl behind him. The incense stick he lit earlier was almost gone. His eyes became even deeper. It seemed like he was thinking about something. Right now a card appeared before his eyes, with a picture of a man holding an umbrella next to a river. His voice softly rang out. A ghost. At this time it was morning. Everyone was still living as usual. And Hong Jun looks extremely disheveled. He raised one eyebrow and looked tiredly at the person in front of him. Gyong-soo did not show any respect, but bluntly accepted the comment. Why do you look like an old man? 10 years old after just one day like this. After hearing this, he immediately boiled and replied. It's all your fault. Do you know that you've caused me to take on more work? Clean up your battlefield when you broke into the police station. He remembered your actions yesterday. So he angrily continued, then the smoke bomb you asked me find me more. I have to do a lot of extra work. But you don't care much and calmly say, if you could catch that bastard, you wouldn't have to do all of this. Hong Jun clenching his fist and complaining. You think that's a good thing? Maybe. First you need to collect clues. Then work with prosecutors. He interjected. Arresting a criminal, is there a need to be so troublesome? Hearing what I said, he sighed in frustration. How could someone like you who only knew how to slaughter one person after another? He remained silent for a moment. My words. Don't slaughter one after another. I'll just send whoever I need to send to hell. And you are the living proof. Right. The hand that reached out, he clenched his fist tightly, making a gesture like strangling the person in front of him. At this moment Hong Jun said with a serious face, listen to this gentleman who calls himself Bai Guang. No one in this world has the right to decide the life and death of others, no matter how much they deserve to die, are all judged according to the balance of law that the community has set. He was not convinced and raised his head and asked, so has that bastard been tried under the law? He still patiently replied, even if we arrest dozens of criminals, we still have to assume they are innocent, until convincing evidence is presented. So we need practical evidence to be able to arrest the bastard. Before he could finish speaking, he lost patience and shouted loudly, stop it, the text, we need that practical proof for me. Then his forehead protector said, damn, should I form my own team? Hong Jun's voice seemed unbelievable. Came. What? You're just a rookie kid. Don't have any experience in this industry. Don't be delusional. He still calmly replied, but I'm the strongest. He still continued, even so it's no good. This lunatic. You're still stubborn. Why don't you? Hong Jun explained, rank in this police department is everything. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and asked, how high do I have to climb before I have enough authority to form my own team? He confirmed, at least you must have the lowest manhwa flower badge. Currently I own the pentagonal flower manhwa. He gradually realized, so, then I should start working. Let's do it. I will soon be promoted. Once again he was surprised and exclaimed, what? This crazy guy. Don't cause any more trouble. Stay there. Wait for me. Will was talking enthusiastically when he suddenly realized when he had disappeared. So he couldn't help but wonder, where had he disappeared to? Was at the Ilsan police station. First, facing Gyong-hee with her striking orange hair, she answered the question, how did you increase your rank? First you have to take the promotion test first. He asked confusedly, test, while behind him there was a drunk girl talking nonsense. Pour her more wine, and the policeman looked towards them and said, Gyong-soo, keep an eye on this girl for me. Even though the police station was very noisy, they still naturally talked. Gyong-hee continued to talk. You said you remembered, but you still can't remember these basic things. Brother, first asked, when is the test? Suddenly the drunk girl hugged Gyong-soo and shouted, put those tests aside, and poured more wine for her. Gyong-hee didn't care much, but he still continued to talk. At least he had to have a year of experience. Despite her constant harassment, he still stood firm. For a whole year, the drunk girl became more and more outrageous. More, how is the service here doing? But to not let her get any more wrong, he immediately took a look at that girl's moon neck. The officer was busy listening to her colleagues. Gyong-hee, she filed a complaint. Have you filed a civil complaint yet? Then she warmly replied, yes, and he stopped and asked, is there no way to advance faster? She was a bit suspicious. What's wrong? You intend to own a magic spell manhwa flower shop as quickly as possible or something? He covered the girl who was already lying on the ground with a blanket and replied, okay then that's good. Then Gyong-hee spoke up to quell his fantasy. Go to sleep and dream. Soldier, just to get the manhwa flower badge. It would take at least 10 years. His face darkened, even if he was given a free hand by the senior general manager. Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel bitter. It's worth mentioning that, damn, I'm really jealous. But in the end, to increase your rank, you still have to take the test. Even though Gyong-hee said so much, he still tried to find a solution. Meaning, is there no other way? Then she replied, there is a special promotion. If you make a lot of achievements in capturing criminals, then you will be considered for the rank of special promotion. Because we new recruits don't have much experience in that, so all we can do is handle some civil complaint papers. Then someone interrupted and said, Gyong-soo, you did a great job on this. You immediately smiled. Yes. Then she stood up happily and said, "It's time, we can go out and..." The heck? By the time she realized it, Gyong-soo has disappeared somewhere. Her voice incredulously rang out in the bustling streets. He had run away somewhere. In this luxurious street, so many evils still haunt this place. Over here a peach woman hugged his arm. The bait tycoon. Over there, a pointless fight broke out. Kim Gyong-soo stood proudly in the middle of the crowd and said, "That's right. A police officer doesn't need to be good at studying. Our job is to bring these bad guys into the camp. Now I will work really hard." He pulled down the hat on his head. His face intact. Police uniform. Then he smirked excitedly, in order to have the opportunity to get a special promotion. In the middle of the bustling city streets, a voice rang out, with information that are of those 3 Koreans. Have a criminal record. Of course, the criminal record can be just a few trivial infractions, one of which includes running a red light, which causes passersby to angrily exclaim, "Huh, what, really, crazy that," he continued, "but that doesn't change the fact that, isn't the ratio of 1 in 3 too high? And out of all the sins that have been committed, the one who Bai Guang is looking for right now, not an ordinary criminal, he is looking for a dangerous criminal that will give his career a boost. A crime that he had also committed the same crime in his previous life." Suddenly his eyes stopped at a nearby transaction. The other person held a sticker and brought it in front of the girl. Her face clearly showed her desire for that piece of paper. His voice rang out mixed with excitement. He found it. He looked at the man waving the paper in his hand. His eyes seemed to shine with excitement and said, "Serious crime." At that time, at a bar, they turned on the dim disco lights with dreamy blue lights, and were having fun when suddenly the DJ stopped the music. And the crowd began to wonder why the music stopped. But he didn't answer, but called out, "Come on guys. Why are you all so stiff? Let's move your hips. Or did you guys use a lot of your ass last night? I can't take it anymore." A girl raised her hand to her face and couldn't hold back her desire to say, "Champagne. If you bring out champagne we will have a lot more fun." Hearing that, his eyes narrowed. Then he smiled evilly and replied, "Do you want that? Girls, open your mouths. Hey gentlemen, do you have a backache? Do you want some pieces trying to relieve the pain?" So he happily held up 2 bottles of wine and said loudly, "Ready to hit." Here, a series of pieces of paper fell like rain following his words mixed with the fragrant champagne. Framing the scene looked extremely chaotic. He still held the bottle of wine in his hand and shouted, "Right now, let's start and party like there's no tomorrow." Suddenly someone loudly interrupted him. "There is no tomorrow." Everyone in the dance hall, including the DJ, stiffened before his statement. They stared at the person who dared to utter those provocative words. "But I'm not afraid and still keep going. Or rather you'll be in jail tomorrow morning. In my hand I'm holding a piece of that guy's fried dough." He still can't take his eyes off Kim Gyong-soo, blue veins popping out around his forehead. However, he did not show his indignation, but spoke up, "Brother, you are upset because you cannot find a girl to keep you company. So just take this one. Then I can play hard all day. No surprise when I flatly refuse. I don't need this to play all day. Also, all of these things contain hallucinogens, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzz around. Hallucinogens, like in banned substances. In the face of this dire situation, this time he just laughed and said, "Brother, what the hell are you talking about? Who the hell are you?" Breathing out some unbearable bad words, Gyong-soo didn't hesitate as he took off his jacket and said, "Me? Who am I?" Then he revealed his uniform. They immediately recognized him. The police officer, named DJ, started to panic, turned to the bodyguard and questioned, "Hey, why are there cops in here? What the hell are the security guards doing out there?" The bodyguard also frantically replied, "I don't know." Immediately, the champagne bottle flew straight into his face in the surprise of the DJ. Kim Gyong-soo's hand twitched due to the force. He kept his voice in the same position. "You can continue talking inside the prison." Only now did he realize the situation he was in. Nothing. Immediately turned around and ran away. He started cursing, "Damn." Then he threw his headphones and shouted, "Ran away," and I pushed through the crowd, asking to give way, apologizing. The DJ was still scared and ran frantically. "Hey, there are police here. Quickly clean up the food and the cage." The waiter didn't have time to understand what was going on and asked, "What?" And then another person being kicked towards the waiter made him even more panicked. "Huh," he had just exclaimed. "What a bitch," when Kim Gyong-soo flew in and kicked him painfully in the chest. When the enemies in front of him were all unconscious, he slowly chased after the DJ. At this time one of the bodyguards tried to open the door. The DJ was so impatient that he cursed his entire body. What are you waiting for? Open the door," he stammered. The door was, on the other side, locked and blocked by a chair. No matter how hard the bodyguard tried to twist the handle, he couldn't open it, the door, and the bodyguards were also beaten until they were lying everywhere. The sound of pounding on the door was getting louder and louder with a helpless voice. It was stuck. Then Gyong-soo appeared, attracting the attention of the fleeing people. "Hey, are you guys going to play a game of chasing criminals with me?" His face was dark, both scary and serious. Suddenly the DJ spoke up. "Wait a minute, are you here alone?" Bro replied calmly. "So what if?" He suddenly turned around. His previous scared attitude also disappeared. So he smirked. "Damn, am I scared away just because of a fucking cop? I thought this was a siege." Then he gave an order with a serious face. My brothers and subordinates listened and replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly I realized something unusual about them pulling out a piece of drug from the hem of his shirt. He looked at the drug and couldn't help but wonder. The red strip, immediately followed by one guy sticking the drug on his neck. His accomplice also stuck it on. Suddenly a strange drug spread all over their neck skin. They screamed loudly as if they were given a huge source of strength. And he, after observing everything, was humbled. Wow. Seeing that the situation was tilted in his favor, the DJ immediately said, "Damn you cop, your life is over now." But before he could be happy for long, he quickly threw a punch in the bodyguard's face, causing him pain. His accomplice stood bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Then he spoke up. "You guys shouldn't scream like that." Just finished speaking. The guy then he struggled and screamed. He held his bleeding face and kept struggling. He looked at them arrogantly and said, "You guys are supposed to scream like this because of the pain." Then he rushed in and hit them. Next, blood splattered everywhere to the surprise of the DJ. He sat down and stiffened, even forgetting to run away instinctively. Then he stared blankly at Gyong-soo slowly approaching, his mouth suddenly blurting out, "Police officer, let's settle it with words. Do you need something? I'll give you whatever you want." So, his eyes were indifferent. "You will give me anything. Really?" He took the opportunity to quickly say, "Yes, really, what do you want? Drugs, beautiful girls, money, I will give you." Before he could finish, he spoke, "Special promotion." He asked in confusion. "Sorry," he repeated, "I want special promotion," then reached out towards the DJ. Then only his screams remained. The next day, the news reported that, last night at 2 clubs in Ilsan, an organization used and was caught transporting drugs. Korea's concern about the problem of a drug-free country is that. Suddenly a finger presses to stop the news video. Hong Jun smiled widely and kept praising. "Good, very good. You did a great job. Senior Police Officer Kim Gyong-soo. Now that you have been promoted, the corner of your mouth couldn't help but curl up. I was just doing what a police officer should do, but thank you, sir." He immediately expressed his attitude. Thank you. What rookie would dare to neglect the task assigned to him? And he completely ignored his words. Just calmly replied, "I am no longer a rookie. More soldiers. Right." However, he continued to complain, "And the way you arrested us was really good." Suddenly you interrupted him, stopped and, "Look at this." Then you put it on the table. Package of leaves. He looked at the object on the table in doubt. "What is this?" He looked up and replied, "This package was hidden in a safe in the crime area." He was immediately shocked. He jumped up and asked. He stole evidence from the crime area. Before he could completely be shocked, he continued, "Paulonia leaves. Does that sound familiar? Small green seeds in a packet of real leaves looks very familiar. It looks like green beads in drugs. Somewhere else, there is a muscular man wearing a chicken hat, holding drugs approaching." An urgent voice cheer rang out. "Miss Phoenix." In front of him was a man with a black eye, his whole body shaking with pain and fear. A woman with shiny blonde hair appeared. He humbly explained to her, "I'm the leader in Ilsan, but..." After that she interrupted, "One of the brats under me. What are you waiting for? Stick another one. They immediately obeyed and prepared pasting another sheet. He was even more scared and shouted, Miss Phoenix, please. But despite his begging, they still put another drug on him. Here it comes. Because the flow of stimulants was too much, he received even more pain to the point that he couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately after that, he spat a mouthful of blood into the woman in front of him. And then he collapsed and died. Furiously, when two subordinates led him away, I spoke up. Brother Bai Guang is dead and Big Brother Maple Leaf got scolded. She looked at the phone and hesitated again. I don't want to get scolded. Then she stopped in front of Kim Gyong-soo's image as if she was planning something and said, So, I need to quickly deal with this son of a bitch. Now at the police station, he seriously revealed her identity to Hong Jun. November Paulonia Phoenix, alias Shitnix, a dirty drug dealer. In that room there was the sound of tired breathing. At this moment, Gyong-soo was practicing handstands with one hand free. He thought to himself, the only thing I feel when I'm in another person's body is just. This body is very well trained. Endurance, flexibility and agility, all are very balanced. However, in order for me to be able to overthrow Hwagiksa Pagoda and all the people in the executive department. You crossed to his fingers created friction with the ground. The photo still lay still on the table. He rolled to the ground, gasping for air. Then he looked up at the ceiling again. Gyong-soo said to himself, This body hasn't reached that level yet. I need more time. At the police station, Gyong-hee scratched his head. Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo, can you spare some time for Kanwi? He looked up at them calmly. So what you guys mean is, you also want to get promoted? All three of them said in unison. Yes. Gyong-soo raised her eyebrows. But why would she tell me? Gyong-hee quickly replied, it was because he had the support of the senior officer. The male police officer next to him immediately covered her mouth with his hand. No, because he was promoted recently. The other policeman also added. That's right. We are always here ready to support if you need help. The other policeman clasped his hand and patted his chest. We are willing to be buffaloes and horses for you. You looked at them begging, not knowing what else to say. You wondered, why do I need you guys to help me? They stopped. What? Gyong-hee suddenly became angry. Hey, don't you remember how we used to treat you so well? Don't remember anything at all. But received an indifferent response from Kim Gyong-soo. Yeah, I have short-term memory so I don't remember. Gyong-hee continued. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were once criticized by the chief. We visited you when you were hospitalized. You see how well we treated you. At that time the other guy also chimed in. Yeah, and also, we are colleagues, right? You put your hand on my shoulder. In my mind now only the two words colleague remain. It's pouring rain. Kim Gyong-soo stands holding an umbrella in the rain with a suit. Suddenly a voice rang in his ears. So you are Bai Guang, an assassin who chooses who deserves to die and who doesn't deserve to die. His eyes looked up full murderous intent. The tattooed man said again, Are you kidding me? The two masked brothers also said in unison. Someone like you is the best among us. I can't believe. Gyong-soo stood there still silent without making a sound. Another voice caught his attention. Buddha gave Bai Guang special treatment. It's really annoying. Shitnix slowly took off the mask on his face. Gyong-soo cleverly watched. Shitnix clearly showed his ghostly face. So why don't you die? Back to the scene at the police headquarters. He repeated, colleague, making Gyong-hee cheerful. Yes, colleague. Gyong-soo looked at them. Hey, Gyong-hee quickly replied, yes. He immediately turned disdainful. You're a piece of shit. Don't look for me until you get promoted. You only have 2 stars while I have a 3-star military rank. Why do I have to be your colleague? Are you? Gyong-hee is going crazy right now. You rude bastard. If you're good then fight with me. Ignore your rank and all. You cross your arms and judge. Oh my god. Rebellion in front of a high-ranking officer. A loud shout from afar. What's going on here? They looked up in the direction of that voice. Police chief. He raised his voice. Why are you guys? You guys are gathered here again. They solemnly raised their hands to greet. Boss. But Kim Gyong-soo still sat and tiredly greeted. Hello, the police chief immediately asked. Have you completed your mission? They immediately replied. We're taking a break here. He's helpless. You guys have no words to describe you guys anymore. Show us what else. The police chief stepped forward. Of course. Mr. Gyong-soo, this is an exception. Our station's lucky charm. Are you injured anywhere? Kim Gyong-soo slowly. My shoulder is a bit sore. He immediately reminded him. Don't work too hard. He responded right away. I like it. Gyong-soo silently cursed. This old man. His attitude completely changed when he received a promotion thanks to Gyong-soo. He was rude to Gyong-soo. You raised your hand to stop me. I don't like it. You debated inside. Anyway then, I wonder what those two guys are thinking about. Hwang Young-chan scolded him as he walked. Kim Gyong-soo, that son of a bitch. Chol-min immediately calmed him down. Brother, calm down. If I get angry, my blood pressure will increase and blood will rush in. I know what will happen if I stay like that. Young-chan shouted at him again. Do you think I can calm down? He was backed by a senior officer. Can you believe that nonsense? And he was also promoted to a special rank. Chol-min continued. Our station is revolving around him. Young-chan was indignant. I won't believe it if I don't see it with my own eyes. Chol-min added again. You're telling the truth. Suddenly a girl came calling. Sorry, police. Can I ask you a favor? I need to find the way to. Young-chan immediately shouted. We can't help you, and we don't know the way. Look it up on your phone. Chol-min turned to look. Look at that. The two of them turned around and looked blushing. With a bag full of cakes. The girl lifted her sideburns and said, My phone is out of battery. She smiled beautifully. Hwang Young-chan, I'm afraid to blush. I'm sorry I was rude to you. My younger brother next to me immediately reminded me. Hey, don't get too excited. I'll go to the hospital. This girl begged. Guys, can you help me? The two of them blushed and said, Of course we can. Where are you headed? I'm going to Ilsan police station. He bloomed. Coincidentally, really, it's our police station. Chol-min also asked. We can go together. The girl was excited. Wow, really? Thank you guys. If you're the police at the Ilsan station. So you probably know Kim Gyong-soo, right? The two cousins' faces turned pale. Chol-min gave more information. Oh, him. Yes, we know him. He is our junior. Young-chan also added. What business do you have with Kim Gyong-soo? She hesitated. He is holding something that belongs to me. My father will kill me if I can't get it back. Chol-min breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were going to say, you're his girlfriend. Young-chan agreed. I was about to leave. That blonde girl rummaged through the bag of cookies. As a thank you, would you like a gukwa cake on the way? She held out her hand to give the cake to the two of them. Paulonia of November Phoenix. Based on the reports that Bai Guang gave me, she's the one in charge of Wakub's funds. And mainly carries out assassinations through poison. Each type has its stages and is called Water Buddha's Eyes. There is a notable thing that she is very afraid of being scolded by the Buddha. And she is famous in Hwagiksa as. Gyong-soo's group stared forward. The blonde girl still calmly ate the cake. The cake fell to the ground. People scattered when on the ground were the two brothers Young-chan and Chol-min. Next to her were half-bitten pieces of cake. Naturally ate the cake as if nothing had happened. She stood right in the police station looking at Gyong-soo's group. The police chief said, Crazy whore. At the same time Gyong-soo said the same thing. The blonde girl was welcoming. Oh, I found you, policeman. She stood there with a smile on her lips. A bag of cookies in her hand. Gyong-hee asked her what she lost. What she lost, what is it? She took it for granted. Paulonia leaves. Gyong-hee doesn't seem to understand. Please excuse me. That girl has a ghostly face. Paulonia flowers that are wrapped in a Paulonia leaf. Please wait a moment. Let us take a look around watching. Gyong-hee wondered and turned to ask. Do we have something like that here? Shitnix said firmly. No. You don't need to go look for me. The police are holding. Her eye pointed straight at Gyong-soo. Gyong-hee opened her eyes wide and asked again. Hey Gyong-soo, what is she talking about? Gyong-soo immediately thought. She's still like that. I don't know what's going on. What's the problem with her? She opened her hand and asked cautiously. Give it back to me. Brother, you're looking at your phone again when you can't contact the slave. The calls are the problem. Because there is a machine causing interference. Some surveillance cameras here. Gyong-hee turned around and asked Gyong-soo. Are you ignoring her? The girl lipped her lips sinisterly and looked at Kim Gyong-soo. Causing Gyong-soo to also become cautious. Everything started from that time. The image of Bai Guang holding a stick. In front of him was a kid rushing towards him screaming loudly. He was holding the stick to hit Bai Guang. The stick came close to his neck. He immediately overturned the situation. Hit that guy's hip back. The stick fell to the ground. Bai Guang was able to finish the opponent. A monk stood right there watching. What do you think, Bai Guang? Can anyone use it? He smiled. Bai Guang looked down in thought. No. Around those who had been beaten by Bai Guang before were now lying paralyzed. That monk snapped his fingers and spoke. I also saw that. Suddenly 2 people wearing black suits appeared. An order from that teacher. Take them. To see the Buddha. Bai Guang looked at him suddenly scared and said help. If they can be trained then. They can, but he interrupted him. Bai Guang. I told you, empathy is an emotion you don't need to have. He put his hands on his shoulders. Bai Guang could only stand silently and watch. Those people were given empty cups of water one by one. Clearly what it was. Then they cried out in pain, but Bai Guang could only close his eyes and grit his teeth to endure. But the kid from earlier suddenly spoke. Losing to you, Buddha please. You can still do it. I can still fight. I will try to practice hard and be useful to you. So, he hesitated. He then said, I want to contribute to me. Why? That boy weakly replied, yes. The teacher then cold-bloodedly said, then, it would be much faster if you died and came to me in the next life. When you were saved, it immediately cried out pitifully, Lord Buddha, I beg you. That guy struggled, refused to drink that cup of water, screaming loudly, no. Bai Guang could only turn his face away. That water had to go into her mouth. The sound echoed through the sky. Don't. That late afternoon, the cup was thrown in the middle of the road after giving him those drinks. That teacher ordered, clean everything up. A guy in a suit looked at forward. I pity you. That girl suddenly hiccuped. That guy immediately went to tell him. This child is still alive. He widened his eyes in surprise. That kid, he opened his eyes slightly. And so, the teacher ordered that child. Use all this medicine within a month. If you want to be useful to me, then this is the way. That child is cautious. Yes, Buddha. She has increased her tolerance to touch little by little. And by the time she has grown into that, old master declared, you will be November's phoenix. She accepted the given mask and immediately put it on her face. I would like to thank the Buddha. I will be a useful child. From that moment on, she became a crazy opium-addicted whore. She urged you, police officer, did you hear me? Are you ignoring me? She dominated. In a demanding voice, Gyong-soo, where are my things? She grabbed his shoulder and jerked him. Answer me. Hello. He thought to himself, there are so many people looking. Gyong-soo quickly replied, it's yours. She was happy. Oh, he finally opened his mouth. But what she received from him was disappointment. He replied to her, I left it at home then. Do you want to follow me home? His mind was still calculating. As soon as I lure her out, I will kill her. The phoenix looked at him without blinking. Gyong-soo stepped up the table immediately suggested, come with me, but he was reminded by his colleague about his actions. This is not the way you get out of this place. Gyong-soo. She opened her mouth to speak. Lying. You can't hide a banned substance in your house. Gyong-soo's group looks dirty. The banned substance. The phoenix notices. Do you think I will fall into your trap? She immediately takes it in cake bag, a black medicine packet. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and threw those medicated pieces of paper at Gyong-soo. But he dodged in time. But his teammates were not so lucky. On their faces now, from that piece of drug-soaked paper, the explosive substance spread. They immediately stopped. She seduced me. Bro. 2 strong men wearing chicken head hats immediately appeared. They stand next to the people caught in your trap. Her face is so ghostly and terrifying. You won't let them die. If they don't get treated in time, they will die. If you say where my medicine is. His hand immediately rushed to her face. She glanced after, but she dodged Gyong-soo. His sharp eyes did not give up. Unexpectedly, that drug-soaked paper was now lying on her chest. She looked at him in surprise and blankness. Gyong-soo held a device in his hand. He spoke. The machine was a signal jammer. He squeezed it so hard that the jammer was destroyed. She was mad. My shirt. He raised his phone, called for reinforcements. While no one was looking, was the perfect time to carry out the assassination. He held a police baton in his hand. She grinned sinister. What are you talking about? Kyung-soo took the stick and patted it, looked at her with satisfaction. You will know as soon as I give you a few things. Let's get started, shall we? I will trying to make her remember our anniversary days. Kyung-soo looked at the girl in front of her holding a stick tightly. There was a quiet space between the two of them. Her face was pale, revealing a worried look, then raised his hand to cover his mouth and smiled meaningfully. Shitnix's face showed a strange smile. His eyebrows raised. This brother, what he said sounded so strange. He even threatened to hit me. The girl even ruined my shirt, then grabbed my shirt, and continued to look at him. Are you planning to play hard? Before he finished his sentence, Kyung-soo rushed over. He punched his police officer rushed towards her. Shitnix promptly sat down. Then the mallet flew again. Kyung-soo promptly rushed to smash the mallet on Shitnix's head. She backed away towards her. Then she went white and held her head in pain. She raised her hand covered in blood and looked angry. You cop, do you want to say goodbye? Kyung-soo just standing there smiling, still holding the stick tightly. Looking at you when you're crazy. You still look ugly. After hearing that sentence, Shitnix just stood there sighing. She licked her bloody fingers. You make me feel pretty, that's surprising. You're not an ordinary cop, are you? I'm a bit unhappy. Don't try to act calm. Shitnix glared and asked, where are you from? You seem to be from the Special Forces team. Duty, right? Kyung-soo just laughed. Who knows? What do you think? She put her hand inside her shirt. I think. Then pulled out a red piece of drugs. Stuck it tightly to her neck. I couldn't help but care about your past work. Strange sounds came from her. His face just turned black. Disgusting. Shitnix's mouth was still smiling. But I believe you will do it good to find a way to hell soon. Kim Kyung-soo's face still appeared as if he didn't care about those words. Shitnix rushed straight in front of him. Kyung-soo still calmly stood there without moving. Do you really think that just one bite is enough? She was punched directly in the face with the oar, causing her to fall down and scream in pain. Kyung-soo's face remained blank as if she didn't care about those words. If you want to confront me. He continuously rushed forward and hit Shitnix. Until she was beaten, all she could do was use her hand to block it. Her teeth clenched tightly, making a growl from her throat. And finally stood up, counterattacked, causing Kyung-soo to withdraw her hand in surprise. She angrily trembled and wiped the sweat from her face. Mother and son, how dare you? Kyung-soo sighed. You still won't change at all. Right? You're still abusing drugs and not exercising your body at all. Actually, with my current situation, I should be thanking you. Right? Shitnix frowned and screamed loudly. Who do you think you are to judge who I am? He sat down and prepared to strike again. Who knows? Who do you think I am? Said Kyung-soo, knocked Shitnix down object to the ground. Her head hit the floor hard. His stick pointed straight at her face. Her eyes widened in fear. He controlled her. When you were beaten to death in this situation, then maybe you just remembered who I am. Shitnix tried to get up and struggle. What are you breathing out? Kyung-soo continued to talk. Even if all those drugs made your brain dull. Said then he poked the stick straight down on the card stuck to her neck. Kyung-soo sighed. You still won't change at all. Let me out. Your eyes filled with murderous intent. Shitnix still could only glare but couldn't do anything. The stick streaked straight down her neck. She choked with a cry of pain. Kyung-soo, stop. Oh my stick. Shitnix slapped Kim Kyung-soo hard in the face. This crazy thing. Then crawled up, hugged his neck and coughed. He looked at the stick in his hand and judged. The quality of this is so bad. Do they give junior officers such cheap things? No wonder why they punch like. Shitnix frantically stood up and launched a straight attack towards Kim Kyung-soo. He used his hand to block it. After a moment, his expression gradually changed. Eyes widened, looking at the colorful drug card wondering. What is that? I've never seen a sticker like that. Is that a new type? Then glanced down at. My hand was surrounded by drugs. Kyung-soo looked at the stain spreading on his hands and was surprised. That's not right. Did his hands become like this just by getting a little on his clothes? Then looked up again. Shitnix was panting. But she didn't look much better than me. Shitnix screamed. Who are you, monster? Why did you do this to me? It feels like. The servant stepped in and called. Miss Phoenix. Miss Phoenix. The ostrich just contacted us. Reinforcements from the police are coming. When he heard that, he waved his hand. Go away, spare you this time. We'll meet again soon, won't we? Looking at Shitnix, he thought, and there won't be a chance that reinforcements will chase her. The phoenix turned. You go. Let's go. Call everyone. That bird-headed guy looked at her. Miss Phoenix. Your face. Are you okay? Please excuse me. She trembled in fear. Why did the bastard die? Damn, that reminds me of Bai Guang. In front of the police station there are many cars parked. Inside there is a commotion with people passing by. Hong Jun was a little surprised. Did you let them escape? The unstable tree immediately flew right into his face. Gyong-soo stood arguing with the senior police officer. I wouldn't have hidden him if you hadn't given us fake equipment like this. Why did the stick retracted just because I used a little force on it? He rubbed his nose. Those are not trash. They are designed to retract. Not to do that. Two policemen stood outside, commented. Wouldn't that be disrupting the superiors? He threw the stick at the senior officer's face. He held out his hand. Look here, my hand is paralyzed. Hong Jun looked, his face was full of shock. His hands were first aid. Gyong-soo looked at his hands in front of him. This was an incident I did not foresee. Luckily the phoenix was scared and ran away. Like this just because he touched his clothes. Did they increase the dose? Or is this a new drug? The first aid person looked at his condition and asked, what happened to your hand? Gyong-soo was still immersed in thinking. She has become a living drug. I expected everything to go smoothly, but it seems the road will be a bit rough. He turned and said, Mr. Police Officer, urgent. I have a request. He stood next to him with his hands on his hips. What is it this time again? Gyong-soo babbled. This time. The quiet night in the room. At the apartment complex. In the hallway there was the sound of footsteps. In front of a house a figure appeared. The door slowly opened. Inside were people with chicken heads. A smoke bomb was thrown down to the person who just opened the door. Two chicken-headed guys jumped down. Caught him. This is a hallucinogenic drug and will make him unconscious. Okay, the phoenix told us to give more. The medicine was in, so he seemed like he would feel a lot of dizziness and maybe overdose on the medicine and die. Gyong-soo walked in wearing a gas mask, thinking about his previous request. I want to borrow some tools. Not the cheap one. I want the expensive one. He's holding a gun in his hand. Fully equipped with protective equipment. I knew you guys would come here. She's too scared to come here herself. She's really shy. Well, whatever, let's see how well the expensive equipment works. I went into the room. Pointed the gun was about two guys with chicken heads. Those two guys wondered when they saw him pointing the gun up. They were shaking each other. Shit, he has a gun. The guy next to him is shaking just as much. Don't pee in your pants, hey. That gun is definitely not. It's already loaded. Not to mention the bullets have shot two people in quick succession. The bullets are continuously fired forward. Moving in all directions. Continuously penetrated the mask. Shot down all the glasses and bottles in the room. These two guys were also hit with a lot of bullets. Gyong-soo continued to stand and aim and shoot forward. After a while, because they had too many bullets, they fell to the ground. Looking at the two guys' pale faces, their whole bodies shaking, he commented, this type of gun is quite good to use. The siren from the police car sounded loudly. Two neighbors curiously asked, what happened? The police just waved their hands. Please go home. They still wondered, is it true that there was gunfire just now? We already figured it out. The officer looked at the two guys who were stuck on the ground. Even if they were just rubber bullets. How many times did you shoot them? So, Gyong-soo stood behind and smiled complacently. I'll just give them what they deserve, but they'll probably wake up in the middle of the transport. Remember to tell someone to get some poison pills, hide it under your tongue. He looked back. You really are Bai Guang, right? He asked back. Do you still doubt me until now? But you still lent me the device. Hong Jun replied. I just thought of it. Why? How does a person have a normal mind can believe that? But after witnessing the Phoenix medicine incident, and even now, I am 99% sure that you are Bai Guang. Gyong-soo laughed. Asked, why isn't it 100%? The senior officer stood up. The reason for that remaining 1% is if you really are Bai Guang, why haven't you to find and eliminate Monk UHWA? Gyong-soo replied calmly. He said that solid evidence is important. How could a police officer say that? Hong Jun wondered again. Next. That's from a police officer's perspective. But from your perspective. But if that bastard monk dies, how will the public feel? And even killing him won't solve any problems. That side of the world is much bigger than you think. Hearing that, Hong Jun continued asking, are there still other organizations besides Hwagiksa Pagoda? Yong-soo replied carelessly, I don't care about those people. What I want now is the downfall of that bastard monk, in every way I can think of, to ensure that no one will have to live the life I did. Hong Jun just stood there silently contemplating and then replied, I will help you. Let's work together to put that bastard in jail. He looked at the hand in front of him with a bit of surprise. Senior Officer Hong Jun. Yong-soo approached and held it tightly. Hong Jun's hand with a dissatisfied face. What do you mean, when you say help me? I'm the one helping you. It's good that I'm not eliminating you. Hong Jun screamed in pain when he held my hand tightly. Then continued, if you don't want to die, just do as I say. Hong Jun agreed. I did everything fine. Looked at Hong Jun holding his hand. Yong-soo emphasis. And this last thing, it's not that I haven't tried to kill him, but that I can't. Who do you think taught me everything I know? A hand reached out and squeezed my neck with a painful groan. And the phoenix could only yawn a few breathless sounds. UHWA was holding Shitnix's neck. Two of his fingers poked her neck, making her cry out soundlessly. Buddha, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. He heard, so he slammed her body straight into the ground. UHWA cursed the woman lying unconscious on the ground. This crazy woman, you took too much medicine so your mind is in a daze. You got your answer, met all your needs, and then you crashed into the police station yourself. Shitnix lay there crying in fear. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Her eyes were full of tears and she shrunk back to look monk. Phoenix, looks like you need to be taught a lesson. She struggled to crawl forward. The monk's eyes were still red with fear. Shitnix screamed, screaming and begging. Lord Buddha, please, I was wrong. I won't repeat this mistake again. Suddenly there was laughter from somewhere. The two turned to look. A pair of brothers with tattoos on their chests and thighs. Strong muscles. Look at you. You're such a crybaby. You've reached a new limit lower than the bottom. You drug addict. If you cry, you'll lose your muscle mass. If you lose that little muscle mass of yours, you'll be in trouble, right? Shitnix turned to look at Lespedeza brothers. Why are you guys? That bastard is here again. A person steps in front of you. What do you mean? This phoenix. Don't you think they came here because the Buddha summoned them? Shitnix was surprised. Cherry Blossom. Lespedeza also asked, is this girl here too? Then turned to see 2UHWA. Lord Buddha. Finally he spoke. Everyone was here. Then regarding the elimination of November the Phoenix. We'll begin. The Phoenix cried out in panic. Lord Buddha, I promise I will get back everything I gave. I lost it. Please forgive me. Monk UHWA did not pay attention to her request, but coldly replied, that is not necessary. I have already taken it back. She was bewildered when she saw the thing in front of her. How come you? He didn't answer but turned to the remaining three people in the room and asked, what do you think? April's Black Lespedeza, July's Lespedeza, March's Cherry Blossom. April's Black Lespedeza replied leisurely, we should kill this addicted bitch. April's Black Lespedeza even cheerfully offered a suggestion, using stimulants to increase energy. I see no more who could be worse than her. Cherry Blossom also quickly commented, this Phoenix sister, I have grown up close to you over the years. But how should I put it? We have to do it. Professional work. And the world of professionals is very evil and ungrateful. In the end, Monk UHWA spoke softly. So the majority of people voted. The Phoenix trembled and begged. Buddha, you are so cruel. You were planning to kill me from the beginning. July's Lespedeza spoke up in disgust. Her child has become poor again. She completely ignored those hateful words, but cried more and more loudly. You called me that bitch and those dogs who don't like me. Cherry Blossom said, so you always think of me like that. I'm hurt, said. Then she quickly walked towards the monk and called, this Buddha. Before this action, the Phoenix continued to cry pitifully. Then she suddenly froze before Cherry Blossom's action. Before her eyes was the scene of her kneeling down in front of her. Monk UHWA and gave him a gun. Here you are. He took the gun and said, Phoenix, I don't need people who can't support me. Then he pointed the gun at her. ignoring the Phoenix's two streams of tears. Monk Uhwa mumbled the Buddha's name before taking action. Please save us, Buddha. The next second he pulled the trigger and prepared to shoot. At this moment the Phoenix immediately put his head on the floor and said, I have created a new type of medicine. One that is 5 times more effective than the previous one. Before, this is the type that I developed myself. So it's hard to be caught when searched. Black Lespedeza asked in surprise. Is it medicine again? Monk Uhwa created. He immediately stopped aiming and asked. How many pounds? I didn't dare hesitate to answer. About 10 pounds. Then the Phoenix heard him ask again. How is the distribution? Question mark. I honestly report. You have connected with all the middle roads. Red light districts of Korea, Japan, China, and all Southeast Asian countries. Please come and give me half year. That's all I need. I'll be a useful child for you. Buddha. Yuwa's voice immediately interrupted her. Half a year. I've let slip much for your careless actions. Prove yourself. I will give you 3 months. The Phoenix, as if receiving amnesty, replied with a sigh of relief. Yes, sir. At the same time, at a hospital, Gyeong-hee kept talking. A, B, C, D, F, G. Gyeong-soo spoke in confusion. What's wrong with her? Hee-jun immediately explained. She was undergoing dialysis. The doctors said her body was sensitive to the medicine. She kept screaming incomprehensibly, and then everyone heard her speak vaguely. Can you wipe it away? I don't, he asked blankly. What did she say? Hee-jun thought for a moment and then explained. She said, can you yell at it for me? Probably to help wipe the drool. At this time Kim Gyeong-soo, I just realized the problem. Yeah, it's so creepy. You guys kept talking nonsense about coming to visit me when I was hospitalized. So I came here. We're even. Gyeong-hee quickly chimed in. Kun doyu wop thoas. He's like a real translator. She said, hey rude bastard. At this moment Seong-hyun happily spoke up. Gyeong-soo, you got a special promotion again. Brother seemed like he didn't know how to answer. I still didn't know anything about that. He quickly continued. I'm so jealous of you. Kim Gyeong-soo didn't seem to pay too much attention and just walked away while talking. If he jealous, work harder. I have to go. Watched his back leave for a moment before Hee-jun spoke up. Gyeong-soo, he has changed a lot. Seong-hyun nodded in response. Next all 3 of them sighed at the same time. What are we trying to do? At the police headquarters, Hong-jun spoke up with a serious face. I think there is spy in the police organization. Gyeong-soo was confused. What? Hong-jun continued. I wanted to test those drugs you brought. So I sent them all to the forensic labs. But they disappeared. It's gone. Someone took them away. Do you think who it was? He quickly replied. I don't know. I don't know anything about this police organization. Actually, those drugs are probably our key piece of evidence. I'll bring back more when I go after that whore. So, you should handle the espionage problem within the organization yourself, officer. Then quickly interrogate the Phoenix's subordinates for information. He quickly replied. We are still questioning them. Kim Gyeong-soo seems to have something else to say. And also, Sir said that he had a special task force to investigate Hwagik-sir. When were he going to use them? Hong-jun answered with some hesitation. Actually, they were all dead. There was no one left. This news really made him not know what to say. But then just a second later Gyeong-soo immediately showed his anger and rushed towards him, wanting to punch him. Hey old bastard, you are trying to trick me into doing this. What the hell? He seemed panicked with this sudden action of yours. I couldn't believe you at that moment. So, and right when your fist hit Hong-jun's face. Gyeong-soo also he spoke quickly and said, don't move or you'll get hurt. He spoke up frantically. Actually about that, why don't you form a new team yourself? Gyeong-soo was confused. Language. What? You said I need to have at least one small manhwa if I want to make my own team. Hong-jun continued. It's okay. I have 2 taeguk manhwas. Who would refuse? But in the next second, he was surprised by Gyeong-soo's answer. Yes, I refuse. I like to work alone. The senior police officer couldn't help but shouted. You just said you needed a team. Kim Gyeong-soo replied coldly. That's because you don't do your job properly. That's not what I mean. The police is a state agency. There are limits that you can only do alone. It will be easier if you have a team with you. It will be easier for you to get funds and have more reasons to justify. So as a high-ranking police officer, I order Officer Kim Gyong-soo to form a team. I can't do that, because someone is already looking at me and there are too many risk factors. At this point he mumbled out, making Hong Jun bewildered. The order. If he had asked nicely instead of giving an order, I would have considered it. He almost reluctantly, she softly said to him, please form a team, and went back to the hospital room. Once again, all three people there had the same surprise. Hee-jun couldn't help but wonder, how could an officer be formed into a team? Kim Gyong-soo honestly spoke his mind. I don't know, they told me to do that. Seong-hyun didn't either. I can't help but exclaim. Well, that's the power of someone who has a high-ranking officer backing him. After listening for a while, Gyong-hee couldn't help but be curious. Tiao-woo, Hee-jun quickly translated. Who did she say will be a member of the team? Gyong-soo freely replied, of course you guys. Besides you guys, is there anyone else in the station who has a lower military rank than me? I don't know what those words touched, but Seong-hyun cried and grabbed him. Gyong-soo, thank you. I thought you had become a trashy bastard after you got a head injury, but you're still the one who thinks for us. And the only girl in the room couldn't help but cry out incoherently. Thank you, thank you. Then he heard him saying again, thank you very much. I worked hard for you to see. And even Hee-jun looked sobbing and said, I thought I was going to die in office and handling books for the rest of my life. Because this is for my classmates. Right? Gyong-soo couldn't help but darken his face when he heard him say that. Classmates? You mean why? You guys don't know your status yet? He couldn't help but bewilderedly ask. Hey Gyong-soo, what's wrong? He replied seriously. Listen, I don't need classmates or anything like that. I just need people who will obey everything I say. Hee-jun blankly asked, so aren't we classmates? He coldly replied, you guys are slaves. My slaves. Who will die when I say die and live when I say live? Gyong-hee spoke up, still not understanding. Slave. Gyong-soo immediately emphasized. Slave. If you understand, call me master, then I will let you guys join the team. At this moment, the words you said were like the words of a person losing his humanity. According to Hong Jun's report, his name is Hwang Hee-jun, 25 years old. He is well trained in boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo and many other martial arts. If you look at his background, he seems to be a candidate that's great. He really is like that. However, he failed the written exam 4 times and passed the last time. Coming in at the bottom of the board, while I was deep in thought, he spoke up. Gyong-hee, what exactly do you mean by chief? Isn't it true that you need at least one small manhwa to be called a chief? Hee-jun, it's not chief, it's master. Gyong-hee scolded in a low voice. You idiot. He is definitely an idiot. The man next to him with the receding hairline is Lee Seong-hyun, 25 years old. He has undergone martial arts training in various types of wrestling and stances like jiu-jitsu and judo. His resume seems to be good, but on the interview day, he saw you keep looking at him and spoke up. Gyong-soo, I don't really understand what you mean. He said, master, listen, it sounds scary. Come on, we are classmates. He burst into tears like a crying child. Gyong-hee looked frustrated and spoke up. Brother, he crying again, what a waste of muscle. Hee-jun said with a happy smile. Gyong-soo, can you explain clearly? And finally, Jo Gyong-hee, 25 years old, has not experienced martial arts training, ranked last in the physical exams, is the weakest officer in the police force. However, she ranked first in the written exam, and also ranked first in the interview. Meaning is, she quickly expressed her approval. I will follow any of your orders. Master, she is very smart. Gyong-hee said again, please let me join the team going. The next day in a large mountainous area, all three of them couldn't help but be bewildered by the scene in front of them. While Gyong-soo didn't pay too much attention to them but focused on getting started. Angry, waited for a while before Hee-jun spoke up. Hey Gyong-soo. Gyong-hee next to him quickly reminded him. Hey, realizing his rudeness, so he confusedly corrected himself. Master, why did you call us here on the weekend? He spoke softly. Why do you guys just stand still like that? Let's get moving. They can't help but be confused. Yeah, Gyong-soo is serious. Tuk spoke up. You guys are police officers. Gyong-hee wondered out loud. Yes, what's wrong? Then he pointed to himself and said, and I'm a dangerous criminal. Are you guys? 5 minutes of preparation, then let's rush in and try to arrest me. They couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Hee-jun asked suspiciously, this is 3 against 1. Are you sure? Seong-hyun, it was also confusing to call Kyung-soo. Once again the only girl in the group had to signal to remind him. Shush. He quickly realized and said, but master, what if you get hurt? I don't care. Pay attention and coldly say, 4 minutes left. We will start in 4 minutes. Seconds later they sat back in a corner and whispered something. Kyung-hee spoke first. Hey bastard Kim, that's Kyung-soo. Is he crazy? Seong-hyun quickly reminded. Kyung-hee, you told us to call him master. She replied indifferently, who cares? As if he listened. As soon as she finished speaking, Kyung-soo immediately spoke. I heard it. Kyung-hee said with a fake smile. It's nothing, master. Hee-jun quickly asked the two friends, what do we do now? We have agreed to follow any of his orders. She said dangerously. Hee-jun should pretend to rush straight at him. And Seong-hyun, please throw him to the ground. When you hear that, you immediately feel scared. Me. But I'm scared. Hee-jun calmly said. All I need to do is run straight towards him. She scolded in a low voice. You idiot. You have to use those magic movement techniques you learned in boxing. After a while Kyung-soo threw off his shirt and asked, guys, are you ready? They couldn't help but be amazed at my muscles. Huh, wow. I don't care about that. Time is up. Rush up. Kyung-hee immediately said with Hee-jun. Go Hee-jun. He was next to him and also whispered, confusing his opponent with his steps. Disorder, disorder, disorder. His mouth is muttering like that, but when he stands in front of me, he doesn't know what to do next. His mouth keeps muttering, disorder, like this. Kyung-soo confused and asked, what the hell? Why did you suddenly jump up like that? Kyung-hee behind couldn't help but scold frantically. This idiot too. You have to come closer. Just finished her words made Seong-hyun stop. Before their eyes was the scene of Hee-jun being punched until he vomited blood and flying into the air. Their screams immediately echoed, making him feel uneasy. Cried out, hey, are you guys kidding me? Seeing that, Kyung-hee immediately told Seong-hyun, go Seong-hyun, but he was so scared that he couldn't move. And then he said goodbye, running on all fours, her mouth still screaming. This action made her bewildered. Ah, you shouted, I can't do it, I really can't. As soon as you, while running like he was in denial, he heard Kyung-soo speak. He exposed his back. Right when Seong-hyun still didn't understand anything, he ran to his side. Seeing his expression, then he coldly said, calling a criminal stupid, as he said that he punched him straight in the face. It seemed like Kyung-soo's strength was so strong that Seong-hyun fell back. Then when he turned to look at the other member, he only saw her face stiff. When he got closer she became even more nervous. Wait, Kim Kyung-soo. No, for a tall guy like him, Kyung-hee looks as small as a child. Then she spoke confusedly. Master, you won't lay a hand on a woman, will you? Kyung-soo held her face and muttered, is she a woman? And not a police officer? Then his quick action made her scream. Blood, he said contemptuously to them. You guys are truly beyond imagination. Are you planning on catching criminals like this? Let's rest for 10 minutes. Then we will repeat the training 3 more times. If you don't want to get beaten up, throw everything you have. Is that clear? They listened, immediately stammered in response. Yes, master. Returned to the police headquarters. Hong-jun asked about his recent situation. How was the team formation going? Kyung-soo couldn't help but complain. Bad. They really are trash. How can they still pass the test and become police officers? He gently advised him, don't be too strict with them. If you hit him too hard. He spoke up dejectedly. You know, we're not facing ordinary criminals. Right, we're chasing people like me. Hong-jun said softly, yes. Then he silently observed Kyung-soo looking annoyed. Anyway, when will you finish the interrogation? After all this time, how can you find out nothing? So, Hong-jun calmly replied while eating ice cream. How can I get anything when the evidence is hidden? As soon as he finished speaking, I heard him laugh and reply, leave it to me. This is a great idea. In an interrogation room, 2 criminals are tied up in the middle of an empty room. Then a tall figure walks in, making him startled, surprised. That guy stubbornly kept it a secret. It's useless. We won't tell. Kyung-soo didn't pay any attention and asked directly, How is Choi Sang-mook? The guy who's tall and wears a suit. That thing with blue floral patterns. The Phoenix's right arm. Wait, or is he the left arm? Kim Dong-chol is the right arm. Right. The short-haired guy spoke in confusion. What? Then he continued talking. What is that bitch's name? Does she use the name Phoenix too? The guy with longer hair frowned and asked. Who are you? The other voice quickly said. Long time no see. I'm Bai Guang. Let's talk. In the criminal interrogation room, Bai Guang interrogated two criminals. The other guy shouted in surprise. Mr. Bai Guang. The first guy heard that and immediately raised his voice. Are you crazy? Mr. Bai Guang is dead. Then the other guy looked at Gyong-soo half believing, half expecting, but really he looked like Mr. Bai Guang. Gyong-soo smirked and said, It seems like we have met before. The other guy suddenly trembled and looked scared. Gyong-soo continued, I recognized that scar. It was from being stepped on by high heels. Right. The other guy's body was full of scars. Scar. You were beaten by the Phoenix because you were secretly caught embezzling medicine. Right. The first guy listened and turned to the other guy and asked. Really? Really? The other guy said in fear. Mr. Gyong-soo, so you're not dead yet? Gyong-soo replied, I received a top-secret mission from Buddha. Your eyes radiated murderous intent. I had to fake my death and infiltrate the police organization and monitor the movements of the high-ranking officers. Those two became surprised and worried with your words. I heard that Phoenix Hall lost her medicine and then broke into the police station. Right, but he came back empty-handed. What Gyong-soo said made those two guys open their eyes wide and extremely scared. Paulonia of November Phoenix. You have such an angry expression with an angry face. Now you whore, what is that guy thinking about? Gyong-soo threatened. I cut off the signal of the recorder and the police jammer. So you can say, the fate of the Phoenix will be based on the testimony yours. If that girl is lying on the bed sucking her thumb after making this mess. The more you talk, the more confused the other two are. Then follow the Buddha's orders. Then Gyong-soo, his eyes were murderous and angry. He said, I will cut his lifespan. Suddenly both shouted, Mr. Bai Guang, you don't need to worry about the Phoenix. The angry guy said, Ms. Fung is currently in the process of preparing a new drug. The other two finished speaking and looked at him standing there thinking with fear. He smiled cunningly. Is that so? Let's go in together details. Hong Jun looked at the report and was surprised. Couldn't believe it. A drug 5 times stronger than the previous one. Kim Gyong-soo took off the fake facial skin. They were planning to distribute it this type spread throughout the streets within half a year. Look at the report. It has the positions of the club managers under the Phoenix, as well as the gangs to distribute to them. He asked, can't you find out where the Phoenix is? He replied, even that damn questioner doesn't know. Probably only the managers know the line. Hearing that, Hong Jun said, then we will arrange to arrest and take statements from them. I also agree. That's right. We need to rush straight into their lair and bring those bastards out here. But I think getting all the information from them is not easy. Somewhere, in a room filled with cigarette smoke, a Phoenix was drinking in that room. She breathed heavily. Suddenly someone spoke up. This Phoenix. That's Sang-mook, the distribution manager. Isn't that a bit much? He continued. Have you heard the saying, don't burn the stage? The man in black came forward and up the voice agreed with Sang-mook. He was right. The Phoenix girl, who just walked in, was Dong-chol, the distribution manager. From what I heard, 2 of our people were arrested by the police hold. He continued. It's too dangerous to do everything quickly. It's best to ask the Buddha for more time. Sang-mook immediately raised his hand in agreement. I agree. The Phoenix put his hands on his face and asked the 2 people in front of him. Do you intend to show her anger and take responsibility if I am scolded by him? Everyone turned towards the voice at the front. Behind, suddenly rang. Of course. That Phoenix is Sang-pi. She walked up and said with a smile, I will be responsible. She continued calmly, afraid of what she was doing. Obscuring your sight. What happened when I wasn't with you? The Phoenix replied, if I said I had to do everything within 3 months. Her face was dark and angry. Then you have to complete it all in 3 months. Understand? When you see a Phoenix like that. Sang-pi immediately ordered, Sang-mook, go connect all the distribution routes and speed up the day. Sang-mook replied, yes, ladies. She continued, Dong-chol, Please prepare your things as quickly as possible. Dong Chol replied, I will do my best. The phoenix spoke, and Sang Pu. In the dim white smoke of the medicine, the phoenix groaned. Sang Pi hugged her to ease her pain, gently comforting her. She said, Don't be afraid, Miss Phoenix. You have me by your side. Remember. Her face turned evil and said, I will take care of everything for you. As quickly as possible. Outside, Gyong-hee collapsed to the ground. His face was dark and tired. He urgently said, Master, please slow down. Gyong-soo said seriously, You guys have been resting for 10 minutes. Stand up and continue arresting me. Gyong-hee was angry when he heard that. Gyong-hee said, Hey Kim Gyong-soo, aren't you being just a little bit too much? We didn't hear anything about having to train like this. He said, You guys promised I'll do everything I say. She continued shouting angrily, But this is clearly torture. We joined your team to catch criminals, not to fight you. He expressed, looking surprised. Oh, is that so? He asked. Do you guys really want to catch criminals? 3 people replied in unison. Of course. He turned away and waved them to follow. Then follow. 3 people became confused. Gyong-hee asked, Where are you going? To a ruined warehouse. The door gradually opened. 3 people walked in bewildered. In front of them were the criminals and their goods. They were equally surprised. Gyong-soo with a calm expression. We have come to the right place. The silver-haired man frowned uncomfortably. What's going on? The 3 people turned to look at him with confusion and fear. Gyong-hee stammered. Gyong-soo. No, master. Seeing that Gyong-soo asked them, You guys wait something. The 3 of them became stunned, speechless. Those criminals are in front of them. Shouldn't you guys hurry up and arrest them? When the white-haired guy heard that, he immediately wondered. Police. He pushed everyone forward. Right now, 3 people were pushed to the ground and turned around to look at him in fear. Master. The white-haired man immediately ordered his subordinates. Deal with them. Gyong-soo walked out and said with a sinister smile. Have a good time. The 3 of them's faces turned pale, sweating profusely. Gyong-hee said, Holy fucking shit. The 3 became confused when the subordinates approached. The Hee-jun looked scared and said, What should we do? I just used to just one-on-one. This is the first time I have to beat many people. Lee Seong-hyun is shaking and crying. I want to go home. Gyong-hee firmly reassures everyone. Come on, calm down. Then we won't die here. Even if that Gyong-soo guy is a fucking bastard, he probably won't be so miserable that he'll let us die here. She turned to look at the window. Hey, let's show that Gyong-soo that we are also police. You stand outside the window to see the situation inside. As I guessed, she is smart enough to realize that. In such a situation, we have to calm down. She said, Just wait. Kim Gyong-soo. Gyong-hee shouted, Come forward, male police officer, arrest them. You are helpless with the actions just now. Her actions are there's no use. Hearing Seong-hyun turn around confused and ask, How? Gyong-hee replied, You have to be the one to hit them first. Remember. Hee-jun rushed forward, before hearing Gyong-hee's voice. Go. The other guy rushed towards Hee-jun, and swung his fist hard at him. Lee Seong-hyun and Gyong-hee turned pale, but she said, If he bowed his head and grabbed the dress that was rushing towards him like that. Hee-jun hugged his face and said, It hurts. She replied, Of course it does. Suddenly Hee-jun realized, it didn't hurt. Another punch from the other guy continued for him. Gyong-hee wondered, Didn't it hurt? Hee-jun turned around and replied, Compared to Gyong-soo, the name Hey, he's hitting like a little kid. Is it because I'm used to being punched by Gyong-soo? That guy sounded like he was mocking himself. So he punched harder and harder. Then he backed away. Then, he clenched his fist, and swung it hard at the other guy, making him vomit blood. He said, It didn't hurt at all. Hee-jun excitedly cheered. Hey, all rushed in here. Seong-hyun was also bewildered. No less. Really like a child compared to Gyong-soo. Suddenly another guy held a stick and was about to sneak attack behind Hee-jun. He suddenly turned back. Seong-hyun saw that and gritted his teeth. Then rushed up quickly and knocked the other guy down. Seong-hyun shouted loudly. Gyong-soo thought, They've been strengthened. The 2 of them will probably be useful if I train them more a little later. He crossed his arms and looked towards the excited Gyong-hee, arresting them. The white-haired guy saw this scene and immediately got angry. You useless people, were beaten to pieces by 2 cops. Damn. He unbuttoned every button on his body, and then threw the shirt aside. It was so embarrassing that Hee-jun and Seong-hyun became confused. Gyeong-soo saw this and thought, concluding finished. They let fear take over their minds. He aggressively rushed towards the 2 of you. I will kill you, if you let fear take over your mind. He swung a strong punch in the face of Seong-hyun. He flew away, seeing that Hee-jun screamed loudly. Seong-hyun. Seong-hyun covered his face in pain and cried out. Pain is multiplied. Hee-jun realized the danger and turned around. And Gyeong-soo calmly looked at them. They still needed to learn a lot of things. But unfortunately Hee-jun was beaten to the ground. Ah, he angrily cursed his subordinates. You were beaten by 2 this guy. So pathetic. Gyeong-hee knelt down and spoke. I surrender. I surrender. He was surprised. What? You continue. I will tell you everything I know. Please don't hit me. Outside. Gyeong-soo was speechless when he saw that. That bitch just suddenly realized. Gyeong-hee was taking something out of her pocket. It was an electric baton. She took it out and stabbed him in the leg. He let out a painful scream. Gyeong-hee stabbed deeper. Die. He gritted his teeth. You whore. He pulled his leg back hard to kick Gyeong-hee. She closed her eyes preparing to receive the kick in the face. But Gyeong-soo got in just in time and kicked him away. He vomited blood. Then he turned around and used his elbow to hit him hard, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Gyeong-hee was bewildered by the action just now. He said. Now do you see how useless you guys are? Everyone recover and stand up. Let's go. Take the medicine on the table. Hee-jun asked. Let them, is that okay again? He replied. Who cares? Someone else will handle them. And it will be very painful. When I have to carry 3 more weights. Everyone becomes confused. Please let's go back first. Then, Sang-mook appeared surprised. The white-haired guy knelt down on the ground in fear and said, Sir, those cops. Sang-mook put his hand on the white-haired guy's mouth. Used force to tear it open. Suddenly his subordinate said, Manager Choi, over there. Sang-mook turned around. His eyes opened wide in surprise. On the table was a card. His face was quite panicked and said, Bai Guang. A box of drugs is being placed in Hong-jun's room. The officer was very surprised. Wow, we can become drug dealers. Okay, so the information is not a hoax. We can continue with the plan. Gyeong-soo asked curiously, has the infiltration plan been completed? Hong-jun replied, of course. He held the radio. I will introduce you to one of the officers that are going to take part in the ambush. She is one of the few people I can trust. Come in. The door immediately opened. Hong-jun introduced. Please welcome the person who will participate in this operation. Member of KNP-SU. Senior Officer Kim Ah-hyung. A girl walked in and stood neatly saluting. Greeting officer. Gyong seeing that. Soo replied. Hello boss. Hong-jun continued. This is Police Officer Kim Gyong-soo. Sit down. Ah-hyung was confused. What a police officer. Ah-hyung stepped forward. Just a police officer so close but. She touched his face and his face turned towards her. Sitting in the high-ranking officer's chair, but it felt like he was sitting at home. Are you crazy? Gyong-soo waved his hand away. Ah-hyung came down and said, my leg hurts. Hong-jun put out the fire. I think it's okay, so let's sit down and start discussing the plan. You don't accept it? No, I don't think it's okay, sir. She angrily stomped her foot repeatedly on Gyong-soo's thigh. Hey police officer, stand up. I don't like rude children. Gyong-soo is upset. Hey, she continued. I said stand up, get up. He replied, make me stand up. You're confused. What are you doing? He continued. I don't want to stand up. Gyong-soo's face became perverted. Try making me stand up, wake up. Senior officer and officer all start with the letter S, so I don't see much difference. Stop talking about those nonsense ranks. Ah-hyung immediately heard that angry inside. What did you just say? Bastard. If that's the case, then let me make you stand up. At this moment, Ah-hyung stepped one foot on Gyong-soo's thigh. Both of them glanced at each other with eyes like fire. Hong-jun looked at the two people, then raised his hand to stop. Senior Officer Kim Ah-hyung, don't cause trouble with. Before he could finish his sentence, her foot was lifted off her thigh. Gyong-soo also realized that. Staring at her feet, Her feet retreated back as if gaining strength. In his heart he wondered, is a leg kick right? As he predicted, she lifted her leg and kicked him. Gyong-soo quickly leaned back to dodge, while he fell down in admiration. A Brazilian kick. KNP-soo unlike Hwang Hee-jun. They are on different levels. Hyung doesn't know what the other person is thinking, just keeps kicking him. The opponent is also agile and skillful in dodging. Seeing that he doesn't hit him, come on, she angrily gritted her teeth. This bastard. How dare you dodge all my kicks? If you like to play like that. She landed her feet on the ground. Then she raised her hands towards her. First rush towards you. I will catch you and throw you off the chair. Gyong-soo looked at her rushing towards him. She immediately switched to wrestling. She used her legs very quickly too. This is also on a different level than Seong-hyun. And then his hand clenched into a fist. Still thinking, she will be a valuable piece for his plan. His fist. The punch hit her chin easily. Hyung's eyes slowly rolled back. The space in the room returned to silence. At this moment, Hyung fell because he missed the shot and hugged his stomach. In this awkward atmosphere, Gyong-soo was still the first to speak. She said she would make me stand up. Why are you lay down like that? Hyung angrily raised her eyes and looked at him speechless. You. Then she continued to lift herself up and hold me up while attacking and cursing. You damn bastard. Go away, die. Your whole family. But Gyong-soo still calmly avoided it. As expected from a KNP-soo officer. She has a great body. The more she listened, the more angry she became. How wonderful can that be? You will definitely die in my hands. On the opposite side, senior police officer Hong Jun just calmly ate chocolate and looked at the two of them. It was delicious. After a while, Hong Jun's voice rang out in the room. Now, starting from now, I will explain the Phoenix battle plan on top of a Paulonia tree. According to reports, the last weekend of every month, managers of the target drug organization gather for a meeting in a basement club. The last weekend of every month. So in about 15 days from now, we will wait for our chance, and then KNP-soo's second platoon led by Superintendent Kim Ah-hyung and the team lead by Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo will take the plan into action. Suddenly Ah-hyung raised his hand. I objected. How can we believe the reported information? Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo got this through interrogation. Don't bullshit me. They didn't say a word when I interrogated them. At this time Gyong-soo also frowned and looked at her. You should be grateful that I got a statement. Right? Complaining too much. Ah-hyung continued to point at him and scream. Shut up, you bastard. And why don't you use honorifics to address me? He asked in return. What do you plan to do about it? Is that right? She turned back to look at Officer Hong Jun with a determined look. I won't believe this information unless I hear it coming from their mouths with these very hands. I will interrogate them again. Hong Jun just looked at her and said, no, unfortunately another interrogation is impossible. Both died. The image of two prisoners appeared again. Ah-hyung couldn't believe it, asked again. Are they dead? Gyong-soo also spoke up. Why is the security here like shit? He didn't answer but just looked at them and said, anyway, make sure to prepare yourself carefully more. I'll see you two at the next meeting. Dismissed. Ah-hyung still didn't give up and looked at him. Wait, how did they die? Hong Jun ignored her and turned to look towards him. Gyong-soo is silent. Officer Kim Gyong-soo, please stay for a few minutes. She looked towards him wondering. Why did he stay? What the hell is going on? A while later her hand was on the door handle. She turned her head and pointed towards him in the room. My specialty is using guns. Remember to prepare because I will chase you with my gun. Said, then she deliberately closed the door. Kim Gyong-soo crossed her arms and looked in that direction. Is she crazy? At this moment Hong Jun called him to look towards her. Hey, this thing was found in the interrogation room where the two men died. Then he pushed the thing in his hand near him. A card appeared on the table where the two men who were interrogated died. Hong Jun asked him, did he think of anything? His face couldn't hide his surprise. He looked at the card placed on the table. The star stalk on the other side also had a shaking hand holding a card. Shitnix looked at the card in his hand. His face sweating. His body kept shaking. Sang-mook told her, this was found in the house that was raided by the police. Dong Chol standing next to her also added, something is wrong, should we report it to the Buddha? However she bluntly replied, no, impossible, Mr. Bai Guang is dead. Mr. Buddha will blame me for talking nonsense. It's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. We have to continue with the plan. If we can't atone for our mistakes, then, but why did those cops leave Bai Guang's card? It can't be. Is it that guy? No, it doesn't make sense. I have to proceed with the plan. Otherwise I will. She breathed, gasping for breath when remembering the muzzle of the gun that day. Her eyes widened and her pupils shrank. Finally she controlled her eyes and held her head and screamed, I will. Two subordinates looked at her control, turned around and called in unison, Sang-Pi, hurry up. Call Ms. Sang-Pi here. A white smoke spread out in the room. Sang-Pi sat next to Shitnix, holding her hand with one hand and the other covered her eyes. Her face was full of blue veins. On the table was a piece of paper filled with drugs. At this time Shitnix called those two guys over. Sang-Mook, Dong Chol. Those two guys looked at her and replied words. Yes, ma'am. She slowly opened her eyes to look at them. Let's continue to act as planned. Dong Chol looked at her. But Miss Phoenix, she was too reckless. You guys, the police already know everything. And we have other things to worry about. Then she interrupted him. Sang-Pi, give everyone one of them. If you're worried, it's easy to make a mistake. She looked at her and smiled gently. As the Phoenix wanted, she turned her head to look at the two guys standing in front of her. Come closer and take one. The blue drug contained on a piece of paper was placed on the table. The two guys stared at the thing in their hands. The Phoenix told them, this was refined and purified by Sang-Pi just now, so it is still fresh. Hearing that, those two guys frantically put it into their mouths and made sounds of delight. Both of their faces were full of blue veins. Their faces smiled excitedly. Dong Chol said, all my worries were gone. Choi Sang-Mook also continued his words. Everything should go according to plan now. We will continue as planned. Miss Phoenix. All of their faces gradually became distorted. Did the two of them escape? Gyong-hee touched her head and looked at him. They said they would stop by the hospital to check. He looked at her and exclaimed, really weak. No, actually, would that be better? Gyong-hee clasped her hands and smiled at him, looking at him flatteringly. Can we rest since I'm the only one here? Come on, master. Gyong-soo bowed her head and slowly walked over to hold her shoulders tightly with both hands. What? Until they arrived, you and I, one-on-one, secret special training. His face was full of sinister looks at her. Gyong-hee looked up at him in bewilderment. Special training, it's a secret. Gyong-soo crossed his arms and looked at her. Her body is so trash. Gyong-hee blushed, hugged her body and looked at him, objecting, trash. I have a pretty good body. Bro, I know. He looked at her again. Her body looked like a pile of mud. She didn't have any muscles. She wasn't durable and flexible. Just like the above, she didn't have any outstanding combat characteristics. We will be going out in an upcoming campaign and you will likely be the first to die. Gyong-hee felt surprised. Hey, we have to go to war. What kind of translation is that? Gyong-soo didn't answer but just looked at her. Jo Gyong-hee, at first I thought who would let someone like her be a police officer. But as time passed, I understood, come up with a little acceptable reason. I knew she was smart. She was more than what I expected. From what I heard, she remembered the phone numbers of everyone's store in this area, and nicknamed the living delivery app. Just like what he felt. The current situation at the police office. A colleague lamented, order food now, this is so annoying. It's because that bastard Kim Gyong-soo took little Gyong-hee away. Hearing this, Jinna turned around and looked at him and asked, who just called Gyong-soo a bastard? Another colleague quickly replied, no one, sir. At this moment, Gyong-soo closed his eyes and pulled out a foldable police baton and said to Gyong-hee, if you don't want to die early, right now, the best thing you need to do is practice your strength. And avoid wasting time hiding your weaknesses. From now on, when you're practicing, think of this foldable baton as a weapon. When it's retracting, imagine it as a knife. When it opened, think of it as a type of a blunt weapon. And I will take special care of you, so you can learn with your body. Gyong-hee covered her mouth in surprise as she watched him walk away near me. Huh. Gyong-soo pointed the stick in his hand at her head. Make sure you can remember it with your genius brain. She looked at him. Remember what? He left the foldable baton as is. Bored her. You'll know soon. Gyong-hee is scared. What's going on? Tell me. But he still just looked at her from above. Just wait and see. Her face was covered in sweat and she stammered, "Wait and see what?" The owner of the bright sunlight of the day was still shining down. When Hee-jun and Seong-hyun ran when they arrived, they were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Both of them looked at Gyeong-hee, who was being crushed on the ground by Gyeong-soo, and exclaimed at the same time, "What?" She panted and looked up to see them bleeding. Eyes so rough. Both of them looked at her and asked, "What are you two doing?" Gyeong-soo looked at you too. "Do you really want to know?" Both of you paused for a moment and hesitantly replied, He smiled and waved at them. "You will know soon. Don't worry." Both of them looked at him with scared faces, wondering if, could we continue to live without knowing? Time passed like that. They continued to go through Kim Gyeong-soo's hellish training process. And Officer Hong Jun's side also began to prepare. All the Hyung team members are also ready. And 15 days later, the day of the Phoenix campaign on top of the Paulonia tree arrived. When the big full moon hung high in the night sky, Hee-jun pursed his lips and said, "I just survived 15 days of hell." Seong-hyun next to him also agreed. "I don't want to experience that anymore." Gyeong-hee was observing the front before speaking up. "But what kind of campaign would? Let us go with KNP-soo. A Hyung walking in front is mad. What are we doing so deep in the forest?" "You lied, right? Gyeong-soo only told you." "No, she warned you. If I can't find anything, I'm sure he's dead." He glanced at her calmly and said, "Okay." Gyeong-hee looked at the scene before him and wondered, "And who is this Gyeong-soo? He's disrespectful to the captain. KNP-soo is like that." Suddenly at this time, the person walking in front of them raised his hand to signal. "Captain, I think we're there." She looked suspiciously at the place in front of her. A tunnel. Everyone looked together, forward, saw two guys wearing strange chicken head masks sitting around a fire in front of the tunnel entrance. Gyeong-hee looked at them. Who were those perverted chicken head guys? Suddenly, a Hyung, standing next to Gyeong-soo, held the gun and launched it forward. She landed in front of those two guys, surprising them. "What the heck?" Before he could finish his sentence, a Hyung's gun thigh hit him straight. One guy's face caught him off guard. The other guy saw his accomplice being attacked and cursed. "Damn, that's terrible." He pulled out a small knife hidden on his body. But before he could do anything, a foot was brought in front of his eyes. A Hyung raised his foot and kicked the guy in the face, causing the chicken head mask to fall off. The scene before them made all three Gyeong-soo's group gasped in surprise. She picked up the radio and announced to the other side, Allo testing. Successfully took down two guards. I will begin the operation stupidly now." Gyeong-soo turned around to look at Gyeong-hee and said leisurely, "That's a wonderful body. Let's go." Gyeong-hee looked at him in confusion. "Wonderful." Suddenly a Hyung turned around and raised her hand. "Stop them. Stop. You guys are standing here and in the middle of these two guys." The three people behind suddenly said at the same time, "What?" Gyeong-soo then added, "But she was a bit stupid." A Hyung looked at them. From the beginning, it was unreasonable for KNP-soo and several neighborhood policemen to work together. Gyeong-hee angrily looked at her. The neighborhood police. Haven't finished speaking yet. You interrupted her. "The neighborhood police are against my orders. I let you follow just because it was the office's order. It's just a high-ranking official, but..." "Step back. You guys are just getting in the way." Gyeong-soo looked at her and smiled and repeated, "Getting in the way. Okay. You guys just go on your mission. It won't be a waste anyway. Every sweat is better." She looked at him with a satisfied smile. "You finally obeyed my orders." Then she turned around and walked forward, giving orders to the rest. "Now we'll go inside." Gyeong-soo watched them leave without saying anything else. In his heart he thought, that place is where, after defeating the two guards at the door, they walked through a door, and loud music continuously emanated from inside, and headed down a long flight of stairs. To the door, the front slowly opened. The group rushed inside. A Hyung ordered everyone to take a seat. Her voice stopped and looked at the situation inside in shock. That was where the music was. Collapsed. But the people standing there were like zombies, swaying back and forth. She looked at those people like walking corpses. What the hell? Were those people? What's wrong? At this time there was a figure sitting upstairs watching them. He breathed out and said, I knew this would happen, but everything is bad." Then he turned on the walkie-talkie and said into it, Ahum. This is an announcement for all current club members. Currently in the club, there are some uninvited guests coming, trying to ruin this party. If you can take them down and bring them here to me. For each one you bring, I will reward you with a free medicine supply card, unlimited fees for 1 month. As soon as he finished speaking, those zombie-like people started rushing towards the KNP team members. Sue. Let the Phoenix operation on top of the Paulonia tree begin. Then now a Hyung shouted loudly to order the team members. Everyone raised their shields. While a Hyung shouted the command, raised their shields, everyone in the club rushed forward like an animal with raised hands. Every single person in the KNP Sue team was fully equipped with weapons and shields in front of them. Ready to fight. They were like wild beasts roaring and rushing forward. 4 people shielded and stood in front, while 5 people split up to hold guns and attack. Their heads hit straight into their shields. Their hands lunged forward. A soldier holding a gun was frightened by their madness. He said in horror, "Why are these guys so strong?" These addicts rushed forward as if they were looking for drugs. Their faces were covered with blue veins. Their eyes were red. Their bodies were out of control and kept rushing forward. Dong Chol sucked the medicine candy in his mouth, smiled triumphantly and said, "You guys can't open fire because if you do that you'll get in trouble. Understand?" However, a Hyung didn't pay attention to him but took out the bomb and loudly ordered it. Holding his gun, putting on the mask, they answered in unison, "Yes, sir." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out the bomb pin and threw the bomb in her hand towards the crowd in front of them. Much to their surprise, the bomb exploded. A person said loudly, "It was pumping smoke." Then a Hyung held the gas mask tightly and quickly gave an order to retreat. The guy standing in front of the shield could not help but call in confusion, "Team Chief." She opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked ahead. The people in front of them let 2 lines of water roll down their cheeks but still screamed and rushed forward. A soldier loudly announced that pumping smoke had no effect on them. But as for Dong Chol, it was still a sign. Suddenly they had medicine in their mouths and a command radio in their hands. What an idiot! Their feeling of happiness was overwhelming the pain. Do you think they would really feel pain? I took the medicine back and gave it to them. Mus Sang Pi go out through the back door. He calmly stood on the command floor. Below was extremely chaotic. Ah Hyung suddenly realized something had just appeared behind. Her eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, from behind, a special forces soldier who was bending his arms and legs rushed towards. That person jumped high and rushed forward under her surprise. "You, who allowed you?" His foot stepped on Ah Hyung's head while she was still mumbling in surprise. And that person rushed straight to where Kim Dong Chol was holding the walkie-talkie and directed to command his foot to take advantage of the terrain and jump up and rush forward. Upstairs, he tilted his head blankly and looked at the man approached with hatred in his eyes, holding a long needle in his hand. He opened his eyes wide in horror. His feet landed on the railing. Can. His whole body passed by Kim Dong Chol. He cursed blankly. What the hell? The next second he opened his eyes wide and remained motionless. His hand held the walkie-talkie and held it out in front of him. Gyeong-soo held the weapon in his hand, tilted his head and said coldly, "I already despise you." Unlike the leaders, the subordinates are required to undergo martial arts training. Kim Dong Chol glared at him with difficulty. "I wonder, what?" Suddenly someone shouted in pain below. He was surprised, looked down. At this time the task force was attacked by addicts. Lost the initiative. Ah Hyung loudly ordered, "Just kick them back, and push." She opened her eyes in horror and helplessness, but still tried to struggle and ordered. And sounds continued to echo below. Growling, Kim Dong Chol turned around and looked down, his voice full of pity. They really thought they could repel them with force. Suddenly Gyeong-soo coldly called out, "Hey Dong Chol." He gritted his teeth and frowned. Asked again, "What?" Suddenly his eyes widened in horror at the actions of the person in front of him. He rushed forward and slashed a 10 to his surprise. Towards Ah Hyung, she worriedly looked upstairs. Dong Chol groaned in pain. Blood kept pouring out. He grabbed the back of his neck, then pressed him against the wall and asked uncomfortably, "Why are you looking away? I look so weak." "It's not a fatal wound, so don't worry. I was begged not to kill anyone, if possible, so." Immediately his hand thrust the knife forward. His eyes stared at his arm. Then he stabbed deeply into his arm. Dong Chol screamed in horror and pain. His eyes widened in disbelief. Blood splattered. The lines became clearer and clearer. He frowned angrily and ordered, "I won't kill you. Stay here, right here next to the wall." Dong Chol trembled in pain, gritted his teeth and growled. He watched him turn around and leave and whispered, "Who are you?" Yong-soo took off his gas mask and answered as he walked. "Who knew?" Someone swung his leg and kicked someone in the back. Ah-hyung frowned and looked at the guy who fell in front of her and said excitedly, "We did it." The leader walked forward and gave orders. "We will go upstairs." Also wanted to know the answer to the question there. Inside the building, Yong-soo leisurely walked over the corpses of the guys wearing chicken hats. He squinted his eyes and sarcastically said, "Oh Phoenix, come out here." The chicken-headed subordinates were lying on the ground, including those in plain clothes who shared the same fate. Yong-soo said in a dangerous voice, "Let's see." At this time Ah-hyung and his teammates pointed their guns upstairs and loudly ordered, "Step down, surrender, and you will receive leniency." Dong Chol said calmly, "There are so many police officers here. I have never seen this many since I was in the special task force." She asked confused, "You mean?" He bowed his head and smiled wickedly, pulled something out of his pocket and said, "Nice to meet you, Junior." Ah-hyung widened her eyes in surprise. He smiled evilly, pointed the gun at her and said, "I'm Dong Chol from class 29. What class are you in?" Immediately she frowned loudly and commanded, "Shot." Fired. A series of bullets shot to the upper floor. At the same time outside, a group of special forces was looking inside the dark door waiting. Hee-jun standing on the left said impatiently, "Is it okay? I just heard the gunshots." Seong-hyun answered honestly, "Yong-soo told us to wait here so we stayed." Yong-hee stood in the middle even though her lips were frowning and said, "I don't like this. Why did they make us follow? Leaving us standing outside like this? They just took us to have enough troops. So why do we have to go through secret training?" Hee-jun replied, "You're right. Right now under the three of you were alert. Behind you there was someone approaching." The other person approached, hands in his pockets, listening to Gyeong-hee frowning and venting his anger. "We've been through too much." Sang-mook frowned dissatisfiedly and looked at the three people, as if realizing that the light had suddenly darkened. They raised their heads and looked up in surprise. He asked annoyed, "What are you guys doing here?" The three of you were scared, turned around and looked behind. "Ah." He frowned and scolded angrily, "Those damn cops." Immediately the three of them ran away into the forest. Gyeong-hee ran in the middle with her eyes wide open in fear, said in fear, "Dead." Sang-mook didn't know when she blocked from the front. Her arm quickly pulled out the electric gun and shot at him. He calmly raised his hand to catch the two needles. A moment later, Sang-mook clenched his fists and rushed forward. His face was filled with anger as he stared at the Special Forces team. Gyeong-hee gasped in amazement. He said contemptuously, "It was a bit painful." They gasped and were even more frightened by the strength of the tall man in front of them. Sang-mook extended his hand forward, his face frowning and hesitating. "Well, it's not as strong as the Phoenix's endurance. Right in front of you, a weapon, a gun, appears. Korean people have strict laws about guns. And guns are a topic very sensitive in this country. The police are no exception. Cases where the police open fire can only be seen once a year. And the police are trained to use non-fatal weapons like electric guns or rubber bullets." At this time, Ah-hyung's side also encountered a lot of trouble when Dong Chol calmly held the candy in his mouth and confidently said, "Just use as much as you want. Sure, what can you do with these rubber bullets?" The Special Forces team raised their guns and shot upstairs. A person standing in front frowned and asked, "What the hell is that table made of?" Ah-hyung stood behind and said, "It won't work. We will switch to using real bullets." They immediately replied, "Ordered." Then she raised her voice to remind, "Mr. Dong Chol, I am Ah-hyung, a 30th grade student by KNP SU. Next time the bullets will be real bullets. Stop resisting and surrender. You need to have your wound treated or you will die." Dong Chol hid behind the table and calmly affirmed, "I would rather die better yet. I will rot in prison for the rest of my life. And I won't be able to take any more medicine." "Right." Ah-hyung gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do about him. Then you loudly asked, "Do you really choose medicine over life?" He calmly recounted, "When I was still active in KNP SU, After obtaining the medicine during a mission, my life was turned upside down. Wow. I searched the area to find the best quality medicine and used my powers to my advantage. But then my body started to resist the medicine. Gradually there was no more medicine left. Nothing can satisfy me anymore. But her. When Dong Chol helplessly leaned his back against the trash can, someone suddenly approached and called out, "Are you Dong Chol?" Lovely Phoenix appeared holding a candy in her hand, accompanied by two other people looking majestically at him. She stuck out her tongue and licked the candy and asked with interest, "I heard your body has become resistant to the medicine, right?" Then her hand I held out the candy to him and said, "Here, this candy is made from the purest stuff out there. Do you want to try one?" She still held out the candy in one hand, with the other hand pushing her hair behind her ear. She had a bewitching smile on her face, slowly seducing his prey. As expected, Dong Chol stuck out his tongue and licked a little. His eyes suddenly widened. His hand held the candy tightly. His mouth opened wide in surprise. As if drowning in too much excitement, he shouted with joy in his heart, "Eureka!" It was like an electric shock. At that time he was holding candy in his hand. His mouth was laughing like an addict. His whole body could not stop. Trembling, she crossed her arms and smiled with satisfaction and asked, "Is it delicious? If you work under me, I will give you much better things than that." Dong Chol smiled happily and replied, "I will do everything." She smiled and praised, "Very good. However, promise you won't eat more than one a day. You'll get sick if you do that." Spin about reality. Dong Chol leaned against the table and mumbled, "If I have to die anyway, there's no need to keep that promise. Damn, I've lost so much blood. Who could that be? Sad actually." After saying that, he took out 5 narcotic candies from the hem of his shirt. Dong Chol, like he was crazy, put all 5 plants in the bamboo shoot and bit them until they broke. I said, "Don't eat these things. It will cause me too much pain. More painful than death." Below, a Hyong loaded the magazine into the gun and gave the command. "Real bullets. Ready to fire. We will shoot down the guy." Before she could finish her sentence, suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. A gun was also pointed down at the Special Forces team from upstairs. Then his finger pulled the trigger. Dong Chol tilted his head and shot towards the closed door. The bullet was thrown back and flew downstairs. Immediately a Hyong quickly bent down to dodge. She frowned and thought, "This bullet." Then he stood up, smiled and said, "Juniors, why are you standing still? You guys have to make a grand ceremony for your seniors." And then he pulled the trigger again. The bullet from the gun's head flew out. In another scene, deep in the tunnel, Gyeong-soo was avoiding a bullet flying at lightning speed. He dodged all the bullets, flew over, and the chicken-headed subordinates held guns and shot them forward, scolding, "The son of a bitch." He quickly grabbed one guy's wrist, making the gun point at the ceiling. The rest did the same. Similarly, his hand knocked the gun away. Immediately he caught the gun. Then he decisively shot straight into the thigh of the chicken head. Then he shot him down one by one. They were screaming, cried out in pain. He conveniently stuffed the gun barrel into a guy's mouth. He frowned and the guy's face went blank. Now in a room, Sang-Pi stood waiting for the door in front of him. Gyeong-soo leisurely walked past several unconscious doormen. His hands grabbed and pulled the door to both sides. The door opened wide. The two people were face to face. Sang-Pi asked contemptuously, "I wondered who was making such a fuss. It turned out to be you. I heard about you from the Phoenix. I was planning to visit myself, but it seems you came here by yourself." After finishing speaking, she slowly stood up, while Gyeong-soo closed the door and arrogantly asked, "Did you receive my gift card?" First generation Phoenix. Her eyes widened amazing. The corner of her mouth twitched as if she was about to say something. Then Sang-Pi frowned and said, "Who the hell are you?" Gyeong-soo raised his lips and smiled smugly and said, "How many times have I heard this sentence? Once. Anyway, I'm not tired of hearing that. Let me remind you of old memories." About a Hyong, she was in a state of extreme tension right now. She commanded everything. The person fired hundreds of shots. The bullets rushed towards him. The wall could not withstand the pressure from the bullets but was penetrated by the bullets. The bullets gradually pinned him. He was behind the wall. She commanded him to keep firing at him. "Don't stop." Then suddenly her eyes opened wide. She didn't expect that he would stand on the floor through the table down below where they were standing. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. They were startled by this sudden attack. The table flew and hit their shield hard. The collision between the shield and the table caused a few people around to be thrown away. Ah-hyung shook her body slightly, raised it down towards him and spoke. He was probably dead like that. Suddenly he jumped from the floor, landing in front of the panicked policemen with corpses surrounding him. He held a knife and rushed at the police before they could react. They threw up their shields to block his attack. Damn! A sharp blade was swung by him. A policeman was stabbed directly in the area below his chin due to his surprise. Her teammates next to her. She rolled her eyes as her teammates fell before her eyes. While Dong Chol held the gun and looked at everyone with his face covered in blood and bloodshot eyes. You shouldn't have put up your shield. Without thinking carefully, Junior, you think I can't do anything anymore because I'm dying, right? With a smile on his face that shouldn't be there. He jumped on the policemen who were blocking him. His way, to get closer to her who was standing behind them with her eyes wide open. The KNP soldiers Sue couldn't react in time and cursed loudly. Damn! Ah-hyung felt like he was dead on the spot. At this moment he was standing in front of her eyes. The hand holding the gun pointed at her and smiled and said, now with this close distance, you will hit your teammates if you open fire, right? Those hands holding the gun are still pointing at her. Her eyes returned to a serious look. Before his surprised eyes, she swung her leg and kicked him hard in the middle. That kick sent him flying away, some distance from her position. His face showed pain. She angrily held the gun and rushed towards him as he fell. And then she fired a few more shots straight into him before he could even touch the ground. A painful fall in front of everyone. He plummeted to the ground. She shouted loudly to her teammate behind her, checking the situation. His immediate condition was like the person next to him chokingly said. He had already sacrificed. They stood in front of the cold corpse of their teammate and couldn't help but feel the sadness. She was shocked by that scene. Damn it, suddenly a voice rang out. Me. That familiar voice made her turn around. Unexpectedly, he still stood up after being shot hundreds of times. He gave a twisted smile and said, I'm not dead yet, with a triumphant look on his face. He released a smoke bomb. At her side, she looked in the direction of his throw. A smoke bomb, right when she loudly warned. Everyone dispersed. A loud explosion also rang out. Smoke and dust. The smoke from the bomb made everyone confused by the situation happening. But their eyes still tried to open wide to see through the thick smoke. One of them spoke. I didn't see anything. As soon as she finished speaking, a gunshot stuck in the middle of that teammate. In the surprised eyes of everyone, her teammates started screaming. What was that? What direction was he shooting from? She lay down and thought to herself about her teammates' behavior when everything was in chaos. If those idiots just keep shouting like that. His voice rang out again. So pathetic. Panicked because his comrades had died. Time passed, equipped with improved technology, but the quality of users kept decreasing. You guys don't have enough. No, you guys don't have any experience. Please consider this as a lesson for my juniors. Although the price to pay for this lesson will be your lives. Cold-blooded shots continue to be fired from behind the classes. Smoke along with his incessant voice. They were so scared that they couldn't speak and trembling covered their whole bodies. A shadow appeared behind the thick layer of smoke and someone recognized out. That teammate shouted very loudly and opened fire towards that shadow. Those eyes widened in fear. Another person trembled and turned around asking, where did you shoot? In this blinding smoke. Hearing the gunshots, the cries of my teammates and they slowly lying down then. In the smoke, those thoughts still don't stop. Where are they? Where the hell did I shoot from? The sound of gunshots continued to ring out. And the blood grew more and more from there. Where was he? Would I? Her hands touched the gun. Would I die here? Eyes and actions filled with extreme fear. Kim Ah-hyung was afraid of death. Suddenly she was startled to discover. A shadow appeared in the smoke. Her thoughts were so chaotic. Who was there? Was it a teammate or an enemy? When she saw the barrel of a gun pointed at her, her eyes widened again in that moment. Oh, she opened her eyes wide looking at the image in front of her. He sat in a corner and the gun was still facing forward. Facing the scene before her eyes, she didn't know what was real. Looking at the other person lying motionless, she wondered, is he dead then? Why? She carefully stood up. The smoke was gradually dissipating. The torment of death seemed to be gradually disappearing. Reality became something you had to face. At this time, her teammates' bodies were scattered on the ground, along with Kim Dong-chol's body in a corner. She looked at each corpse of her comrades and was choked up. What were her emotions now? Tears had begun to fall on her face that no longer had a drop of blood left. No, not panic. Feeling fear and despair appearing at the same time for the first time in her life. Kim Ah-hyung could only let out painful sobs. Until now she still could not accept the cruel reality. Her mouth was also uncontrollable and continued to mutter helplessly. No. When despair was filling her, suddenly a scream rang out. She trembled and looked towards the source. That sound. A body was rushing towards her. There was a loud scream. There was no effect. In front of that muscular body with an angry face were her 3 teammates running away. Shouted in panic. Nothing could hurt him. Sang-mook angrily cursed them. You all ran away like cowardly dogs. Gyong-hee ran away crying and screaming loudly. What the hell is this secret training? Nothing has any effect on him. That bastard Kim Gyong-soo. Bai Guang's training for slaves was very simple. He taught him all about the important organs of the human body. With blunt weapons. He taught him to aim for the solar plexus, the back of the head, the groin and the joints. With sharp-edged weapons, he directed him to aim at the place where many arteries flow through. Gyong-soo sat on Gyong-hee and tell everyone lying on the ground panting from fatigue. If you face enemies during the mission, depending on the weapons you are holding, attack the positions I have mentioned. Tell me, Gyong-hee cried out. My jaw hurts. Looking at the 2 people lying on the ground moaning. He continued, most of them will be taken down. He still sat on Gyong-hee. He continued, oh, and of course, there will be an exception. Back to the present. It seems they have encountered the exception that Gyong-soo said. Sang-mook with a surprised and angry expression looked at the 3 iron mallets that were pointed at me. The 3 of them stood motionless before this situation. Sang-mook turned his annoyed eyes towards those 3 little people and said, I really like it. And now, suddenly there was another loud scream. Sang-mook was still chasing them. Stop. Gyong-hee ran towards Ah-hyung shouting, Commander, help us. As she spoke her eyes were wet with tears. Suddenly she stopped. The 3 of them were standing in front of a pile of dead bodies lying on the street and screaming. What the hell? What the hell? Gyong-hee was about to say. This is. Seong-hyun next to him covered his mouth to muffle his own voice. Gyong-hee didn't understand why he did that and asked, what's wrong with you? He covered his mouth with one hand and pointed forward. In front of us. The scene before them was indescribable. They were shocked to see Ah-hyung sitting among the corpses of her comrades who were with her. They became more panicked. Were they dead? Sang-mook stood behind those panicked faces were a few words. Oh, not bad. Dong-chol, you did a good job cleaning up. It seems he discovered something. Huh. That was Dong-chol's body still holding the gun in a corner. His happy face suddenly turned into surprise. With this image, Sang-mook stood still for a moment and called out the name of his ally. Dong-chol. Moving to Gyong-soo, he seriously asked Sang-pi where is the former Phoenix? Where is the current Phoenix hiding? The 2 stood facing each other. She asked him. I said, who are you? He replied, guess what? Things like this. You're not a slow-witted bitch or anything. So, you should know already. Sang-pi smiled sinisterly looking at you. I'm not sure. I can only guess that you're an interesting person. Say interesting things. That's all. If we had met under different circumstances, I would have invited you to drink tea and then chat. As she spoke, she put her hand into her chest, intending to take out something. As soon as she pulled that thing out, a fist was suddenly swung in front of her eyes. His face calmly said, drug-making whores like you. Then a painful punch hit her in the face. He punched her until blood rang out. In surprise, before she could react, he sternly exposed her dirty tricks, pretended to talk and then secretly applied the enhancement patch to her body. She was stunned after that powerful punch, used his hand to wipe the blood and coughed out. Not letting her react, he continued to kick again and said, I should have just attacked, while you were wasting your time sticking to that patch on her body. He said as he kicked straight at her hands holding the enhancement patch. She screamed in pain. Then she gritted her teeth. A pill came out of her mouth. After grinding his teeth just now, a hand quickly rushed to stop her from biting the pill. He squeezed Sang-pi's mouth in her shocked reaction and said, this game is too easy to guess. Isn't brushing your teeth every day with a pill in your mouth uncomfortable? He said as he took the pill out of her mouth. Of course Sang-Pi couldn't do anything. He could only scream. Suddenly she changed her attitude, counter-attacking him before he could attack again. She tried her best to lock the hand that was squeezing her mouth. But he didn't worry but instead criticized her. An arm lock from an addict without medication. Then he threw her hard on the table and held her neck tightly and continued. You think does it work? Now, tell me where that damn bird is. Is there any good in protecting that cowardly bitch? That one who hides her face and hides her nose while her subordinates are being chased. Hearing that, Sang-Pi replied angrily, the Phoenix is not a coward. He laughed loudly and said, it's just an addict, right? If you don't tell me her location. While questioning her, something suddenly hit his back. He immediately turned around to look warily. Suddenly his eyes widened. Behind him were 3 children looking at him with an angry attitude. One child shouted, "One person bad." He had a hard time understanding those words. What? Sang-Pi said to the kids. You guys, you're late. If you heard any noise outside, I told you to come in here right away but. A child rushed at him with a knife. With a screaming voice, don't touch. Ms. Sang-Pi she rushed at him very quickly but he just had to stand up and avoid it easily. He punched her in the back of the head. Immediately after that she fell down in front of her. After his attack, the 2 remaining children, after seeing that scene, also held the knife, rushed at him and shouted loudly. But like the other girl, he continued to dodge the attack and attack the back of the 2 boys' heads. Before they could understand anything, the 2 children fell in front of her. Once again, he stood still looking at the scene before him but Sang-Pi raised his voice again. Oh my god, what are you going to do now? At this time she covered her body with enhancement donuts and smiled and said to him. The addict has already been drugged. Looking at the children lying on the ground, he said angrily, that Phoenix bitch gave you the right to abuse children. In his eyes too clear from anger when he looked towards her. She still answered indifferently as if she didn't know anything. Who knows? He looked at the knife underneath and said, if that's the case, it probably won't work. Saying that, he stepped on the handle of the knife. Following the force of his pedaling, the knife flew up. He grabbed the knife in front of his eyes. Sang-Pi's disgusting face was still smiling and looking at him. He exclaimed, you will die right now. My attitude has become more scary. Going back 10 years ago, when the first Phoenix was still in power, she sat silently high above, observing the new Bai Guang slaughtering the old one. The monk approached her and asked, what do you think? That child, the new Bai Guang. Bai Guang at that time was new as a minor, but her eyes radiate extremely murderous intent. She replied to the monk, I'm not sure anymore. It seems to be stronger than the previous generation Bai Guang, but it seems that he didn't dare to kill him. That name Bai Guang is very mysterious. The monk countered, I was wrong. Well, with my drug-addicted head, I couldn't see it. Where's everything? It could easily finish him off. It just wouldn't do that. The Phoenix suddenly asked again, meaning you're saying it was just toying with its prey? Why? With a person that was ranked as a Yue before. The monk began to recount. When he first came here, all the other children were killed by former Bai Guang. All except for it. Look back to see if you can feel it. There are countless of them. Wound. That child did. Isn't it so beautiful? Just like willow leaves. Who could be more suitable for Bai Guang's position than this child? After remembering everything, the former Phoenix understood. So that's it, she said to herself. I understand. This guy is definitely Mr. Bai Guang. After when he was knocked out by Gyeong-su, the former Phoenix lay panting on the floor. Gyeong-su approached and coldly stepped on her chest. He asked, I'll ask you again one last time. Where is the Phoenix hiding? Former Phoenix? The Phoenix asked again. You will kill me even if I confess. Right? Gyeong-su without any concealment admitted. Yes, but I will give you the gentlest death. She replied, dying. The Phoenix is first-gen Phoenix, currently known as Sang-Pi, after leaving the position of November's Paulonia. The monk let the new Phoenix decide her fate. When the old moon was replaced with the new moon, a succession ceremony will be performed and will complete the death of the previous generation. However, the new Phoenix does not feel the need to kill the old Phoenix. But she, back when the second Phoenix first took office, she interrogated the first Phoenix. Why did poison me with this. She already knew that the glass of wine in her hand contained phoenix poison. Hoang continued to ask, do you know how much poison I've drunk? Do you really think I won't notice? I let you live, but you want to kill me. Why? Don't you like me? The former phoenix replied calmly. There's no way I like you. Hearing that, the phoenix trembled and asked, why? Why does everyone hate me so much? That's right. Now she was crying and looked so pitiful. They tried to kill me because I was weak. But I tried to cling to life. And now I have become a moon. But now they hate me. Me because I used drugs. But you, of all people, shouldn't hate me. You've been through the same things as me. Okay, let's make a deal. If I take drugs, hey, you'll have to like me. Her words made the former phoenix extremely surprised. She continued to ask, is that okay? I drank it all. From 2 holes her eyes were no longer tears but instead were 2 long streams of blood. The phoenix trembled and said, I did very well, right, you will like me from now on, won't you? Answer me. When she, a person who lived extremely selfishly to be able to live, saw the phoenix burst into tears in her arms. For the first time in her life, she knew love. Return to the present. The former phoenix tremblingly replied, Gyeong-soo. Why? But I have to take the risk. Sending the person I love to the point of death. Gyeong-soo didn't care and just coldly replied, so that's your final answer? Then die. After finishing speaking, he gave her a fatal kick. And then left in frustration. Now I have to go ask some other bastards. Before I could take a few steps, she, the girl behind her, spoke tremblingly. The phoenix will return here and the children, they are my doing. So, please don't kill the phoenix. Mr. Bai Guang. Gyeong-soo hesitated for a moment and looked at her, then replied, okay. At the same time the phoenix returned. Her body was full of drug stickers. She flew like crazy about the base. On this side, Gyeong-soo continued whispering, it will depend on what that bitch will do. Sang-mook shouted, Dong Chol. Gyeong-hee also called out, Captain. He shook his body, continued calling, Dong Chol, and she nervously told Ah-hyung, Captain, calm down, then slap her, and tell her 2 teammates, hey you two, try turning her off. Suddenly there was a voice calling her name, Gyeong-hee. She turned her head and glared, looked at Sang-mook, stuck the drug cards on him and called frantically, Dong Chol, then rushed straight towards them. Gyeong-hee cried out in fear, stop him. He threw a punch, with both hands, straight into the stomachs of 2 policemen, and then knocked many more people down. Gyeong-hee was scared and called out, hey. Sang-mook's voice was murderous. Gas, I will tear. Every limb comes out. His hand immediately rushed towards the 2 of them. Blood splattered. He glared. His arm was slashed 2 marks. Blood gushing out. A familiar police figure stood behind. Gyeong-hee gasped and called, Gyeong-soo. You held the knife tightly in your hand and told him, you can't do that, not when I'm here. This guy's body can still use. The voice to report, it's like I gave him a fatal wound. Gyeong-soo glanced at the police littering everywhere, but you guys were still all shot down. I guess I overestimated. Sang-mook rushed forward and punched him. Gyeong-soo smiled and exclaimed, shit, that must have hurt a lot. His hand punched straight into the carrying in pain without stopping. I called Dad police. Hey, it's your dad. They mumbled in response. Yes. Gyeong-soo orders. Take care of the children. Then you pick up the gun. I will. Take care of things here. Suddenly he glared. Sang-mook raised their bodies provocatively. Hurry up. Shoot your dad. Your dad has a shield. Gyeong-soo calmly honked. Sure. The bullet went through the woman, tearing Sang-mook's shoulder. He held the wound in pain. His shield is gone. Gyeong-soo reassured. Calm down. I won't kill you. The others are all fucking dead. So at least you're still alive. Sang-mook panicked. What? You son of a bitch too. He immediately shouted. However, he was hit twice in the thigh. He collapsed. Gyeong-soo ordered, please report to headquarters that we are returning. The subordinate replied, yes. He looked at the people around him and thought, I thought this was very simple. It turns out I was wrong. Misjudged the situation. I had a little hope for them, but I had even higher expectations for her. She was completely devastated. She really is much superior to the 3 of them. So I must have overestimated her abilities. Gyeong-hee fearfully pointed at Sang-mook. Hey Gyong-soo, can you stop him? He said boredly. The three of you should retreat. Suddenly a noise caught his attention. A car flew high. The person wearing a hat was a woman. The motorbike landed on the ground. Through the police back, Gyong-soo aimed to shoot. But she turned the rear wheel and hit the policeman in the face. Then she quickly ran away. The road was swinging. Dodge bullets. Sang-mook called out suspiciously. Oh, she took off her helmet. He immediately recognized her, the Phoenix Girl. The three policemen below him panicked. It was Crazy Girl from the last incident. Gyong-soo, Shitnik's orders. Sang-mook, gather the others and follow me now. Finding an escape route will take a lot more time than I thought. If I get caught, reprimand and die. I'd rather. Sang-mook interrupted. Phoenix Girl, everyone except me, is dead. Her expression became tense. What? Another voice spoke up. Like he said, they're all dead. Their subordinates were lying in a pool of blood. Shitniks went crazy and turned the throttle. Raised his hand behind. Said with a hateful face. I will tear you apart with my own hands. Gyong-soo challenged. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Remember that day when it was pouring rain? When but Bai Guang is still a child. A little girl ran to happily call. Mr. Bai Guang was the second phoenix when he was young. The little girl asked with concern. I heard you was scolded for not listening to the Buddha. Right, are you okay? Bai Guang didn't answer but asked her again. What about you? The little girl's hands are full of scratches but they're still fresh. Smiled and replied. I'm fine. It's my fault for being so weak. Lord Buddha said that you will be the one in charge of evaluating us starting next month. I'm relieved that you'll be in charge now. I'm so jealous of you. You were promoted to Yue and were given the cool name Bai Guangmi. Do you think I will also be named in the future? Bai Guang just coldly replied. It's a distant dream. The girl still innocently continued. You wouldn't know, right? I heard that the relationships between the Yues are horrible. If I ever manage to become one of the Yues, you will still be friends with me. Right, promise me. The relationship between you two used to be so good. But now, you two are during an extremely tense confrontation. The mini smoke bomb that the Phoenix threw accidentally touched Gyong-soo's hand. It immediately exploded. Bai Guang quickly put on his mask and silently calculated. This is a cigarette smoke bomb. It's not explosive but it significantly limited his vision. My hands are still numb. But I can still move. Before I could finish the sentence, the Phoenix was already riding towards me, trying to bulldoze him away. Luckily, Gyong-soo was able to move aside and get out of her way. The Phoenix immediately braked the car, then frowned and said loudly, How long are you planning to hide? Her red eyes followed Gyong-soo. He quickly ran from the cloud of cigarette smoke up the stairs. The Phoenix immediately followed and shouted, Do you really think I can't chasing you up the stairs? Clever Gyong-soo cleverly led her to another hallway, where the smoke bombs were no longer so foggy. The stupid Phoenix also kept chasing. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. Everyone, the subordinates, were all defeated. Gyong-soo stood tall behind the pile of corpses. He glared at her, challenging her. Let's try. The Phoenix was immediately angered by him. She quickly drove her junk car past the lying corpses. But as soon as she reached his position, she gritted her teeth in anger. Because Gyong-soo suddenly disappeared. But where did his voice come from? You're really good at driving that thing. It turned out to be Gyong-soo swinging on the ceiling. By the time the Phoenix realized it, it was already too late. He jumped down on her. She was about to grab her neck, and then put his arms around her neck, locking her so she couldn't do anything. The Phoenix was in her position. Pincer groaned in pain, then thought about turning the accelerator to make Gyong-soo fall out of the car. It seemed he saw through it and asked, You're trying to throw me off by accelerating. But you weren't wearing a helmet. In the end, both of you fell to the floor. Due to impact, Gyong-soo slowly stood up while rubbing his hips silently. I should stop this. On the other side, the Phoenix also crawled up and asked, You, what the hell is that? If it weren't for you, everything would have gone as planned. Then I will. Without letting her finish her sentence, Gyong-soo interrupted. I don't know when everything started, but at a certain point, you started blaming everyone. Forgive me, you used to follow me and do what I told you when you were young. The person you should blame is not me. The Phoenix shouted angrily. Don't say such nonsense. I don't understand. Who the hell are you? Gyeong-soo replied frankly, Bai Guang, I'm Bai Guang. Hearing that, the phoenix frowned slightly and made a confused sound. She asked, again, what are you talking about? Gyeong-soo calmly advised, the phoenix. Turn yourself in. I was going to kill you, but you're the one in charge of holding the funds and maybe there's still one left. As for the remaining transaction information, I also have an order to arrest you alive. Tell us everything you've had to go through because of that bastard monk. And give us the evidence related to him. If you do that, I'll let you live. The phoenix only smiled faintly after hearing that. Then she burst out laughing and said, Does Mr. Bai Guang have a secret student? A police bastard? Gyeong-soo still calmly continued to answer her. You should be the only one who knows that I don't have a student. You did a shit ton of your secret investigation on me when you became a UA. Didn't you? At that time, the phoenix was speechless. Gyeong-soo continued, Do you really think I don't realize that there is someone following me every time I do a mission? The phoenix became more and more confused, staring wide-eyed. Gyeong-soo looked straight at her and said, There are only 2 people in Hwagiksa who hate that old teacher. Me and you. Why are you like this? Listen to her, clenched his teeth in anger. Then shouted, Shut up, shut up. Bai Guang is dead. Buddha even showed me his body and said, I will be the one next if I don't follow orders. Gyeong-soo said softly, I know it's hard to believe. The phoenix interrupted, and it seems Bai Guang didn't tell his students about this. This sentence of hers made Gyeong-soo briefly remember the past. When the phoenix was still an innocent little girl, I heard that the relationship between the UAs was very bad. The phoenix grumbled, raised her voice and said, I hate when that little girl once asked me if I became a UA. And now she's aiming at me and saying, Bai Guang is better than Buddha. The cheerful girl then asked, You will still be my friend, right? Promise me. The phoenix rushed towards Gyeong-soo like a crazy person. Gyeong-soo was not afraid at all, frightened. She prepared to attack. As she approached him, she raised her hand to grab him, but he used one foot to kick straight into her stomach, his foot hitting a pile of drug smoke bombs. The bomb immediately exploded, causing smoke to spread throughout the hallway. Gyeong-soo stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. And the phoenix really enjoys inhaling it. It's really refreshing. It's so good. Medicine is the best. She seemed to be empowered to kick back at Gyeong-soo. The phoenix thought to himself, even if I have a headache, or a stomach ache, or even an injury, drugs can dispel everything, even when I'm in the worst situation or feeling unwell. Medicine. The more she thought about it, the more enthusiastic she became. The phoenix punched Gyeong-soo straight in the face. The medicine would solve all problems. Smoke and dust flew throughout the hallway. After punching him down, she tilted her head back to enjoy it. It was so high, so high, so high, so high. But the next second she lost all strength, lying down, rolling on the ground and groaning. It feels really refreshing. If you use medicine as a therapeutic food, you will gradually get better and be healed. But medicine or drugs only make you have an illusion of happiness. Just things that are happening in reality. Seeing that Gyeong-soo was still awake, the phoenix suddenly glanced at him, then wondered, how come? Can you still stand? In reality, medicine cannot change everything. The phoenix began to feel pain all over her body. Medicine only made things worse. She held her head and screamed, it hurts. Immediately cursed himself. Damn it, why? I have the upper hand, but no, there's no way it's going to turn out like this. I need more medicine. Suddenly Gyeong-soo spoke up. The phoenix. It's embarrassing. Give it up. Hearing these words from him made her stop and ask herself, I'm shameful tiger. What's wrong with me? Pride arose and the phoenix screamed again. What the hell do you know? Then pulled out a bunch of more cards. Gyeong-soo calmly replied to her, I understand very well everything. Understanding better than anyone else. After finishing speaking, he snatched the card from her hand and threw it away. Seeing that, the phoenix screamed and groaned. My medicine. She tried to salvage all the flying medicine. Floating in the air, Gyeong-soo nonchalantly said, You should give up, and turn yourself in, at the same time giving her a smack in the middle of the head. Also, stop showing that embarrassed face. Not long after the smoke in the hallway cleared, the phoenix sat on the ground moaning. It hurts so much. Give me the medicine. Give it to me. Gyeong-soo bet. If you promise to surrender, I will give you a dose of The weak phoenix replied, "Then it's better to kill me. I fear being scolded by the Buddha more than death." Then Gyeong-su just slowly recounting, "Sang-pi asked me a favor. She begged me not to kill you." The phoenix twisted, "But if you were really Mr. Bai Guang, you wouldn't have killed him. Sang-pi's sister. You were able to get enough information from her." Gyeong-su explained, "Sang-pi abused children, and judging by your reaction you didn't know that. I'm relieved. Now do you understand why I killed her?" The frail phoenix said despondently, "You just act as if you were Mr. Bai Guang." Gyeong-su stood up and continued clearly, "If that was because you're afraid of that damn bald guy. Don't worry, because I will kill him." Hearing this sentence, the phoenix froze for a moment. Then she burst out laughing and said, "You will kill the Buddha. Ha ha ha. Bai Guang, even he was killed by the Buddha. Do you really believe that you can kill him?" Gyeong-su still calmly answered her, "My previous body had been injured and disabled through the years of harsh training and beatings I had suffered since I was a child. It was a shortcut to become strong, but our bodies are cumulative and wounds will always remain. And then came the mission that put the final nail in the coffin of my broken body. Is the mission to wipe out the church's truth organization. I was seriously injured after that incident. You know that, right? But this body that I just got, it's completely different full. It has been trained with diligence, so that I can rush into battle any time I need to. And it shows no signs of being abused since childhood, meaning this body is in excellent shape. Should I say that it's as new as if it had just been unsealed?" At this point, he suddenly stopped and thought, "Luckily I'm lucky. If I could have her body." Gyeong-hee in my mind. His image argued back, "What about my body?" Gyeong-su helplessly told himself, "Just imagining it already makes me feel miserable." Then he continued, "If only I could get used to this body. And if you continue to practice that bastard teacher, I can kill him." The phoenix stiffened and listened to him from beginning to end without any resistance. After a while she spoke up. "Korn, you, no, are you really? Bai Guang." Gyeong-su coldly replied, "It's me. Now choose. Turn yourself in, or die here, right away, right here, right now." The phoenix became even weaker. You. She seemed to have found some warmth and love in this person in front of her. At the same time outside, Hee-jun worriedly asked if Gyeong-su would be okay. Gyeong-hee firmly replied, "He would be fine. Go call everyone and get out of here. Help will be here within 30 minutes then." Suddenly Seong-hyun spoke again. Gyeong-hee, should we give him a bandage? He lost a lot of blood." Sang-mook heard that and frowned threateningly. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you." Gyeong-hee was not afraid and teased. "Then I will touch you with my finger." Sang-mook glanced at her slightly in moment, then spoke up and ordered, "Hey, take the stickers from this shirt pocket and stick them all over my body." Gyeong-hee suddenly let out a soft sigh. And then she wondered, "What's going on?" The other guy shouted, "Just do it. Hurry up." Gyeong-hee replied bewilderedly, "That's drugs. You're really an addict. Why should I give drugs to addicts?" At this moment, a voice rang out from outside the door. That's right. The silhouettes of two large people appeared under the door light. One guy continued to talk. "Drugs are for." The name Sang-mook saw the other two and immediately trembled in fear. Muscular thighs like buffalo thighs approached him. The other two said in unison, "Scum." At this time, they were still surprised after the sudden appearance of the other two people. Gyeong-hee stared at the two of them and asked, "Who are they?" Sang-mook next to him did not answer but just remained silent, trembling. It seemed like he was very scared. Right after that an angry voice rang out. "Sang-mook, Sang-mook, Sang-mook, what's wrong with you, huh? His arms were as stiff as your steel is all soft. I sent you here to kill a drug-addicted bitch." Facing the anger of Lespedeza brothers, his body trembled again and again. He remembered when he was on duty. A woman's voice gently said, "Oh, you are the one who is support Black Lespedezas, right? You came to kill me." His eyes were fixed on the phoenix's delicate face. She slowly approached him and gracefully flipped her hair back and said, "I have something much more interesting than killing me. Do you want to take a dose with me?" She said, then opened her hand in front of him. In her hand was the medicine. To return to the present, Black Lespedezas still kept asking, "Following that girl is like that. Now look at you. I warned you about women." But suddenly his brother spoke up. "Honey, there's nothing wrong with women. What's wrong is that she's addicted to drugs. Black Lespedasis countered. There you go again, Hyung. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with women. Are women trash? Can't train the upper body. Lespedasis still defends, but they are on a different level when focusing on the leg muscle group. Right. At this time Sang-mook bowed back and said, Lespedasa brothers, why did you come here in 2 days? Black Lespedasis calmly replied, what an obvious question. We're here to kill that bitch. Where is he? The ceiling of the building is quiet. Only Gyeong-soo's steady footsteps echo, and the phoenix is lying on his broad back. You seemed very tired. Then she softly spoke. You carrying me like this makes me miss the old days so much. He advised with a serious face. Talk less. Save your mouth for the confession. But the phoenix continued speaking. Do you remember the first time we met? When we first met, for a moment you became silent. They reminisced about childhood. When you were practicing, the monk called. Bye. He brought a little girl. Then he smiled and continued. This child has passed the entrance. From now on you two will stay in a unit. Let's teach her a few basic things during that time. The girl was still trembling in his big hand. He just looked without speaking, nor asking anything else. While practicing, Shitnix's stick fell hard on the ground. She weakly looked up at him. Couldn't help but wonder, so he asked. Hey, how could you complete the task? First entrance ceremony with such a weak body. She avoided his eyes, hesitated and did not answer. He continued to ask. How could you? Sir, I spoke up. Dead body. You woke up in the middle of a pile of dead bodies. You're the only one still alive. My face didn't change color and I continued asking. Don't you have enough skills to overcome it? She immediately got up, tears streaming down her face and begged. I'm sorry, I'll do everything you tell me to do. Please, please, don't tell the Buddha, I haven't yet. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to. I honestly can't bear to look at that poor girl like that. Then I knelt down in front of her to comfort her. Get up, I won't tell no one. Shitnix still stammered. Really? He replied softly. Yes, I won't say. When I pass the input, I promised myself that I will always protect for the lives and safety of my comrades in the future. Then Shitnix whispered. Promise. Will you promise me? Then she raised her little finger. Her eyes still filled with tears. He looked at her wonderingly. What is a little finger? Shitnix explained. A promise must be made by sticking the little finger in tightly. My mother once said that. I can promise okay with you. Then his deep voice rang out. I promise. Then one day, the monk's big hand reached out again. He gave a fake smile looking at the girl pitiful in front of. That day it was pouring rain. 2 men pressed Shitnix down and forced her to drink a strange drink. She refused to drink and tried to struggle. The rain fell all over him. He just turned his head slightly to look at. Then the cup of water fell down, pouring it straight into Shitnix's mouth. Her eyes widened as tears flowed down her cheeks. In the end she still couldn't avoid becoming regarding reality. The phoenix lay weakly on Gyeong-soo's back, her voice melancholy saying, I know you can't keep that promise. How can you survive in such an environment while protecting I'm okay? I shouldn't blame anyone, but I gradually blame you more and more. Suddenly he spoke up. You were wrong. I've never failed, I promised you everything. Her eyes were bloodshot looking at him. What? His eyes were still steadfast. You still don't know why that day you were the only one alive. She still didn't hear that. No surprise. What are you talking about? At this time, Sang-mook's group still couldn't get out of trouble. His arm was squeezed so hard by Black Lespedasis that he screamed violently. Even though he screamed loudly. So, Black Lespedasis still calmly said, You have become skinny. What a pity. What a pity. Only then did Gyeong-hee regain her composure. She quickly said loudly, Stop him. Right after that too they quickly picked up the shields. Then they used the shields to shield them before using all their strength to rush in. Suddenly they stopped. Their faces could not hide their surprise. In front of them, Ho-chi threw a kick. He kicked so hard that the two of them fell down. Not even the shield could protect them. The shield had a big dent. Their whole bodies flew away, back in the surprise of Sang-mook and Gyeong-hee. Then Lespedasa turned around and said, Stay here and keep order. We will eliminate the traitor right now. At this time Black Lespedasis is still that murderous aura. I used to love you very much. Sang-mook quickly put his hand in his pocket. Then he took out the medicine. His whole body still kept shaking. Looking at the thing in his hand, his voice he became even colder. Are you going to use medicine in the last moments of your life? You never stop disappointing me. Okay, just put it on yourself. To see the path you have chosen, where will it take you? He didn't care about the other person's joking attitude and simply stuck the drug on his neck and said, "The only person I don't want to disappoint is the only phoenix." When the medicine took effect, he used all his strength to swing his fist at, but the little hope that had just sparked in him was extinguished by Black Lespedazus, who just threw a punch at his head. Gyeong-hee was stunned as he looked at the red blood splashing out. He looked ahead and said, "The path you have chosen is the one that leads to the landfill." Then he turned to the soldiers. "Now it's time to come. It's your turn." But after looking at them for a while, they said, Oh, now that I look again, there's quite a few delicious-looking bastards. Brother." Then Lespedeza brothers squinted their eyes and smiled with delight. The police team said in unison, "What? One of them? Good." But Black Lespedezis interrupted, "No, we didn't tell you. Me don't eat women. On the other hand, men. You guys have quite nice bodies. You can't hide them with these tight clothes." Hee-jun panicked. "Huh, me?" Black Lespedezis pointed at him. He asked, "What kind of sport have you been playing? How long have you been doing?" Causing Hee-jun to suddenly answer, "Boxing more than 10 last year." Gyeong-hee was helpless. "Hey, why did you answer him? You really are an idiot." Black Lespedezis clapped his hands. "Great, very excellent. You have an excellent body there. I like it. And you?" He pointed at Seong-hyun, but he also startledly replied, "Yes." Gyeong-hee kept reminding, "Hey, don't answer him. Why should you? What a waste of words with these crazy people." Black Lespedezis opened her voice disdainfully. "Don't interfere, woman." July's Lespedeza stood watching them ponder. Wait a minute. Now look closely, then that's a woman. She has such a great body." Gyeong-hee is hesitant. "Me," he continues. "You have a solid body." Ah-hyung looks at the ground. Everything got closer and closer. July's Lespedeza rushed forward and grabbed her by the neck. Gyeong-hee kept screaming, "Let go, damn it." But suddenly there was another person's scream. Gyeong-hee turned around and discovered that Black Lespedezis had defeated Hee-jun. She immediately shouted loudly, "Hee-jun!" Hee-jun screamed, "This guy's strength." Ah-hyung and Hee-jun, Lespedeza brothers, all said in unison. Now, they opened their mouths to thank them for the meal. The Phoenix asked, "What do you mean? Why were you the only one alive that day?" Gyeong-soo carried her on his shoulders and left that place. Her face was covered in blood. Probably because at that time she could resist the poison. "Right," Gyeong-soo replied calmly. "After becoming your companion and practicing with you, I've realized one thing. No matter how hard you practice, in the end, that old bastard will eliminate you and return to your previous life." Bai Guang sighed. Suddenly there was a voice. "Are you worried about that girl?" It's a man wearing a black vest, with a long scar on his face. Bai Guang broke the stick and rushed towards him and stabbed him, but he quickly grasped your path. "Calm down. Even when you were chosen to succeed my position." Bai Guang held the stick so firmly that he was shaking, trembling. He continued, "You are just a child now. Stop holding the stick and let me. I will tell you how to save that girl from death. I knowing about the poisonous herb used to make syak." Bai Guang gritted his teeth angrily. "What?" Then he explained further, "If she could eat a small amount every day and then gradually increase the dosage, the baby will possess immunity and be able to survive." Bai Guang suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" He stared. "You were a smart kid. Choose to let you my life at that time was exactly what I wanted, and just like that I was able to have a list of poisonous species used to make medicine, by making a deal with the first generation Bai Guang." Bai Guang held out a bowl of water. "Eat this." The girl accepted it warmly. "Yay, rice." He picked up the bowl and took a sip. "Yes. Why does it taste so bitter?" Bai Guang turned away. "You must have imagined it. I secretly put it in your food. And then after a few years, you were able to survive." Gyeong-soo still carried the phoenix on his back as he walked and said, "Then we will meet again this way." The phoenix said tiredly, "Lying." Gyeong-soo explained further, "Do you remember the fever and rashes all over your body?" "No, that's your body creating antibodies." The phoenix quickly scolded him. "Why didn't he tell me this story sooner? He was strict. If I told you, then what would happen? If you talk nonsense again when you're high, you and I will both die. And that old guy thinks you have the same innate poison resistance ability as the first generation Phoenix Sang P, so he forced you to become a drug addict to turn you into the next generation Phoenix. And I, who secretly planned to escape, without letting Hwagexa know, had visited over to your place, intending to take you with me. Bai Guang stood there. The Phoenix, wake up. We have to go. The Phoenix is lying tired. Mr. Bai Guang. His eyes were red. Before they discovered that. The Phoenix continued to say, go, but, suddenly the Phoenix sat up with a seductive body. She said, where are you going? This is the paradise that I have chosen. Serious wrong choice. He realized. Drugs. Just. Her hands up. Stay here. There are better things to do. That is the worst thing that ever existed, and it has changed the way you are. And I regret my choice more and more. As I see you change more and more. I wonder if I should have let you die then. The Phoenix lay still on his shoulder. Why didn't he run away by himself? He shook. Who knows? Suddenly there was a scream. Gyeong-su curiously wondered who was shouting. The Phoenix shouted loudly. I think it was Sang-mook who did it. We need to quickly tell him. Sang-mook, stop. He carried her and ran quickly. They stopped at the image in front of them. The painful groan was July's Lespedeza biting a policeman's shoulder. Gyeong-hee screamed loudly. Gyeong-su. Phoenix's face became serious. Lespedeza. Gyeong-su faltered. No, it's okay. April's black Lespedeza raised his face and his mouth twitched with blood. Yes. At the same time his brother also acted the same way. There were two brothers. The brother was born with weak upper body, and the younger brother has a weak lower body. Those shortcomings of the two brothers are the weaknesses and wounds they have to endure. That is also the reason why the two children that were abandoned. Those two children were locked in the hunger strike room, where disabled children are sent. They couldn't accept that they would have to die just because they were born with birth defects. And just like that, they swore that they would overcome their fate. They practiced, they killed, they ate, practiced, kill, ate, repeating that process thousands of times, and gradually becoming stronger. Over the months, the two brothers still survived. And through years of hard training, the older brother was able to exercise his naturally weak lower body and gained legs as strong as a boar's. The younger brother with a defective upper body developed broad shoulders, just like isn't it a bird's wing? Very wonderful, Lespedeza, very wonderful, black Lespedezas. Lespedeza brothers wonderful. Both asked in unison, what is that drugged bitch doing? Being carried on the back by a cop. The Phoenix suddenly glared in panic, looking at the man lying dead in a pool of blood. She immediately shouted, Choi Sang-mook. Black Lespedezas said gloatingly, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I felt extremely desperate when people like you kept hanging around me and out. It seems like you're good just because you're a Yue, who always acts arrogant like you're great, even though you've got shitty bodies. Now Bai Guang is dead. If you die, January's crane, March's cherry blossom, August's hollow mountai, only 3 of them will be left. Lespedeza immediately called out, honey, can we spare cherry blossom? She's very beautiful, right? Gyeong-su silently thought, just one Yue is enough trouble. But it had to be the only Yue that comes in pairs. He asked, Gyeong-hee, have you called for help yet? I immediately reported, yes, they will be here within 10 minutes. Gyeong-su thought to himself, in 10 minutes, I can fight on par with those two within 10 minutes. Suddenly his vision became blurry. He clutched his head in confusion. What the hell is happening to me? Is it because the drugs have seeped into my body through the Phoenix's blood? Now it causes a reaction. Turns out she started to cry and said, I had to carry her before she would follow. So I did. My heart softened. Phoenix worried face. Brother, your body. Gyeong-su was still thinking silently. Nothing was okay at all. Black Lespedezis rushed to hug his head. With smug eyes. But however, for a moment, there was no sign of Gyeong-su in his arms. It turned out he had lowered his body and crossed his legs. Kick him straight in the right leg. Black Lespedezis said calmly, you won't be able to knock me down. He raised his hand high. Then hit it down with a bit of force. Black Lespedezis changed his expression. Damn, that guy, you bastard. Gyeong-su stood outside and spoke. It seems like you've gotten bigger. But you've also become slower. Right. He glared at him, and asked angrily, "What? Do you know where I come from?" Gyeong-soo thought tiredly, "My body is gradually losing all its strength." He called out, "Phoenix." Confusing Black Lespedasus. "Phoenix." Gyeong-soo continued, "Please follow the others and leave here." "I will follow you." Gyeong-hee, "Take the children and other members out of here immediately." She hesitantly replied, "Yes, I will." Suddenly Lespedasus' voice interrupted, "Get out of here, my ass." Gyeong-soo's strength is getting lower. "I don't have much time left. I need to end this quickly," he said, immediately rushed towards Black Lespedasus. He also excitedly raised his fist. "So manly, I like this style." Gyeong-soo lowered his head, threw a punch forward. He felt something dangerous. Black Lespedasus lowered his elbow. Gyeong-soo promptly dodged, but was still injured right in the face. The Phoenix stood outside worried. He could catch up with Mr. Bai Guang. "I have always been a burden." She bit her lip, bowed his head softly, held a star-shaped vase in his hand. This was the end. Black Lespedasus provoked, "You're slowing down. You also have a great body. Unfortunately, it was tainted with drugs. So now I can't eat it anymore. Goodbye." He threw a strong punch and wanted to kill you. A noise rang out. Black Lespedasus glared in surprise. Phoenix blocked the punch. Weak voice. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai Guang. I probably can't surrender and confess. But..." Black Lespedasus got angry. "Get out of the way, bitch." The Phoenix said seriously, "This time I will be the one to save you." There are stages to Phoenix's drugs. The Tears of Buddha that was created by the former Phoenix P and Sang P. Improved version of the above two patches is Guang or Light. The amount of pleasure and enhancement of one's physical abilities depends on the stage of the patch. Of course, the risks of what would happen after the drug's effects wore off increased along with it. The patch with the highest dosage is the Guang patch. It is strong enough to make Sang P go crazy with just a single patch. But there is a stage even higher than the Guang patch that even the senior managers don't know about it. Phoenix, after discovering that her body started to become resistant to the medicine when using the Guang patches, spent much time and effort to refine and prepare a much purer one. And the product from those efforts and time was named the Tears of the Phoenix. She decided, intending to only drink it once the Guang pieces no longer had any effect on her body, or to use it at the most important moment in her life. And she could be sure of one thing. The Tears of the Phoenix are contained in this tempered glass bottle. If drunk, she will wake up in hell then. At this moment, the Phoenix tightly grasps the wrist of Black Lespedasus. He was confused when he saw her actions. Next he was angry and wanted to punch her in the face. "Get your dirty hands off me right away." But then Black Lespedasus didn't have time. Whatever he did, he was quickly counterattacked by the Phoenix. He stopped for a moment. As he spoke he was pushed back. A second later Black Lespedasus suddenly noticed something. He stared at his hand. Then he looked at the Phoenix and shouted, You're drug-addicted whore. My pure body, my cleanliness." She didn't pay attention to his words and turned back to talk to her teammate. "Brother." Next she whispered to him. Although at first she was a bit bewildered with her words, the opponent also began to hesitantly respond, unable to bear the Phoenix's contempt. Then Black Lespedasus shouted, "What the hell are you whispering? You dare defile my body." She glanced back at him and muttered, "Just as I thought. You are also a drug addict. My drugs don't even affect you." He exclaimed in surprise, "What? You whore too?" "Let me say it again. I'm okay because I'm healthy. I'm resilient. I am," said Black Lespedasus while holding up the fist rushed towards her. Before the Phoenix could react, he gave her a fatal blow. A genuine natty. That attack was so strong that she vomited blood from her mouth. Seeing the Phoenix collapse, he said, "I will kill you, you drug-addicted bitch." The Phoenix fell into a strange silence. In the next few seconds, she spit out a large amount of blood. Out. Immediately that amount of blood sprayed straight into Black Lespedasus' face. This made him uncomfortable and stroked my face. My eyes, you whore." Then when Black Lespedasus was focusing on hugging, then the Phoenix suddenly jumped onto his neck and grabbed him by the neck. A moment later she quickly threw Black Lespedasus down to the ground. Probably because she was suddenly thrown down. So angrily, he growled, "Oh, bitch." Right at this moment, the Phoenix took the opportunity to loudly call out, "Hey those cops. Take your teammates out of here. A policeman asked. Why did she suddenly come out to help us? Kyung-hee quickly replied, it's not important now. Take Kyung-soo, the captain, and the children away from this place. Right at this moment a voice rang out. Stop. I told you no one was allowed to leave here. Lespedeza suddenly appeared in the middle of the door boldly. This appearance made Kyung-hee she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Not knowing what to touch, but she suddenly stopped. She slowly lifted her foot and looked down at what was under her foot. Kyung-hee couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, back to the Phoenix and Black Lespedezas. He could no longer stand her control, but shouted, let me go immediately, you dirty bitch. He quickly knocked her back to the ground. Then Lespedeza suddenly asked softly, little brother, do you need help? He quickly replied, hurry up, help me get this bastard off. His brother immediately replied, wait for me a moment. Let me kill these guys first. After saying that, he immediately moved towards the police. Didn't know what he saw but suddenly froze for a moment. Kyung-hee stuck the guang patch on her face and sighed loudly. Oh, also felt lightheaded. Lespedeza spoke in confusion. The drug police officer. Is she crazy? As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the remaining piece of guang at him, causing it to stick to his thigh. Lespedeza. Of course he was very surprised when he observed this incident. Oh, heck. Lespedeza was confused and didn't know what to do with this drug. He was so confused that he wanted to scratch the sticker. Get out of my body. So disgusting. Drugs. So disgusting. But this opportunity Kyung-hee quickly said. Lee Seong-hyun took Kim Kyung-soo. Hee-jun went to pick up the children. Seong-hyun quickly took orders, then responded to her. Having picked him up, Hee-jun immediately joined in. Me too. The police group didn't want to continue here anymore, so they immediately spoke up. Now, withdraw, retreat. Kyung-soo, try harder. The medical team is almost there. Kyung-soo lay on his teammate's back and thought to himself, I'm losing my sanity. Thinking about it, he immediately glanced back. The scene that caught his eye was only the Phoenix and Black Lespedezas struggling to strangle each other. Not only that, Kyung-soo seemed to hear her mumbling, farewell, my dear brother. When the group of people left, only the sound of Lespedeza was left, awkwardly calling out, little brother, help me take this thing off. It's so disgusting. Black Lespedezas immediately responded, stupid. He took it away himself. A whore. He tried to struggle and tried to find a way to attack the Phoenix. And didn't know what he did, but she suddenly widened her eyes. In just a moment Black Lespedezas made a fist in the face of the Phoenix. You, let me go. His fist continuously clenched and punched her in the face over and over again. Each downward punch made Black Lespedezas even angrier and screamed. Once the bitch had attacked the Phoenix, Black Lespedezas let go of her and clutched her face in pain. Turned back to Lespedeza. He struggled forever to remove the optical patch from his body. I will find that orange-haired police bitch and kill it myself. He had just finished speaking when suddenly there was the voice rang out. I wonder where I'm going. Suddenly a blue smoke appeared from nowhere, surrounding Lespedeza, causing him to immediately use his hand to shield his face, and quickly closed the door. Suddenly opened. The Phoenix's voice was clear everywhere. You two, and I, have something to deal with here first. This is the end, so let's die together, Dadis addicts. One day in a dark and windy night, Bai Guang came. Kyung-soo spoke in a low voice. Today for the first time in his life he killed someone with his own hands. The girl in front of him gently continued talking. I know, I heard you killed Bai Guang before and officially became Yue. After listening, he spoke honestly again. He had a feeling. I lost something. Bai Guang shed 2 tears and asked the girl, have you ever killed someone before? The girl hesitantly replied, I haven't. Received her answer. Then he nodded and said, yes, of course you haven't. Please, don't change. As he said that, he reached out his hand to hook up with the little girl. The other person was firm, waved his hand and agreed with him. Okay. Since that day Mr. Bai Guang, who became Yue, successfully eliminated murderers like him, but failed in his mission to eliminate them. Humanity and you were tortured and tortured by the abbot, but you were so talented that it was difficult for the abbot to kill you. On the other hand, to please the abbot I became Yue. I made countless people wallow in hopelessness and blame them for falling into a pit of despair with no way out. for not being able to keep my promise to him. But I don't feel any regret. He couldn't keep his promise either. Isn't that right? But I was wrong. I drugged and killed right in front of Bai Guang's eyes and I hated him. But I was wrong. I ended the stream of old memories. The Phoenix continued to fight with Lespedeza brothers. Because it was 2 against 1, so she seemed much weaker than the opponent. Lespedeza used all his strength to grab her hair and onto the Phoenix pillow. The biggest question in her heart right now was, me, why have I changed so much? In her mind suddenly there was Gyong-Su's voice. Medicine, that's the reason why I changed so much. She weakly spoke in her heart. Bai Guang was reborn. People say that if you created bad karma in your previous life, you will be reincarnated in the body of an insect or animal to eliminate your karma. After paying off your karma, you will be reincarnated in a human body. Mr. Bai Guang was able to keep a little human love and was born in a human body, so he could atone for his sins. Right, so in my next life, will I be reincarnated in the body of an insect or a Buddha? Or will I be reincarnated in that hell again? After a while of fighting, the Phoenix gradually lost all its strength and lay down on the ground. Black Lespedeza stared at her for a long time and then spoke. The effect of the medicine is gradually losing its effect. Look at her. It's so tattered. Lespedeza quickly chimed in. I think we beat her too much. While the 2 cousins were engrossed in conversation, they heard the Phoenix's weak voice ring out. Give me medicine, medicine. This struggle of hers made Black Lespedeza couldn't help but laugh. He was about to die, but she was still there asking for medicine. His brother couldn't help but speak contemptuously. Damn, what a naughty whore. Next he said while holding a piece of drugs as if to provoke her. Do you want one more hit before you die? We are addicts. Take that back for me. Then I will return this to your face. A farewell gift. Now take it back. The Phoenix trembled and said, Medicine, you will really give me medicine? He immediately replied, Of course. She received Black Lespedeza's answer. She raised her hand tremblingly and spoke weakly. Phoenix's eyes looked at him with tears in her eyes. The childhood memories of her and Bai Guang reappeared. Please, don't change. My face seemed to appear before her eyes. Their 2 little fingers hooked together each other like a sure promise. She kept crying when remembering that memory. But then in the Phoenix's mouth she kept muttering prayers. Medicine. That's right. If she dies, the opposite of her pitiful and weak expression just now is her strangely indifferent attitude. Hey you damn drug addict whore. Stop acting so innocent. You guys are no different. What me? In her heart she silently made a decision. That I must die properly. And before I died, right at that moment Black Lespedeza tightly grasped the Phoenix's raised middle finger. Phoenix. And then he seemed even more crazy and wanted to kill the Phoenix. We, drug addict whores. How many times do I have to tell you? The people I ruined if I ask their fault. Black Lespedeza's scolding still resounds throughout the space. You damn whore, from the bottom of my heart and feel remorseful. Even if I can't be reincarnated like Mr. Bai Guang. Black Lespedeza spoke bitterly. The damned bitch. His hands tightened around the Phoenix's neck as if showing his determination to kill her. While she was dying she kept speaking. I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Insect or animal. I don't care. I don't need to be revived in a human body. No, I don't need to be revived. So please, never, never let me revive in this place again. These words of the Phoenix made Black Lespedeza impatient. What the fuck are you talking about? Whore, this addiction. In the next second he tightened his grip on the Phoenix's neck, making her unable to speak anymore. When everything was over, Black Lespedeza let out a breath. Then he looked at his hands and muttered, My body is now filled with drugs. And then he turned back and said to his brother, Brother, let's go. Lespedeza heard that and immediately asked, Are you planning on chasing those cops in this state? He quickly replied, I haven't finished solving it yet. But then his brother asked again, even though their hospital is just hanging around somewhere. Black Lespedeza looked like he didn't need to say anything. I'm sure I don't care. I just need to kill them all. Are you afraid? Lespedeza calmly replied. Omi was a bit scared. Then he heard him say again, Brother, what's wrong with you? You still have something to deal with that orange-haired police whore. Lespedeza slowly continued, Little brother, you train your upper body so much that your brain has turned into muscle. We don't know how many guys came to help. Right. Seeing that my brother doesn't seem too excited, Black Lespedasis said, "Leave. If you don't go then I'll go alone." But because I didn't want to let my brother go alone, Lespedeza reluctantly agreed. "There's no other way, I'll follow you." And then they immediately received notice. Report from his ally, Lespedeza brothers. "This is Orchio. Have you finished dealing with the Phoenix?" Black Lespedasis quickly replied, "We are leaving after killing her." The other end again. "The market guys are approaching your place. As we speak, they are climbing over the mountain. If you search in the club's storage room, you will find the gas tank. Burn all the cigarettes and pour out all the gasoline before they arrive. Then escape through the back door. I'll tell you the location." Black Lespedasis wondered, "Why did your bastard give me this order?" The other side quickly said, "That was the abbot's order." Lespedeza was next to him and quickly responded, "So we will follow." Suddenly, from nowhere a golden light shined down. This made the two brothers Lespedeza immediately clicked. In front of the two of them was a pile of drugs falling all over the Phoenix's body. Black Lespedazis couldn't help but exclaim, "For an addict like you, this is a suitable funeral. Most of all, I want to take her body with me to raise that evil peony." Lespedeza quickly reminded, "The peony will be angry about you feeding it dog garbage." Next, a big fire burned fiercely. Black Lespedazis' brother crossed his arms and looked at the fire as he said, "Watching the fire burn always makes me happy. Black Lespedazis is not so great. I want to urge you. Hurry up. Do you want to be a barbecue?" The two cousins said as they left. "So, goodbye you karmic whore." At the same time, in a hospital room, Gyeong-soo sat up in panic. In that empty room, he held his head in discomfort. At this moment a sound suddenly rang out. Chirping. Gyeong-soo suddenly looked in the direction of the sound and discovered there was a bird outside the window. He looked thoughtfully towards it. The Phoenix operation on top of the Paulonia tree was completed. It seemed like he was thinking about something in his head. At the same time UHWA was silently looking at the piece of paper in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking about. But the next second the monk immediately crushed the thing in his hand. And then he muttered under his breath, "Maze Orchid." Another voice in the room rang out. "Yes, Mr. Buddha." Buddha immediately said seriously, "No, January to October. Gather everyone. The Buddha ceremony will start now." Gyeong-hee woke up talking nonsense. "Blah, blah, blah." She waved her hands wildly and said whack. BWAK, BWAK. The nurse also took the trouble to advise her. "Calm down." Gyeong-soo saw that and gave up. "Crazy bitch." Suddenly someone appeared and said, "School police officer Kim Gyeong-soo." Senior police officer Hong Jun walked in. "Is your body okay? Can we talk for a bit?" Gyeong-soo followed Hong Jun. In the reception room of the hospital, Gyeong-soo asked, "How long have I been on leave?" He replied, 2 days. He asked with a serious face, "Has the Phoenix died yet?" He looked serious replied, "She's dead." Hearing that Gyeong-soo said, "I see, I should have saved her and got the information." His face looked upset. Was she really dead? Hong Jun thought for a long time. When he was on leave, there were some opinions about the police using real bullets. In Operation Phoenix on top of a Paulonia tree was excessive force. On the other hand, there are politicians arguing against that, saying it was the correct action to take. So the war of public opinion broke out. Even the special armed forces died. But they just said it was because they used too much force. I don't know if they understand what it means to use too much force. Politics is always divided into two camps. If side A holds a circle, then side B holds a triangle. But if side B holds a circle in his hand, then there are many cases where side A holds a triangle. Gyeong-soo was confused. What is so difficult to understand? Hong Jun continued. And finally, Director Ah Hyung, co-worker of Hee Jun and Seong Hyun. They said that they wanted to quit being a police officer. Gyeong-soo was shocked. "What?" he said. "I asked him to film back. But he held his head and sighed. You annoying bastards." Hong Jun stood up. "Well, these are just some important instructions. First thing, you and I need to go a place. Let's talk about rest later." Gyeong-soo wondered, "Where?" Hong Jun replied, "To the place to visit the soldiers who died while on duty." Gyeong-soo thought about it. "Increase the ceremony. I have never been to such a place." Hong Jun reminded, "Put on your military uniform." He stood up. "Wait, before that, I need to go somewhere else. I'll be back soon. At Hwagiksa Temple. Inside the temple there is a golden Buddha statue. Everyone is sitting together. January's crane, not present. February bird and plum flowers said. Crane still didn't come. Again. March's cherry blossom continued. He thought we weren't busy. I was behind on some things. April's black Lespedeza rolls her eyes around. Why is she pretending to be so busy when she's not married yet? May Orchid. You're less busy. Do you want my support? June Peony is stroking 2 dogs. It's okay. My puppy doesn't bite. July Lespedeza thought. Should I invite Cherry Blossom on a date after the ceremony? August Hollow Mountai. Not present. September Chrysanthemum wondering. When will the teacher come? October Maple Leaf said thoughtfully. I understand. Shitnix is dead. Suddenly the door opened. A monk appeared. It was the monk UHWA. He asked. Is everyone present? October Maple Leaf replied. January's Crane and August Hollow Mountai are not coming. UHWA said. Hollow Mountai has gone on a mission, erased the traces of the phoenix. February Bird and Plum Flowers asked. What about January's Crane? He was blunt. I don't know. July Lespedeza said. This is why they're guangs. March's Cherry Blossom replied. I think so too. Priest UHWA asked. Does anyone know if the phoenix is dead? February Bird and Plum Flowers calmly said. If she's stupid, she'll die. Cherry Blossom scoffed. Reward her intelligence. Cherry Blossom wondering. Teacher, today we are looking for December and November. Monk UHWA replied. No, you are wrong. I called you today too. One of you. He took Hong Jun's photo to show everyone. Going to assassinate General Manager Hong Jun. Everyone wondered. A policeman. September Chrysanthemum replied. If this is a mission, instead of giving it to us, the time limit is 1 month. So why don't you just kill him? Thanks to the kids who prepared in advance. May's Orchid agrees. I agree. We weren't part of a real organization before. Nothing. So assassinating a police officer is a bit. Priest UHWA interrupted. I sent Bai Guang to Hong Jun before. September Chrysanthemum is suspicious. But, even Bai Guang, no matter how skilled he is, he will never be able to kill anyone. July Lespedeza added. He was originally qualified to be a murderer. Priest UHWA continued. However, now there was a difference. His memories of that time appeared. When he was beaten, he turned back. Bai Guang was covered in wounds and knelt in front of him. Breathing hard, Bai Guang said, Teacher, that policeman is a very skilled person. June Peony was surprised. Huh, such great skills. That damn policeman. July Lespedeza sarcastically, looking at him. He looks like a pile of trash. April's black Lespedeza wondered. That's impossible. Maybe Bai Guang hasn't revealed his full strength yet. May's Orchid questioned. Wait, maybe he injured his own body. Teacher UHWA is not sure. I also can't believe it. So I should be more vigilant. Instead of killing him, he promised not to follow us anymore. But, what if he is secretly watching our every move again? What we care about now is whether we can kill him or not. So who will take on the task this time? Everyone silently looked at the photo in the hands of Monk UHWA. Suddenly Hong Jun hugged his body and trembled. What is it? His skin broke out. Chicken. On a certain mountain. Gyeong-su was climbing the mountain. He breathed heavily, thinking, on that day, when I lost consciousness, the last words the phoenix said were about the coordinates of a certain location. According to those coordinates, it is here. You go to the place according to what the phoenix said. What is on the ground? No way. Could it be it's under the ground again? It's just worm dung. Maybe digging this place up. Suddenly there's a bird chirping. Chirping. Gyeong-su turned to look. His eyes lit up as he looked towards the bird. That bird was standing on a rock. At night at Hwagiksa Temple. Monk UHWA was standing at the window watching the sky when May's Orchid walked up and said, Buddha, public opinion is focusing on the Phoenix incident. Would it be okay to kill that police officer? Priest UHWA closed his eyes calmly. It would be okay. It would actually be beneficial for me. May's Orchid wondered. What? He replied. Public opinion is full of stupid people who easily get excited about things but calm down quickly. It's better to solve everything at once and make them forget everything. Anyway, we have to kill him at all costs. So, May's Orchid asked, is he that dangerous? For us, only January. Monk UHWA interrupted him. Not long ago, the masked man Bai Guang has come to Hwagiksa temple. He is a very skilled person. That man and Bai Guang have a very similar feeling. May's orchid is suspicious. Is the masked man Bai Guang? Priest UHWA surmised. I have two guesses. One is, Bai Guang trained a policeman to avoid our surveillance. 2. Hong Jun, with his experience, he has trained a professional team to fight against Hwagiksa temple. May's orchid said his guess. Bai Guang must be under our supervision all his life. So the first guess is not realistic. Monk UHWA looked at May's orchid and he spent his whole life at Hwagiksa temple. May's orchid affirmed that because Hong Jun was secretly involved in the Phoenix incident. The second guess sounds more convincing. So if Hong Jun is talented enough to make Bai Guang covered in blood, then will January's crane alone be gentle? The statement made him ponder. He replied, Bai Guang's body condition has reached his limit after that bloody sweep mission. Now is no longer his peak. So January's crane alone is enough. May's orchid replied, I understand. So you will go now, how about resting? Monk UHWA replied, no, I still have to go somewhere today. You go first. May's orchid retreats. Then I'll ask permission. Buddha. He retreats beside seeing Hong Jun's photo on the desk. Of Hong Jun's senior officer school. You said he is very talented. We have to investigate. Suddenly Hong Jun was grabbed hard on the shoulder. He cried out in pain. Gyong-soo smiled, but inside he was upset. Hey, you didn't say anything about me having to read the eulogy. Hong Jun was in pain, painful. But now Officer Ah Hyung is not here. I have written everything. You just need to read it. I'm angry. Don't decide everything on your own. Next time at least let me know before that. Hong Jun replied, annoyed. Hey, that guy. Anyway, I'm your superior now. You dare to treat me like that? He replied, yeah, that's what I intended to do. Hong Jun was stunned on the spot. Why? When Gyong-soo spoke. Because my whole body still hurts every time I think about hiding in the cesspool to save you. This is our joint funeral. Police officials. Everyone listened attentively to the speech. The police girl stood on the podium while speaking and crying. Now the eulogy will be given by Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo. Gyong-soo walked up to the podium holding a piece of paper, thinking, to pray for their peace. I'm really not the right person for this. When reading the eulogy written by Hong Jun, I thought like feeling his regret and sadness. He was truly saddened by the death of his police colleagues. But for me, instead of being sad when read the eulogy, I was in a bad mood. Ending. Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo. You held the paper tightly as you read the eulogy. You walked in deep thought. In a bad mood. Again. Suddenly there was a voice. Speaking to Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo. He turned around when he heard someone calling him. Gyong-soo's eyes lit up when he saw that person's military rank. Police Commissioner, National Police Agency. Kim Nako spoke up. So you are Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo? He asked. You were the one who arrested the first drug case at the club. Right? Gyong-soo froze for a few seconds. Yes, I love you. Suddenly he burst out laughing. You will be an excellent police officer. I hope you continue to improve. He said. Thank you, sir. Kim Nako reminded. But you know, what's bothering me is, if you're going to handle such a big case, Senior Officer Hong Jun, you should directly report to me first before taking action. But anyway, the mission was a success. Should we consider it due to luck? Or because of the deaths of the young officers? Should the mission be considered a failure instead of luck? What do you think, Senior Officer Hong Jun? Gyong-soo stood still in thought. Likely, he is. Teasing old man, right? Gyong-soo was about to say. Me. A scream interrupted me. Oh my god, my son, my son. The mother cried in pain for her lost child. Gyong-soo turned back and fell into deep contemplation. Now I understand why I'm in a bad mood. Maybe when I died, no one was sad about my death. Looking back, this new life is no different from when I was a murderer. Suddenly the man came up and said, you are the one who went on a mission with my son. Right. Anyway, luckily someone still came back alive. He continued, his son's dream, I want to become an excellent police officer. Just like you, young man. Please live as my son and make his dream come true. Anyway, I see you as my son, my brother. Then he reached out his hand to hold his hand. He gently replied, yes, I understand. In a corner of the room, Hong Jun said, It's been hard for you. The police girl went up to the podium to speak. Just now was the eulogy of Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo, and next was Abbot Monk UHWA. Hearing his name, Gyong-soo immediately turned around. Monk UHWA was stepping onto the podium. Hong Jun was also surprised by this. The head of Hwagiksa Temple, our country's intangible cultural heritage. Gyong-soo said incredulously. What? Monk UHWA clasped his hands and said, Namo Amitabha Buddha. People are connected to each other by the grace of heaven. Is the concept of family in Buddhism. These young men have received favors from this country in the form of a salary. And they repay that favor by performing their police duties to the fullest. Saying that, we can consider everyone in this is a family. Parents, please don't be too sad. The police officers sitting behind you are all your children. Young officers, please don't be afraid. The parents sitting in front are all your parents. We are all one. During his time as an assassin, Bai Guang was able to observe the Buddha from a closer perspective than anyone else. But this was the first time he saw him outside of Hwagiksa, digging deep into the pain of others, and tearing apart their emotions, eventually making them rely on him. His statements made Gyong-soo feel goosebumps. The sound of his speech continued to ring in his ears. Please take a moment of silence. The name UHWA noticed below in the ranks. Bai Guang swore that, even though the other officers were bowing their heads in silence, there was still two people, Gyong-soo and Hong Jun, who were still looking up at him, his steadfast eyes facing him directly. To him, Bai Guang swore that after uncovering all the crimes of this damn old man, he would kill him. The priest's face also showed anticipation as he looked at him. The voices of other policemen continued to echo. In this way, we will all say goodbye and finish the funeral. The family members of the fallen policemen started to come and cry in front of the priest. Monk UHWA. Buddha, from now on how do I continue to live? Kim Gyong-soo just stood silently and looked in that direction. Suddenly a voice called out to him. Officer Kim Gyong-soo. At this moment there were 3 officers. Senior walked in front of him. The leader looked at him and smiled. Very happy to have met you. I'm looking forward to witnessing your performance in the future. Gyong-soo also looked at him. Thank you, sir. He rummaged through his bag. I was going to invite you out for a meal, but the official words are, well, official. So, on your way out of here, buy yourself a cup of coffee from the vending machine. He held a coin in front of me. I held the coin in my hand and looked in the direction he left. Yes, yes. Finally he left me a sentence. Take care of yourself. Gyong-soo bowed his head and looked at the coin in his hand. It was a 500 won coin. A cup of coffee was placed on the table. Gyong-soo drank a gulp. Hong Jun said, So, you found where Phoenix was hiding? He calmly looked at him. That's right. I brought out a stone and it's down there. There's a door leading in. Hong Jun asked him again. That rock must be special. I mean, you found that place so quickly. Gyong-soo didn't answer. Hong Jun continued to ask. So what's down there? Gyong-soo looked at him. A diary of Phoenix and information about the other members. Hong Jun was happy, meaning we can use it to capture them. He said, no, it's not just that detailed. Just some additional information with what I already know. Hong Jun bowed his head in disappointment and sighed. I understand. When will I receive it? Gyong-soo put his hands on his hands and thought. 4th, I will try to improve tomorrow. Instead, we need to discuss a more important matter today. Hong Jun looked at him wonderingly. More important than this? What so? Gyong-soo raised his eyes with a serious face. Soon, I will move into the house with. Mr. Hong Jun stood still and refused. No way. I asked him. Why? He explained to him. How can you and I live in the same house? I don't want. Gyong-soo took something from his back pocket on the table. You still don't know why? The fish let out a bewildered sound as he looked at what he had just brought, which was a 4-9 piece of gold. Hong Jun looked at the glowing piece of gold and gasped. He was startled. You gave it to me. I think this is a bribe. Gyong-soo is still calm. It's at Phoenix's place. It seems like this is a black devil. There are more than 30 pieces like this. Just consider it as rent. Hong Jun still said, no, even so. He held the gold bar in his hand and emphasized each word. Are you sure? He was still determined. I said no, I'm not alone. I'm still alive with my daughter. When I heard him say that, I looked at him. If that's the case, then I need to move in right now. He didn't understand and looked at me. What the hell are you talking about? Kid. Kyung-soo continued to manipulate Hong-jun. Senior Officer Hong-jun, you were able to avoid assassination thanks to my lies until now. But, he crossed his arms. What the hell are you lying about? Huh. He continued. Officer Hong-jun is now the one taking over Phoenix's case. I think it will be difficult for you to avoid that now. He bowed his head. What do you mean by being near me? We'll be in danger. Kyung-soo continued. Yes, I'm sure they will kill your children. Finally Hong-jun agreed with him. Okay, I will give you a room. Kyung-soo satisfied. Thank you. He bit the piece of gold in his mouth and asked him. But are you sure you don't really want this? He turned his head away and cursed. Just keep it smart. At the hospital, Kyung-hee suddenly looked at him. Huh, what do the three of them think? She smiled and said, you don't have to worry. As long as I'm alive I will still be a police officer, but... Kyung-soo looked at her. Really, I hope she will do that. Kyung-hee said proudly, no matter how strong his body is. In the end it all depends on will. Strong decides the winner. Kyung-soo looked at her and thought to himself. What she said was right. But hearing it from her seemed somehow unconvincing. In the end he said, okay, I guess you don't need to worry anymore. At least practice when you get out of the hospital. Kyung-hee pointed at himself and asked. Anyway, was he offered a promotion? He spoke up. Well, they said that a 2-step increase was too early for me. So it was denied. Except for Officer Ah-hyung and me. I heard that all the participating policemen would be given a promotion. Promoted. Suddenly Kyung-hee laughed twice and called him Kyung-soo. That means, we are friends now, right? Kyung-soo looked at her drooping lips. Friend. Kyung-hee still having fun. Wow, so now I have 3 hibiscus heads. You too. We are friends, right? Friend. Kyung-soo's face is dark right now. I forgot to mention one thing. She was removed from the promotion list. Kyung-hee panicked. What are you talking about? You're arguing because you can't stand me being happy, right? Kyung-soo crossed her arms. You're right. It's true that she can't stand her. But she won't get promoted. She doesn't care. What's wrong? Kyung-soo just said. Because she does drugs every day while on duty. Her face was covered in sweat and she was shaking and screaming. But at that time I had no other choice. Kyung-soo glanced at her and I also heard that she had no other choice but to look for drugs in the house. Hospital. Besides, she will also be disciplined. Kyung-hee frantically grabbed her hair. Disciplined? No way. Kyung-soo stood to the side. Walked over and grabbed one of her arms. Scary face. Well, even for a friend, a slave, you dare to dream like that. I will deal with you after you leave here. She looked at her face full of anger. His sister cried in fear. Then burst into tears loudly. Walked out of the hospital. Kyung-soo put his hands in his pockets as he walked and said, now, I don't have to worry about her anymore. And I just have to defeat those 2 guys and capture them. That just leaves. At an apartment building, there was a hand constantly banging on the door. The whole room was dark. The person inside looked out at the door that was constantly being banged on by the person outside. The door was slightly open. The girl in the mirror room, her sunken face looked out. Someone outside the door appeared. Kyung-soo's face glaring at her, causing her to scream in panic and then fall on the ground. Kyung-soo outside was still staring at her. Opened the door. Only now did Ah-hyung in the house recognize you. Kim Kyung-soo, why did you come here? Your voice is still ringing. Open the door and say. Hyung stood up and shouted out. Are you planning on calling the police or something? Why are you still here? Kyung-soo is still holding the door handle tightly. We're on the same team. Why not? His hand tightly grasped the handle and kept pulling. I said open the door. Ah-hyung inside shouted loudly. I said, you'll break the door, you monster. In the light room the lights were on. So, the best thing you could do after asking was to lock yourself in the house. You didn't even go to your teammate's funeral. Ah-hyung, 29 years old. The youngest senior officer. Born at the finish line. Never experiencing failure. She remembered the words Hong-jun once said. I always doubted her professional ability. But her mission this case is quite dangerous. The information is not completely accurate. But I think that our opponent is someone who was once considered one of the best agents of KNP-SU. And he also a member of Commander Byun Jang-wook's task force. This may be a bit strange. but please proceed with the mission together with Officer Kim Gyong-soo. This is a direct order from me. Ah-hyung remembered. She had objected to that order before. But now she bowed her head. It was all my fault. I was too arrogant. Suddenly her whole body was covered with Gyong-soo lifted into the air. He pulled her body towards the door. Follow me. Ah-hyung was dragged away screaming continuously. Huh, what? Where are we going? I said let's go, where is it? The sky above is clear and blue. Gyong-soo took her to a cemetery. They saw an old couple leading a young boy. So they were here too. Ah-hyung panicked and covered herself. Hey, my clothes. Gyong-soo was still calm next to her. Who cares? She looked at the couple and lowered her head thinking. What should I say? What can I say? How should I apologize to them? Okay, this time the man comes first, her face. Are you the captain in charge of just cancelling this mission? Ah-hyung paused and looked up at him. That man smiled. Please continue to live for our children and ensure tell me that things like this will never happen again. Ah-hyung looked at him in shock. Tears slowly flowed out of her eyes. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She knelt down at the man's feet. Sobbing Bloom. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. It's my fault. The baby and the woman also went to hug her. Ah-hyung's tears got worse, flow more. Gyong-soo just folded his arms and stood silently looking at them. The eyes of all three people looked at her as if to say, think carefully about the way that she can mourn for her teammates. In the end she did not. I couldn't control myself any longer and hugged my head and cried loudly. In a cafe. Okay. Gyong-soo held up 3 fingers. You guys don't have time. So let's summarize in 3 sentences. Hee-jun and Seong-hyun sat in front of him, bewildered, looking at him. Seong-hyun asked him, didn't you call us here to listen to our suffering story? Gyong-soo, how can we summarize it in 3 sentences? Yes. Gyong-soo continued to tell him, I can't sit and talk about life with men. Hwang Hee-jun, your 3 sentences start now. He looked at you. I have a friend, but I couldn't beat him. When I was a kickboxer. But he became a criminal. So I became a police officer to catch him. I interrupted him. Okay, next. Seong-hyun started telling his own story. When I was young, I was bullied because of my weak personality at school. So I learned BJJ, so I became a police officer to catch many bad guys. Gyong-soo angrily put the glass of water down on the table. Okay, it's done. But why is that? You all have clear goals. Why do you think? Seong-hyun looked at him and explained. He also saw. We're completely helpless. We're trash. We can't help at all. Looking at the 2 people collapsing in front of you. Self-conscious. Kim Ah-hyung is still confident, so there's no need to worry. They are truly the most annoying type. At times like this, no matter what I say, it won't help. The fastest way to solve it is to let them face their bigger fear. He said, if you dare to say that you will retreat again, then I will beat you to death. Shut your mouth and come back immediately. Stop wasting your energy on useless things. Both of them trembled in fear and raised their hands to surrender. Seong-hyun looked at his fist. You said you would solve our problem. And so, Ah-hyung, Hee-jun and Seong-hyun all turned away, returned to the team. Hee-jun and Seong-hyun were promoted to senior officers. Gyong-hee looked at them and groaned and cried. Why can't I be the only one? And to solve their weaknesses. We started the special training during the mission. Gyong-soo stepped on them. Quickly get up. Do you want to turn into rotten tomatoes? Both of you cried. Gyong-soo, forgive us, I went. Gyong-hee found a center. I came to find a PT course. Except Ah-hyung. The man sitting on the chair looked at her. Who are you? Aren't you the failure who made my whole team died before Dong-chol? If it wasn't for Chief Officer Hong-jun's suggestion, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. Anyway, Dong-chol, that bastard, is crazy to be alive. He's the former commander, 22nd KNP Force. Commander of KNP Su. Senior Intendant, Byun Jang-wook. So, what are you doing here looking for me? In Hong-jun's office. Gyong-soo pushed a piece of paper came in front of him. This is the document that I collected from Phoenix's hiding place. Hong-jun picked it up. So this is March Cherry Blossom, April Black Lespedeza and July Lespedeza. Gyong-soo replied, yes, those are the people that Phoenix dislikes the most. April and July, also known as Lespedeza brothers. 3 months ago, they were paid by Hwagiksa. But after that they did not receive any more money. Wakug's March, August, and October are also in the group that no longer receive money. The reason behind this is because they are supposed to be organizing business activities. What are those activities? It's not very clear. When they don't have a mission, they will practice. However, sometimes they will go out. We can't follow them, but when they come back they are already strong. More likely they went out to practice and came back. They call themselves natural muscles. But they probably used steroids. My brother definitely did. Hong Jun read the information. This is a useful information. I will have someone check the businesses established 3 months ago. And the trading volume of steroids. Next is March Cherry Blossom. She did not receive money from Hwagiksa. Rather, in addition, she was the one who pumped money into Hwagiksa. The previous salary payment was in order. Phoenix, Maple Leaf, then Cherry Blossom. Maple Leaf recently surpassed Phoenix. So Phoenix was a bit worried. Hong Jun stopped at an information page and stared at it, which had photos of 3 girls. He wondered why there were photos of female celebrities like this. Gyong-soo asked him, "Do you know them?" He smiled and said, "I'm a big fan of all." "No. Wait. The 3 of them are all very famous." "Right. I didn't know they were strange." Gyong-soo looked at him. One of the 3 people was Cherry Blossom. He was surprised. "What? How is that possible?" He explained. "It was written in the documents that Phoenix investigated. I don't know if one of them is Cherry Blossom or not. But if you pay attention to the information behind, her relationship with Phoenix is not very good. But there is many times where she received drugs or requested for a new drug to be made. It seems not for personal needs. A month ago in the entertainment industry, there was a drug scandal, and that drug was the type that Phoenix recently prepared and gave to Cherry Blossom, which raises suspicions that Cherry Blossom works in the entertainment industry." Hong Jun let out a breath. "Your Hwagiksa," Gyong-soo interrupted him to retort. "Mine. I'm not in there anymore." He looked at him. "No, that old bastard. His purpose, what am I?" Gyong-soo pondered. "His purpose was that when I was given a new name, Bai Guang." He knelt down on the floor. Priest Uhwa stood in front of me. He frowned and asked, "Bai Guang, do you know what is the most important thing when living as a human?" Gyong-soo frowned and seriously replied, "I don't know." After a moment he smiled and said, "That is fear. People live to overcome fear. To overcome the fear of poverty. People will work. To overcome the fear of loneliness. They will meet people. But when faced with the fear of death, which no one can overcome, people will look for a god. Who knows? In an exploding world like this, when fear is still rotting society, when people have lost all hope in life, and are facing the fear of death, I can become a god. Bai Guang in December, you and the rest of the months will become the fear of this country." Back to the present. Gyong-soo, "Hi, you can't help but will you say?" That's what he said. "So that's the goal of that bastard gorilla." Hong Jun sat opposite and repeated in confusion. A god. A god. The old man has a "that's a crappy goal." "But I have a question. Why did your months?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gyong-soo crossed his arms in annoyance and affirmed, "I'm not one of them." He asked curiously, "Why are the months so valuable to Buddha?" Gyong-soo calmly explained. As for a few other things he mentioned, most of the months are absolutely followed, according to that damn gorilla. The reason for this is that most months were raised to be assassins by Buddha when they were children. And they all experience the fear of hell or death, die at least once. However, the reward you will receive when you become a month is so sweet, like a gift given by the gods. Gyong-soo in his mind remembered the scene of monk Uhwa giving him a gift. Face down the cards. He crossed his arms and said seriously, "I also experienced that, so I understand. For the months, Buddha is simply a god. So he has accomplished half of his goal. There he is." After hearing the explanation, Hong Jun raised his eyebrows and said, "But you were able to overcome that temptation." He bowed his head and stopped answering. "I made a contract." In the figure of former Bai Guang appeared in his head. Hearing that, he asked in confusion, "What kind of contract?" But Gyong-soo avoided talking about something else. Anyway, they will both be absolutely loyal with him so that he can keep those sweet things forever. And the result for those who are not loyal to him is right in front of your eyes. Look at me and guess what happened. I have never directly betrayed myself. But 5 years ago, one of the months I did it. Hong Jun was stunned and surprised. Gyong-soo sat cross-legged and asked, Do you know about true religion? That makes sense, right? He placed his hands on his thighs and seriously replied. Yes, a cult organization. Seemed to realize something. Hong Jun said blankly. No way. He seriously replied. That's right. The leader of that cult is the first Maple Leaf. She looked down at her followers and said, please let us pray. The current leader of the cult can be righteous is the second generation Maple Leaf. After creating the religion of truth, the first Maple Leaf wanted to oppose the 12 months, and created executives who would be similar to the 12 apostles to face Hwagiksa. Generally speaking, with such estimates, 12 zodiac signs would appear. But they all lost in just a few months. The first Maple Leaf took those who left, and fled to the Philippines. And at this moment she was full of incomprehensible wounds and asked, why, don't you also have a lot to hate about that damn gorilla? He held the knife and stood in front of her. His lips pursed, replied, he promised me, if I completed this mission, he said he would let me live a human life. She smiled contemptuously and asked, ha ha ha, so do you believe that? The first Maple Leaf raised her eyes sinisterly and said, let me prophesy something, you will never be able to live a human life. After that, I killed the first Maple Leaf. Returning to reality, Hong Jun frowned and asked, but you said the current leader could be the second generation Maple Leaf. Not to mention you killed him too. Gyeong-soo put his hand on his chin, bowed his head, speculating, that wasn't Maple Leaf. No, I think it could also be considered Maple Leaf. He asked in confusion, so Maple Leaf isn't just one person. He slowly explained, the second generation Maple Leaf had many strange aspects about him. Even when he had a group mission, there would always be someone else to do it for him. It's so strange. That's why they all have different ages, genders and accents. A young boy, a woman and a man all have the same speech pattern. Bai Guang, all of their movements, personalities and ways of talking are the same. The three of them all have the same greeting. It's been a while. Hong Jun clasped his hands on his thighs, losing his composure. Gyeong-soo raised his head and said calmly, anyway, I have confirmed with all the ingredients that Phoenix gave me. So you can go. The next target is probably Cherry Blossom. Because she is one of those three guys. He bowed his head hesitantly and replied, okay, looking at the other person's attitude. He pursed his lips in confusion. Looked at he. At night when the moon was high. A white car was running on the road. Gyeong-soo sat in the passenger seat, crossed his arms and said in annoyance, how could a person of such high rank drive such a poor car like this? Replace it with a new one. Do you want me to buy one? The empty one. Silent for a moment, he seriously replied, it's my wife's. You died 3 years ago. Bought this car 15 years ago on my birthday. Gyeong-soo said even though he snorted. He probably didn't receive much love from his wife. It must have taken a very long time to change the car. Hong Jun immediately shouted angrily, hey bastard, get out. The bonbon car on the road. Gyeong-soo still asked curiously, why did your wife die? Was she sick? Hong Jun calmly replied, my wife is also a police officer. He asked in surprise, so she died while performing her duty. Then he calmly recounted, 3 years ago, a psychopath suddenly killed her. He rolled his eyes and said apologetically, I'm sorry to hear that. Even though he's still concentrating on driving, looking extremely calm, he said, that psychopath is a follower of the religion of truth. I thought there was something strange. But when I heard about it, related to Hwagiksa, Gyeong-soo immediately responded quickly. That's why he felt bad when I said we should go catch Cherry Blossom first. So should we catch Maple Leaf first? Hong Jun professionally replied, no, we don't have much information about Maple Leaf compared to Cherry Blossom. Anyway, this is not related to. Maybe because both my wife and I are police officers. But our daughter is also preparing to become a police officer. Gyeong-soo asked confusedly. Her father is a high-ranking inspector general, so she will probably have an easy time on this path. Right, very good, Hong Jun hesitantly replied. I don't want my child to become a police officer. And now you live with her. Try convincing her, and don't say I told you. Gyeong-soo pretended to be brazen and clenched his hands into fists. Asking, can I hit her? He hesitantly said, you still have a long way to go before you can live a normal life of a person. His social skills. Then the car stopped in front of a house with quite old architecture. He took off his hat and put his hands in his pockets. Looked around and asked, Why is your house so old? This door has been here for many years. Hong Jun did not pay attention to his criticism but still stood calmly in front of the door, hands in his pocket to take out the key, urging him to hurry up and go inside. Don't you dare treat me disrespectfully in front of my daughter. Understand? Kyung-soo childishly frowned and replied, Yes, sir, don't worry. Just then the door opened. Like the light inside the house dimly appeared. Two people walked inside. His daughter asked in surprise, Are you home? Hong Jun smiled brightly and walked in and asked, Oh my god, my daughter, you just came back. Home, she politely replied. I just went to the library to study a bit and went home. Her eyes noticed the person behind her. She hesitantly said, So he must be the one who will be living with us. I'm here. He smiled happily and replied, Even though it's a bit uncomfortable, you should bear with it a little, but don't get too close to him. Then she proactively said, Please hello. Kyung-soo widened his eyes in surprise. Hong Jun placed his hand behind his daughter's back and smiled contentedly. She timidly said, Nice to meet you, Oppa. She stared at him with anticipation. At this time Kyung-soo was still wide-eyed in surprise. However, looking at him in silence for a while, she curiously asked, Did Dad take him home? The picture of Hong Jun's smiling, happy family of 3 was placed on the shelf. Looked at that picture, Kyung-soo crossed his arms and couldn't help but exclaim, She looked so much like her mother. Hong Jun frowned and replied, It would take a lifetime for him to be able to live a life like a human. You have no social skills at all. He angrily turned around and left and said, I have prepared a room for you on the 2nd floor. So go upstairs and rest. I will go. Before sleeping, his daughter obediently bowed and said good night. Then coincidentally both she and he looked at each other at the same time. Kyung-soo tilted his head in another direction and thought, I too should rest. Suddenly she hummed, grabbed his arm. She raised her head and suggested, Can I come to your room later? Oppa? He frowned and asked coldly, What's wrong? At this time she lowered her eyes and worriedly replied, I have something to ask you. Hearing that, Kyung-soo looked at her. Then the two entered the room. The ceiling light was turned on. He sat on the bed with his arms crossed and mumbled, What did I do to become a police officer? Hong Jun's daughter had now changed her head to sleep and sat on the chair excitedly replying, Yes, I also want to become a police officer in the future. Kyung-soo hesitantly said, After I died and came back to life, I became a police officer. She asked in surprise, So you yourself have put in a lot of effort? As if he wanted to die. Kyung-soo pursed his lips and looked at his hands in thought. Thinking back, there wasn't much information about the previous owner of this corpse. His parents had caused it, made a case and left him behind when he was still young. And he grew up in an orphanage. That's all I know about him. Well, nothing as far as I know something. Thought then he frowned and ordered, Stop asking me about things related to the military. She clasped her hands in discontent. Why? But you can tell me. Kyung-soo frowned and explained, Your father asked me to help you not become like that. She smiled wryly and said, I fucking hate my father. He jokingly said, Oh, he also told me not to talk about it. Then she puffed her cheeks and angrily questioned, It's my life, so why does he keep interfering? Kyung-soo crossed her arms and pursed her lips and said, Why, she didn't try going with me to the training session tomorrow. Because that day was also the weekend. He thought to himself, Well, once would be fine. As soon as she heard his suggestion she was surprised. Asked, Really? Then her face filled with happiness and said, Thank you, Oppa. Kyung-soo also smiled. In his heart he secretly thought, If I show her what hell is, then maybe I will also give up. The next day, the sky was as blue as usual. At this time all 3 of Hee-jun, Kyung-hee and Seong-hyun wondered in unison, What is it? They looked at Kyung-soo pointing at the girl standing next to them say, Hello, this is my special guest. You will be trained today. Hong-yeon held her hands and bowed her head timidly said, Hello. Suddenly Kyung-hee was scared and went to ask, No, is she a student? Did you kidnap her? The girl said timidly, Well, let me quickly introduce myself. I'm Hong-yeon. I'm in my last year of high school. I want to be a cool police officer like everyone else. So today I want to participate. Hearing this, Kyung-hee couldn't help but smugly rub her chin and smile evilly, saying, Cool, you girl with eyes that person. Then she smiled friendly and suggested, Okay. Do you want this Unnie to only care about studying? Hong Yun smiled brightly and replied, well, I ranked first in every subject. So that's it. Gyong-hee immediately bit his lip and said sullenly, understand, understand. Suddenly he turned off the drum and said, stop chatting. Let's start the digital training session. While he was talking, a fist suddenly hit him. Hee-jun bit his lip and punched him. But Gyong-hee quickly lowered his body to avoid. Then he squinted his eyes and observed. His arm used force to hit his chest with his elbow. Right away, when Hee-jun held his chest in pain, another person raised his hand to attack him. Seong-hyun rushed to lock his body, and Hong Yun was frightened. As he growled and used strength, Gyong-soo used his hands to grab both sides of his waist. Then he used all his strength to throw him back. Seong-hyun gritted his teeth in pain and fell to the ground. Hee-jun sat up in horror, looking at him. At this time, Hong Yun was still not scared and asked loudly, why did everyone suddenly fight? Gyong-soo tilted her head and calmly replied, it was to train for a cover attack. About this was planned, sir. Of course you guys obviously weren't the ones who caused this. So it was Gyong-hee who said that he was angry and walked towards her. Why did you attack me? So, Gyong-hee raised her hand to stop her, smiling wryly, explaining, I have a few sore muscles while working out. She smiled scared and said, ha, ha, I surrender. Gyong-hee frowned and grabbed it. Her head ordered, don't ask them to do things. And let's attack together. Do you understand? Do you understand? He repeatedly kneeled and hit her in the face, making her scream majestically. Gyong-hee's stomach and mouth were extremely aggrieved, but she couldn't get her credit back for himself. Then he went to Hong Yun and said, now, you also come forward and attack me. She was surprised and pointed at herself to confirm. Me too, he asked in confusion. It's not like you came here to train. But I won't let you get hurt, so don't worry. And come here. Hong Yun waved her hand cautiously in surprise. Huh, don't let the other person get hurt. Opportunity to escape. He immediately rushed over and said, if she didn't want to go. Then he raised his fist and approached to strike her first. His fist punched her hard in the stomach. Then Gyong-soo smiled evilly and looked at her, trembling as she sat down on the ground, and said, I'll attack first then. He frowned and thought, if I do that then she will give up. His voice was serious. Discovered, if she joined the force, she would be injured even more than this. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. His eyes looked to where Hong Yun was gritting her teeth to endure. Hong's appearance Yun didn't look like she was struggling too much. Gyong-soo thought in surprise. Most people would be knocked out as soon as they were hit in the stomach. But her husband was fine. Then he tilted his head back and ordered, okay, this time it's Hee-jun's turn to fight Seong-hyun, and Gyong-hee to fight Hong Yun. Everyone pair up and start spreading out. Hong Yun held her stomach and stood up in surprise, asking, me and her okay? He crossed his arms and looked at her reassuringly. It's okay, she's good. And Gyong-hee looked at her and smiled evilly. She stopped her nose and smiled complacently. I won't go easy on you right away, even though she's just a student. Gyong-soo suddenly interrupted. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. She's the daughter of the Inspector General. Suddenly Gyong-hee gasped in surprise. Before Hong Yun's leg could strike, she fell to the ground weakly, screaming, ah, why are you so strong? Gyong-hee frowned in contempt. Weak bitch. At night under the moon, the two of them walked home together. Hong Yun hugged her tired arms, lamenting, my body felt like it was about to give up. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly replied, this is the time her head. But she can endure it. Looks like she's still alive in training. In the future she will become a female police officer. Hong Jun was stunned when he heard the sudden compliment. Hey. She shyly replied, thanking him. Then the two walked awkwardly home. Hong Jun held a steaming glass of water in his hand, pursed his lips and frowned dissatisfiedly. Looking ahead, the two of them had now entered the house. He asked in confusion, why did the two of them go home together? Gyong-soo calmly replied, it was just a coincidence. He frowned suspiciously and asked, what do you mean? Then he quickly walked up to his daughter and reminded her, you can't go with this guy. Understand? He's very bad. He squinted his eyes and said in annoyance, how can you say that in front of me? You have no social skills at all. Inspector General. Suddenly Hong Yun bowed his head and objected. He's not ugly. He's cool. At this moment her whole face turned unusually red. Hong Jun stared in surprise at his daughter. Then he angrily gritted his teeth and looked at him. Gyong-soo asked in confusion, "What is that?" Immediately he angrily shouted, You, go away." Gyong-soo was kicked out of the house in surprise. He said in confusion, "But I didn't do anything." Behind the door Hong Yun couldn't help but ask in annoyance, "Dad, don't do that to our guests." Hong Jun awkwardly called, "Hong Yun." Inside the house, the two of you kept talking, approaching. At this time someone was using binoculars to peek into the house. As if sensing something unusual, Gyong-soo cautiously looked behind. On the extremely bright moonlit night, a group of people stood in front of Hong Jun's house, each holding a weapon, looking extremely scary. Suddenly someone spoke up, "I thought the Lespedeza brothers were coming." Gyong-soo put his hand into the bag, exuding a gloomy look. He went to ask, "But did they send Maple Leaf?" The other four guys asked in surprise, "Do you know who that is?" He smirked and replied, "Who else but him? Is it possible to send so many people? Good, Hong Jun will like this. Because you guys will guide me to Maple Leaf." Immediately the four of them took up their weapons and rushed towards him. They began to raise the knives in their hands and stab them at him. The knives gradually lowered. He still calmly observed them. Immediately after that, he knocked down his opponent with an elbow blow before the knife could touch him. Two more people rushed in when the other person had just fallen down by his attack. However, he struck first. He reached out and grabbed the heads of those two people in their surprised eyes. Then the two of them were grabbed by the head and hit each other hard. When they fell down, another person continued to hold them. The knife rushed in to attack him. He threw a kick straight at the face that was coming at him. The last person was also defeated by him. The knife fell and he flew away. They lay down. There were groans of pain on the ground after he counterattacked. He stood looking at them and thought to himself, "These guys are probably not well-trained assassins." Starting from holding a knife. Also felt clumsy, completely amateur. Now they had woken up from his recent shocking blows and started to moan. Ugh, it hurts to death. What's wrong? They looked at each other in surprise, full of wonder. What? Here, where is this? Their faces showed extreme surprise. It didn't look like they were pretending. He silently looked at them, still bewildered, surprised at everything that had just happened. At this moment Hong Jun's front door became extremely bustling. He questioned the strangers. "No one. Do you guys remember why you came here?" He stood aside and said, "This is also the first time I have seen a case like this." The four of them were stuck together and gradually lost patience and became angry. "If you don't untie them quickly, I will sue some people." Hong Jun responded to their complaints. If he raided someone else first, why would he want to sue? The other guy knew he was at a loss and immediately said, "Well, didn't that say no? Do you remember anything?" At this time, he stood behind them, took their wallets and documents, looked at them, rummaged through their belongings and saw citizen ID cards. Some even had family photos. It seemed like they didn't say anything. "It's not a lie. Everything is very normal," Hong Jun said with a dark face. "Could it be that?" His face became angry and said, "The same as the time with my wife." Maple Leaf heard at this name. He also looked up at him seriously. It was a card with a picture of a deer under alternating red and black maple leaf leaves. A hand holding a slow maple leaf string slowly spoke. "Look at this maple leaf. From now on, the mood becomes more peaceful. The fear and pain in current life will disappear, leaving only peace in your heart. The reason why you're not in pain anymore is because you admire someone. When the maple leaf stops, slowly look away from maple leaf." As soon as maple leaf stopped, that voice rang out again. "Now let me ask a question. Who am I?" It turns out the voice from before belonged to Maple Leaf, who was trying to hypnotize the girl in front of her. Maple Leaf's eyes stared at her with coldness mixed with anticipation. She bowed her head and replied, "You're." Already the girl looked up with happiness on her face. "The beautiful Maple Leaf saved me from suffering." It was Mr. Maple Leaf, who seemed to be satisfied. Maple Leaf knelt down in front of the girl, holding the mask. "Then, I will make you beautiful," said Maple Leaf, then took off the mask. The girl opened her eyes wide to look at the face behind the mask. Half of the face of Maple Leaf appeared with his hand. Maple Leaf. The girl's face was startled by the face she saw. Then she suddenly let out a startled cry. Maple Leaf, looking at her, suddenly exclaimed, "Come on, you." So she wasn't hypnotized. Maple Leaf's scary face appeared. Maple Leaf stood up to look at her. She quickly explained her attitude. Wasn't it? Not like that. Because it was so beautiful. Because of surprise. Without letting her explain further, Maple Leaf picked up the leaf. And then he swung his hand around the girl's neck with angry eyes at her. The girl fell to the ground struggling in pain with a pool of blood flowing from her neck. Then Maple Leaf leisurely picked up her mask. He put the mask back on and complained. How much times have I failed recently? It took me such a long time to hypnotize myself. But because Phoenix is dead, it's really awkward. If I use medicine, it will be easier to be hypnotized. This appearance is very funny, I'm sorry. But I'm sorry, a red-haired girl spoke up. The amount received from Phoenix is still left over, isn't it? If you like that girl, you can just use her. Right, that red-haired girl is Red Leaf. Maple Leaf looked at her and replied, you have to save money until you find a new Phoenix. Another blonde girl came out and said to the two of them, haven't they failed so many times lately? 20 people have died this week alone and we've had enough Maple Leafs, right? This blonde girl who is talking is called Yellow Leaf. When Maple Leaf looked at her teasingly, is Yellow Leaf jealous? I said the more Maple Leafs, the more beautiful. Yellow Leaf said to Maple Leaf. So even if it's a small pill, it's just enough. Do you know how hard it is to bring people over? Maple Leaf told her. Yellow Leaf knows that saying is not the saying that people are easy to change. Nature is hard to change. I very much sympathize with that saying. That's right. People are very difficult to change. Said then he held the maple leaf to his eyes open up. When it comes to change, changing without being thorough will only cause more problems. Must change completely to use the new product. Like you. Maple Leaf's eyes were full of menace. Looking at the Maple Leaf and the two girls, he turned to ask Yellow Leaf. Anyway, how are the people who sent the new leader? She obediently replied. It seemed like they were lost. Defeated. Then Maple Leaf continued. Even if we send untrained ordinary people, we have already stopped 5 or 6 people with weapons. We must report to the Buddha. At this time at Hwagiksa temple at night, monk Buddha stood in front of an open door. A voice spoke. Bodhisattva, Maple Leaf has come to report. Hong Jun looks really powerful as expected. He turned his face back and said thoughtfully. So why did that voice resound? The Bodhisattva has a problem that he is very worried about. Can I ask? He replied, saying let's see. The other person continues. After completing the task that Bodhisattva personally assigned, Maple Leaf's position is getting better and better. It's something to be proud of. Won't it become Maple Leaf at the top? Lespedeza brothers promised to take on this mission. So wouldn't they be a better choice? They don't care about the useless powers. Only care about their bodies. At the same time in the high police office, Hong Jun was standing in front of his superiors and respectfully said, Commander, didn't you say that religion cannot be touched casually? His face showed indescribable worry. Nako replied with a serious look. I heard that Officer Hong Jun was attacked again this time. I realized that this time it was related to that truthism. Like what's your wife's job? Hearing this, Hong Jun was very surprised. Nako asked again, not knowing why. Then he gave Hong Jun a file. At that time I said I was wearing a religious mask, excluding those who fake. The method of evangelism, you know this religion. You know, right? According to the data in this area, those who are following the truth are evangelizing. I think it is related to the recent disappearance of the girls. Let's find out and investigate. Then he looked at Hong Jun and asked, will you take on that part? Hong Jun is still pondering, thinking. Back to the office to discuss. Yong Su decided to speak up. He must take charge. At this time the two of them were sitting and talking to each other. Hong Jun closed his eyes and said, I'm a bit worried. Brother, wondering, what are you worried about? First killed your wife, this time raided again, and now there's even a wanted warrant. Isn't that enough reason to arrest Maple Leaf? You shouldn't be in charge of the job but based on personal feelings. However, Hong Jun still couldn't calm down. Information was still lacking. To be more certain about Lespedeza brothers or Cherry Blossom. Before he could finish his sentence he suddenly discovered seeing that he had left a long time ago. He looked at the empty chair in front of him and wondered. Where are you going? Hong Jun sat still, silent with the current scene but could only sigh sadly. At this time, all three of Seong Hyun, Gyong Hee and Hee Jun held the document and looked at him. Your mission is to catch some gangsters. No fakers. Truthism, according to the document, is preaching a lot in this area. Let someone be the bait. Before he finished speaking, Gyong-hee shouted, wait a minute, wait a minute. There are so many fake religions. How can you know which one is real? Truthism is bait. Seong-hyun asked again, was he able to hook it right away? The imposter also chose the mission area, so there probably wouldn't be a collision. Hearing that, she wondered, I wonder, how do you know for sure? Seong-hyun said with a serious face. I've been through a lot. I guess it's not easy. The subway station near this area can only walk around the area the city center. Because most people go back and forth to places like this. At this time Hee-jun spoke up. Then Seong-hyun can be a bait. You said it's easy to be fooled. Gyong-hee spoke up, blame him. He's a tease. Didn't you see in the document that it was mainly aimed at beautiful girls? Suddenly you interrupted and discussed with them. There are no beautiful girls around. Hee-jun thought, should I let Seong-hyun pretend to be a girl? Hearing that Seong-hyun was helpless against him. Hee-jun, are you crazy? Suddenly Gyong-hee said loudly, hey, wait a minute, wait for a moment. Then she happily pointed at herself and said, I'm here. All three of them looked at her bewilderedly with expressions not knowing what to say. Then he ignored her and spoke up. Let's use the officer's daughter as bait. Hee-jun and Seong-hyun were confused by that statement. Gyong-soo, are you crazy? Really? Gyong-hee behind them was angry with their ignorance. Isn't that too disrespectful? She raised her fist angrily with her threatening smile. What are you guys waiting for? I'll be upset if it doesn't work. Come here, dad. People really couldn't understand what she said. After a long while, under the wooden awning in the park, Gyong-hee's voice rang out. How are you guys? Three round eyes were looking towards the source of that voice. Gyong-hee walked over gracefully and flipped her hair to the back of her head. She was stunningly beautiful, came to happily ask them, don't say it's already fallen. Then Hee-jun and Seong-hyun reacted in surprise and asked her, your hair has grown longer. How did you do it? Please tell me. She held her hair and said, hair extensions. Just hair extensions. He was still standing there looking at the three of them talking to each other. Looking at him for a while, he also commented, just keep your mouth shut. It's worth looking back, isn't it? She was proud of her new appearance. Then he said, it's not a compliment. Then Seong-hyun said, then Gyong-hee can just walk around alone. She was confused. Alone. He replied calmly. Of course he went alone. Seeing a girl and going alone made him crazy. Just as he expected, then two people came praising her endlessly. She looks really impressive. Gyong-hee looked at them confusedly. Standing in front of these two strange people, unexpected thoughts appeared in her mind. Really, how many times have they been here lately? There are so many shameless guys. It hasn't been long since we left. And she awkwardly replied to them. Yes, thank you. The man opened his mouth. We're not some fake guys. We were still in school. We kept staring at the person in front of us. Suddenly their attitude became quite scary and asked her with expectation in their eyes. I think you will do great things if you work in this place. If you feel interested, do you want us to talk about it a bit? You were startled by their unexpected action. So, as she spoke, she thought in her heart. Until she came here, it turned out that what Seong-hyun said was exactly like that. She remembered what Seong-hyun told her. If she agreed to meet and listen to our story. Do you want to go to a cafe or restaurant together? After inviting you inside, they will say they don't have money. You stand in front of the payment counter. The two of you, they stood next to her and told her. Actually, since we don't have money with us right now, can we ask you to pay for it? Seong-hyun's words echoed in Gyong-hee's mind. You must buy it. That's it. Thinking like that, she was just helpless to pay. There was nothing she could do. Right, the two strangers standing next to her were contentedly looking at her. Behind their smiles was the sinister feeling deep inside. So will also be thought of as taking advantage of them to eat and drink. If they talk like that together. She looked at the cup of coffee in front of her. The man asked her, how do you feel? You've heard it all before, yes? She replied with a forced smile. I heard everything. The woman next to her asked again. Is that so? At this moment her thoughts were filled with disgust. Barking for 30 minutes. Then the two of them stood up and firmly said, let's pray together. Seong-hyun's words echoed in Gyong-hee's heart. They will take her to their place. It's easier to take the bait than you think. Right, that's heaven way for those shameless guys. In front of the scammers she pretended to happily agree with them. Okay, but inside she couldn't help but be happy. Just like Seong-hyun said, it's easy to take the bait. They took Gyeong-hee to a crowded residential area. She walked tiredly every step behind them. Why is she in such a remote place? Right after that, two people led her to an old door and invited her to come in. Here she is. Hello, please come in. Then they took her into the house. Inside, she interrupted them, thanked them. Suddenly her face changed color. Greenleaf was in front of her. Not only that, this was also a chaotic scene with young girls being tied up, along with a few corpses lying on the floor. Then Greenleaf slowly turned to look at her. Before Gyeong-hee could react, there was a clicking sound. She turned around to look and that sound came from the other two locking the door. They immediately suddenly rushed towards her. Two pairs of hands rushed towards her in front of Gyeong-hee's bewildered expression. The woman's free hand grabbed, but she turned around and punched her in the stomach with a sharp knife. The man was still rushing towards her, but quickly she kicked him in the face with her straight leg. Greenleaf widened his eyes at the scene in front of him and said, They brought her. You're quite cruel, aren't you? After the fight, the other two were lying unconscious on the ground. Gyeong-hee gasped and looked at her hands and exclaimed, Wow, I'm a little stronger now. Only now did she notice the other girls being blinded and gagged. Gyeong-hee immediately turned to the person opposite and asked, Human trafficking. Greenleaf replied, Human trafficking? It's the procedure to become one with him. Saying that, Chlorophyll put on his iron gloves. But the opponent's next action made Greenleaf's eyes widen in surprise. Gyeong-hee was holding a stun gun pointing at Greenleaf. Two people facing each other. Greenleaf asked contemptuously, Taser. At this point, she was about to pull the gun's horn. But suddenly a black cloth covered her vision. What do you think it is? Greenleaf rushed to attack her from behind the cloth, causing Gyeong-hee to die. Her vision narrowed completely. She could only see Greenleaf through the gap in the cloth that Greenleaf had just created. She couldn't help but panic. Her vision immediately disappeared. Then Greenleaf rushed through the gap, his face angry and waving his arms straight at her. So die right here. Suddenly a pair of feet kicked Greenleaf's face, causing her to fall down hard. Before the surprised eyes of her juniors, she realized and turned back to look at him. Gyeong-soo supported Gyeong-hee and said slowly, These shameless guys can't do their job these days. According to what? His face is serious with one hand holding a foldable baton facing Greenleaf. Anyone who has not fished like this must know the way. Right, look at the person in front of Gyeong-hee. I couldn't help but look at him with tears in my eyes. Gyeong-soo. And Greenleaf on the other side touched my face with a joking tone. You shouldn't hit a woman's face. He just smirked at Greenleaf. So what? Your morality has gone beyond the limit. Greenleaf was beaten to a pulp. Gyeong-soo just kept going with each blow without any hesitation. You too, I can feel it myself. Since the fight with Phoenix, I feel like my combat level has also increased. So, this body seems to be getting more used to. With this speed of development, Greenleaf seeing that the juniors were so useless, they cursed. What are you doing? Why are you still standing there? Don't hurry in. After finishing speaking, all three of them rushed towards Gyeong-soo, and he tightened his grip on the foldable baton in his hand. One guy on the left, plus one on the right. Bonus blue hair in the middle. He danced a few times and everyone was gone. After finishing the last move, Gyeong-soo breathed a sigh of relief. He was cool, standing in the middle of the weak straw. They all collapsed. Gyeong-soo said to himself, Soon I can return to my golden age. Gyeong-hee behind me couldn't help but be surprised. Amazing, amazing. Greenleaf was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Seeing her as for Gyeong-soo's consciousness, he also told himself that this person cannot faint, nor should he be complacent, but must be taught more. And then turned to look at Gyeong. If he gave an order, call Seong-hyun for help. Pull these guys out. Gyeong-hee replied shyly, my body no longer has the strength. Probably because just now it made my legs weak. I'm there. Help me up. Gyeong-soo felt discouraged and asked again. Is that true? Gyeong-hee immediately told me. Oh my god, isn't that too much? After all, I still have two people left. Lying here. Indeed today she did very well. even defeated 2 people, but finally Kyung-soo had to admit, yes, this mission also made progress. It's moving fast, isn't it? Good job. As he spoke he picked her up, causing Kyung-hee to suddenly stammer. What to do? Kyung-soo calmly replied, asking me to help her up. Kyung-hee was already blushing and faltering. Who helped him up like this? The next morning in Hong-jun's room, he lazily scolded, oh my god, don't act on your own. More. Kyung-soo, just ignore it. In short, it's okay. Hong-jun still carefully reminded, you have to notify me before leaving, so I can be ready. Kyung-soo argued, inform me in advance. How could he go? Hong-jun didn't give up. He told him not to go but still went. In the end Kyung-soo had to go into the water. Which makes sense. I promised to warn him in advance. Hong-jun didn't, replied nonchalantly, then thank you. Then Kyung-soo asked, so are you in charge of the truth theory case now? He immediately replied, we have to see the results of the investigation before deciding. I heard that the police department will directly investigate. Hearing that, Kyung-soo said contemptuously, what can those guys do? Didn't they lose track of the Phoenix and drug case last time? This time let me, Hong-jun explained, because this is an order under the police department of the police chief. It seems to have exceeded the limit. And its strength is also trustworthy. Kyung-soo continued, after reviewing the work at that time. Hong-jun continued speaking, because this time it was a mission under the police department. Police Chief Kim Nako, 54 years old, rose from patrol to become police chief, a living legend of the police profession. Although the sheriff's term may not exceed 2 years, but based on his excellent performance and the incompetence of his successors. As a man of political potential, he became a man of great power and continued to bind, putting pressure on the police. What's unusual is that they even changed the law. He has been serving as police chief for the 3rd term, and will also hold this position for 5 years. All talented people from the provinces will be recruits to his police department. So all power has changed to be concentrated in that police department. So no one can object to his position in the illegal organization. After the introduction, Hong-jun continued to speak. So he is more trustworthy than us. There are many talented people there. Kyung-soo also understood and continued. No wonder. So that's why your police task force is like that. Hong-jun continued seriously. After all, they are people with great potential. I looked into the future and started invested in it. But also a bit confused. Kyung-soo asked suspiciously, but isn't this the mission that powerful police officer is promoting to investigate? Why are you so worried? Hong-jun immediately said the problem in his heart. That person has too much ability, exactly like him, because he knows Hwagiksa Temple very well, so he can understand those surprising achievements. But that person's achievements from just being a patrol policeman to becoming a police chief progressed suspiciously. On the contrary, Kyung-soo didn't pay much attention. Maybe it's probably only 100 years since we've had someone like that. He's truly a living legend. Hong-jun hasn't stopped yet. Such a talented person, not knowing the identity of Hwagiksa Temple, and even suspending the investigation. Isn't that too contradictory? At that time, Kyung-soo also pondered what he said. That night, they're at Hong-jun's house. Hong-yun stood at the door to welcome Dad and Kyung-soo home. Dad is home. Hong-jun smiled and greeted his daughter. How was your day, daughter? Miss then happily told her. Lately you've been coming home a little late. Because you have a lot of work to do. Hong-jun was tired, so he said goodbye to her right away. His father went back to the bedroom first. The girl also politely replied, Dad, sleep well. When there were only 2 people left, Kyung-soo noticed that Hong-yun kept staring at him, and he wondered why he suddenly smiled like that. Hong-yun honestly replied, because Oppa came. I felt I'm so happy. Actually, before Oppa came here, I heard my dad talk a lot about you. After my mom passed away, didn't my dad have no motivation to do anything? But after talking about Oppa with me, I remembered my father once told me, Hong-yun, the last words your mother wants to say to me is that I hope that the campaign we investigate together will end it successfully. Actually, Dad felt disappointed because he thought he wouldn't be able to keep that promise. Then she continued to tell Kyung-soo, but now Dad got that promise. I'm not sure what the mission is, but I'm very happy because Dad seems to be in good spirits again lately. Gyeong-soo immediately spoke up encouragingly. Don't worry, that mission will definitely be successful. Hong-yoon widened her eyes at his words for a moment and then replied. I promise. Then please promise me. Look at this look of Ms. Gyeong-soo remembered the little girl Phoenix who always smiled and said to him. Promise. He was stunned for a moment. Finally replied Hong-yoon. Okay, then promise. See you give his pinky finger stuck out. Making her gasp in bewilderment. Then she asked in confusion. What are you doing with your pinky finger? Gyeong-soo replied bewilderedly. What? Isn't this how promises are made? Hong-yoon was stunned. Oppa, you are quite cute, aren't you? As soon as Gyeong-soo was complimented, his face turned pale and he asked, Are you cute? Hong-yoon quickly replied, I take back what I said. The next morning at Kim Nako's office, he was talking to Hong-jun, Chief of Police Hong-jun. The interrogation has ended, as expected, related to truthism. I have tracked down the location of the prisoner's organizational chart and method of crime. Hong-jun suddenly asked again. So fast? He immediately replied, Yes. Then seriously asked Hong-jun. Then, can you handle truthism? A pseudo-theism was created by a woman 10 years ago who claimed to be a god. Then it developed at breakneck speed, with an extremely large scale, enough to be considered a remarkable organization. But within 5 years, it naturally disappeared like dust into the air. The saint retained some followers and executors and moved her base to the Philippines. However, later, all the executors and saints were found dead. The police said that their deaths were caused by internal divisions. With that, truthism, Kim Nako continued, thought to have disappeared. But at that time, a believer had survived. That fateful day, the church's followers groaned and cried out. The saint. Back at the high police office, Kim Nako clasped his hands seriously. I believe they have restarted the pseudo-theology from what was left of them. The second leader of the Axiom cult appears to be a man in his late 20s. And uses street evangelism to coerce people. After torturing and detaining those people, letting their spirit and psychology fall into the abyss, he pretended to save their souls and make them dependent on him. They were hypnotized for a long time and turned into his puppets. He turns men into warriors and women into his loyal servants. Depending on how the brainwashing is done. A girl with green hair represents green leaf. Girl with golden hair represents yellow leaf. Assured of a victory which we shall soon attain. Then Maple Leaf asked again, What about you? Hollow Mountai, Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf still obediently listened quietly. At this moment, Hollow Mountai spoke up, Whatever Buddha told me to do, I will do it. That attitude made Black Lespedasis uncomfortable. This noisy bastard was so arrogant. And Maple Leaf was thoughtful. For a while, whatever the reason will be fine. I'm looking forward to the moment when this island is dyed in a red color like the color of Maple Leaf. Towards Hong-jun at this moment the atmosphere was extremely tense. He said with a straight face without hesitation, Yes, a trap. Before when we tried to interrogate drug traffickers it took a lot of time but the last interrogation this ended too quickly. The suspect might be lying. Suddenly a cold voice interrupted him. Senior Officer Hong-jun, are you doubting my abilities? His eyes Kim Nako stared at the other person with an extremely cold expression. Hong-jun still calmly replied, I don't doubt you, Inspector. I'm suspecting Kim Nako is a person. Hearing this, his eyes widened. He opened wide, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Immediately he burst out laughing with excitement. I know you are very interesting but you can still keep calm when your beloved family you're in such a situation. It's amazing. Okay Officer Hong-jun, don't worry, even if it's a trap. To overcome it, I will ask the force to carry out the task Captain Byun Jang-wook's special mission to support you. How is it? Is it better? You both have known each other for a long time. However Hong-jun said, Can I make a suggestion? He did not hesitate to ask. What is it? At this time Hong-jun slowly presented. If this operation is successful, please allow me to investigate UHWA. The mastermind behind Hwagiksa. Kim Nako lowered his face, the smile still on his lips. Oh, you are truly a very interesting person. I have met many people like you. People who have valuable experiences. Have experienced through broken things a couple of times. Hearing this, Hong-jun seemed to have realized something unusual. Forgive. The other person did not explain anything but continued. Okay, no matter how I think about it. You are the only person I want to be my successor. Now he is even more confused. I don't understand what you are saying. Kim Nako just looked at him and said, Senior Officer Hong Jun, I'm sorry but I can't accept your suggestion. Hong Jun is even more confusing. Why am I not allowed to investigate him? The next second Kim Nako speaks again. Because I am. Hong Jun still silently listens to reason. Because the forest outside also stood motionless. Kim Nako then continued. January's crane. His identity was revealed. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became more stuffy than ever. Hong Jun still couldn't hear it for sure. So he immediately asked again. What did you just say? He strained his eyes and looked towards Nako. He said with a firm voice. When he and his wife started conduct an investigation about Hwagiksa. I have always followed you. But when your wife passed away, I was going to order you to stop this investigation but you probably want to withdraw yourself from the case. Hey. So I thought you were all the same as everyone else. However, after the Phoenix case, my thoughts about you have completely changed. I believe if I just give a small warning, you will stop investigating. Not knowing anything is also a ploy. Like an old fox, you planned everything yourself without me knowing anything about this. Although you didn't really complete the task well, you still did very well. I misjudged you. Nako finished speaking. Hong Jun angrily gritted his teeth. Your motive is nothing. But Nako promptly distracts Hong Jun's mind. Inspector General Hong Jun, do you love this agency? Because I really love this place. Hong Jun's mind accidentally brought him back to his youth. But this agency is really very different. Compared to what I thought when I first stepped in here. I used to think that this agency was full of tough people and would resolutely punish evil people. But actually, their thinking can also be swayed by a very small reason and is an agency. To cover up for another organization. And then, I met that person. In Hong Jun's memories, Nako walked towards him and said, even though the paths we took were different, no matter how different they are, in the end the destination of both paths will be the same. Join us. UHWA. I will make your wish come true. Spin returning to reality. Nako calmly tried to pressure Hong Jun. It's been 30 years since that happened. Time flies. Right, it's been 5 years since I became a committee member. Our police and agencies have changed a lot. The powers of the government have been weakened. Thanks to that, our authority has been strengthened. Our budget has also been increased, and compared to other agencies, our voice has more influence than before. What do you think? Do you think there is anyone who has contributed as much to this agency as me? Okay, Hong Jun affirmed. You didn't do this for the agency. You did these things for yourself. Hong Jun frowned. But on the contrary, Nako showed a dangerous smile. He said yes, because I'm the headquarters and I only have 1 year left in my term. I can't stop this. But should I make a plan for something greater than nothing? Sir, I'm thinking, you will be my next successor. Your firm belief, steadfastness and honest nature, I like it very much. You reminded me of when I was young. The angry Hong Jun became loud. It seems like you're still having trouble keeping things under control. So what you're trying to say is that you want to be in a position where you can easily control everything. Right. I will never become a police officer like you. In time, Nako also woke you up. Inspector General Hong Jun, no matter how much we try, evil will never disappear. It will always be present somewhere. Where evil will not be resolved by compromise and reconciliation, and there are also places where evil can be solved by those means. I would simply choose the latter. If you were me, then I bet you would also choose the same as me. Right. Huh, do you want to leave? Well, next time I want to hear your answer. And to answer your question about what my motive is, it's that I want this country to be peaceful. That's all. Hong Jun leaned over to look at Nako. But then Nako reminded him again. You should bring this with you. This is information about Maple Leaf. It's all been verified. I swear. You have to report it to your wife too. Right. The mission is called Pake Leaves. Sounds good. Right. Inspector General Hong Jun. Hong Jun put his hand on the door handle, tormented. But Nako continued. You're very famous. So, don't die. He could still maintain his composure right in front of Crane. But actually Hong Jun's thoughts were completely in chaos. But the question has no end. But the conclusion is somewhat simpler and clearer than the questions he has in mind. I am completely helpless. What can I do now? Now, that evening, Hong Jun darkly opened the door and walked in. Gyong-soo came out. He's already home. It's a bit late. Huh, what? Are you drinking? The detective looked up, his face red and drunk. Kyung-soo slowly led him inside. What would he do if someone attacked him? He shouldn't be hanging out on the street and he drank. Drinking while still wearing your uniform. Are you crazy? Hong Jun hesitated. Today, I met Crane. Kyung-soo suddenly. Crane. He immediately explained like, the police commissioner. Is Crane. Kyung-soo immediately responded. What? Bald. Tell me the details, so you can calm down a bit. Hong Jun staggered. The plan to clear out Hwagiksa was discarded. You shouted loudly. Are you crazy? Hong Jun shook. Well, it was a war that I couldn't win from the beginning. Because I was under their control. Kyung-soo glanced at the silence. In his hand, he was still holding the file that Nako gave him. Early the next morning, looked up at the ceiling. Hong Jun had just woken up. He put his hand on his head and rubbed his hair tiredly. Then suddenly Hee-jun and Seong-hyun turned to look at him, causing him to sit up in shock. What is it? Why are you guys here? Hee-jun immediately explained. Kyung-soo asked us to come here for a while. To watch over you. Next to Seong-hyun scratched his head. We were very worried because you hadn't woken up before. Hong Jun shouted. What are you guys talking about? Senior Officer Kim Gyong, where is Soo? Seong-hyun was confused. We don't know. He said he had a place he had to go. But he also told us not to tell you about this. Kyung-soo's inner feelings. If he is in their hands, then this is also the right time to bite them back. Senior Officer Kim Gyong-soo. Paik leaves mission. Wool was carried out alone. At the same time at the dock, Gyong-hee was trying to beg Gyong-soo. I want to go too. I also want to go on a mission with you too. Gyong-soo's footsteps placed on the roof. The train stopped. He turned back to look at her for a while and asked, What? How did you know to come here? Gyong-hee still begged to follow. He knew about the dating app and downloaded it on phone while on a mission. Last time I had to pretend to be prey. I used it to track you. You gave me your location. Then she held up the phone to show off. He criticized that app. Huh, you're so annoying. His phone suddenly rang. It was Mr. Hong Jun calling. Then he picked up the phone. Oh, what's wrong? What's going on? The other end of the line asked through the phone. Where are you now? And she was curious, wondering, who is it? Kyung-soo didn't answer what she said into the phone. I'm going to that island. Sir, I'm at the harbor. Hong Jun was very surprised. How did you get there? He slowly explained. I bought a used boat from a fisherman with gold. She stood next to me still curious. Gold? What the hell are you talking about? On the other end of the second, Hong Jun said quietly. Senior Police Officer Kim Gyong-soo. I will send reinforcements now. Be careful. He replied with a smile. You are back to yourself. That's good. You definitely won't. Where is he safe with me? If he doesn't control himself when I complete this mission. He pretends to be ignorant. I will pretend like I never heard anything from you. Gyong-hee is still standing next to me. Asked. Who is that? After he hung up, Gyong-soo didn't answer her question but said goodbye. Gyong-hee. I'm going. See you later. She cried and asked to come along. I'm too, Mom. Let me go with you. Those fanatics really like pretty girls. I'll be their prey. I'll also bring makeup and pretty outfits. Hee-jun and Seong-hyun stood there watching the two talk back and forth. He chased her away. She went home for her. She argued. Why did you send Hwang Hee-jun and Lee Seong-hyun along when it wasn't me? Replied. Because they were stronger than her. And they also had combat experience. She was still very young. But Gyong-hee argued with him. I need to be on a mission so I can learn more experience. More experience. So do you think there is any other way besides this? Gyong-soo exposed. She wanted to do more tasks because she wanted to be promoted. She just denied. Not at all. Gyong-hee lowered her face and expressed. I am also a member of this group. He corrected me. A slave. She also agreed. Yes, I am a slave. Why do I feel so alienated? And you will never understand. I was also quite surprised that I did so well. And was also praised. Right? To be honest, when you praised me back then, that's it. Suddenly Gyong-soo walked in front of her and raised his hand. If that's what you're thinking, then I have a compliment for you. Then he hit Gyong-hee's neck hard. But this mission is it's dangerous, so go home. Go back to sleep. Gyong-soo left her lying there unconscious and got on the boat. Should we depart now? A door opened. Ah-hyung walked in to report. Police Commissioner, Senior Superintendent General Hong Jun, has requested for you to send Senior Superintendent Byun Jang-wook. Nako heard that and immediately agreed. Really? Send him right now, girl answered briefly. It was clear. Then Hyung went out. He was alone in the room. Nako looked in his shirt for something with a sinister smile. That's right, that's it. When someone tried to seduce to coax you, going with the wind would be the wisest course of action. Then he took out a chip from his shirt. And he muttered, "Can you hear me, Orchid? Crane has taken the bait, see. If he departs from here it will take about 3 to 4 hours to get there." The words from the chip come out. "I understand. I will send word to Maple Leaf." He sighed. Phew, it's finally started. Maple Leaf will be the leader. Black Lespedasis and Hollow Mountai fight. Hong Jun's team and Jang-wook's special forces. This is going to be fun. When he proposed this plan to the Buddha, he didn't care about who would win. If Maple Leaf won, the plan would succeed, and he would gain more trust from Buddha. And if Hong Jun wins, his position as police commissioner will be more secure. He only wants one thing from this mission. Bloodshed will happen on both sides. He thinks that the months, who hold terrible powers, will become rebels while he plans a grand plan later. And he sees Byun Jang-wook, the only person who did not support him in the police force despite his position as police commissioner, had a thorn in his eye. He continuously tapped the table and muttered, "Balanced. Balance is very important. If one side suppresses the other then everything will end in one direction." The other chip rang again. "Crane, it's Orchid. Didn't you say that it will take 3 to 4 hours to get there?" He paused. The voice in the chip continued. "Maple Leaf subordinates, those who would prepare to ambush them, have all been killed clean." Hearing that, Nako was surprised. "What?" The voice asked again. "What's going on?" Nako seemed to realize something. His eyes widened. His mouth showed a strange smile. He rubbed his chin. "It turns out that's it. He's such a fierce brat that, in front of me he will act like a loser. But at the same time he's secretly acting behind my back. I'm starting to like him a lot more." Then Nako replied through the chip. "It seems Hong Jun sent his team to respond. Please send my apologies to Maple Leaf." Then he thought. He had secretly created a group. There was an alarm. I just received information. It was not a group. There was the sound of rustling footsteps in the forest. 2 men suddenly stop. Gyeong-soo was as quick as lightning to deal with each of the guys standing there. Blood spurted from their bodies. His face looked so serious. The voice in his head exclaimed. But it was just an individual. Nako's face froze. Is that guy? This is really surprising. I thought it was you. He's a bit different. But I never thought he could be that good. He's really a huge thorn." His eyes were condensed in thought. He looked at the phone on the table. I thought, I need to do something to keep this balance. At the Maple Leaf Forest, Gyeong-soo is standing on the phone. "What is it? You want me to wait to log in meeting with the special forces? Isn't Kim A-hyung also in that group? Then won't I be behind schedule?" Hong Jun's voice rang in my ears. "Just trust me. The force's captain this special force is Byun Jang-wook." In the hallway there were footsteps. The man opened the door. Amidst the existence of the special forces, Jang-wook walked in and said, I have a new mission." Cha Yun smiled. "A new mission? It's been a long time coming." Park Jung-ho's face brightened. "Oh, fuck yeah, how long has it been since?" Heard those words, bad comments from his teammates. Choi Sang-ho reminded Jung-ho, "Stop swearing," while Kim A-hyung stood there without speaking. Byun Jang-wook's special force is the strongest team. He leads the whole team and shouted, "Let's go." Byun Jang-wook's special forces were sent back to the time when Gyeong-soo was infiltrating the enemy base. His voice echoed throughout the forest. "No, I prefer to do tasks myself rather than do them with others. Of course, having someone with authority come in and teach morality is very tiring." Hong Jun on the other end of the second replied dissatisfiedly. "Senior Police Officer Kim Gyeong-soo, when you were an assassin, didn't you say that you were injured while searching for the truth about the Axiom Church?" Hearing that, he immediately spoke up. "The first Maple Leaf is a very strong person, able to stand on par with other months. Heck, I even have to admit her talent. But Maple Leaf isn't that strong right now, because of the guy he sent out on missions was pretty bad." The other side yelled in discontent. "Senior Police Officer Kim Gyeong-soo. He's the one who killed my wife. I want this to end pushed in just one go. Kyung-soo replied in a low voice. Me too. Upon receiving his answer, Hong-jun immediately continued. So listen to me. I want this mission to end with no casualties. I have a plan. The scene quickly changed to a cool blue beach. A man with a muscular appearance spoke. Senior police officer Kim Kyung-soo saw that the other person recognized him, so he politely answered, "Yes, that's me." Once he had determined his identity, the man said, "I've heard a lot about you from Hyung. I'm the captain of this special team, Byun Jang-wook." After hearing that person's introduction, Kyung-soo immediately looked forward and slowly spoke. "But why did you bring that girl here?" he said while looking at Kyung-hee. This question made her cry out in dissatisfaction. "So what?" Jang-wook wondered and asked him a question. "Isn't she a member of his team?" Yoon stood next to Kyung-hee at that time. He also jokingly said that it's not good to leave your member behind. "I heard that you abandoned her. But isn't team spirit the most important thing when performing the mission?" Seeing the girl saving the abandoned member was her, so Kyung-hee immediately responded enthusiastically. "Yes, that's right." This defensive expression of hers, rolling her cheeks, made her I couldn't help but love it. So cute. Suddenly Jung-ho stood next to Jang-wook and asked Kyung-soo, "Are you the guy who caught all those drug dealers?" Sang-ho immediately spoke up. "Remind him, Jung-ho, don't call him a brat. Where are your manners?" Jung-ho calmly replied, "Who cares about those things? This guy's rank is lower than mine. I wanted to see with my own eyes the kid who sent the entire drug gang to prison. But who would have thought that he was the type to leave his teammates behind, and he called himself captain." As he said that, he stopped by, close to his face to show disapproval. Kim Kyung-soo didn't pay attention to his brash attitude and spoke up. "So there's no use in bringing her along." These words of he made Jung-ho even more dissatisfied and yelled, "What? But who let you leave her behind?" On this side, Kyung-hee couldn't help but mutter and scold him. "That's bad," Yoon amusedly reminded. "Don't I heard that guy talking? He's just talking nonsense." Over here, Jung-ho still keeps expressing his anger at Kyung-soo's action of leaving behind a team member. This guy probably wants to die. Sang-ho Jung-ho once again reminded him to stop cursing. Looking at the chaos in front of him, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and thought, should I send all these people on their way and continue to carry out the mission himself? While his face was filled with emotion as he looked at them, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Just be patient." A girl suddenly appeared and blocked Kim Kyung-soo. This unexpected appearance made him a little surprised and silently said, "Kim Ah-hyung, she knows how to behave. Who else did I think she was?" Kyung-soo's words made Jung-ho not satisfied. He gritted his teeth and spoke. "Hey, what did you just say?" At this moment Jang-wook spoke up in a serious voice. "Park Jung-ho, are you trying to cause trouble before the mission has even started? Stop it right away." He definitely had his reasons. At this point he was reluctant to obey. "Ah, yes, I'm sorry." Sang-ho was also afraid of being reprimanded, so he quickly explained to himself. "I didn't related, Captain." Kyung-soo just quietly listened to their conversation. He quietly observed Jang-wook's every gesture and word. At this moment suddenly there was a voice coming from some device. The voice was now clear. So everyone was full, right? Jang-wook immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, "Yes, I will change the entire communication channel right now." Hong-jun on the other end of the walkie-talkie said again, "Then I will start disseminating your information. Mission. The enemy base has 3 floors. On the first floor are stairs that lead to the second floor. And there is a small hallway leading to the dining room and basement. The second floor is the church, the street. And the third floor are the residence of the leader of the fake church. If I were the enemy, after driving all the enemies deep inside, I would be helpless. Expect to attack them with different entrances to the rooms. So let's split up and go in different directions. Go straight, turn left, turn right, and even the basement. Listen to the initial force after the plan was completed." Jang-wook questioned whether there would be any difference with the information he provided. Hong-jun confidently affirmed, "No, I have verified it myself. There is no difference." "What's the difference?" His words made Kyung-soo secretly despise him. He said he wouldn't participate in the mission, yet he secretly sneaked in here to investigate. After that, you heard him speak again. "But what I suspect is that their guerrilla team, in fact, cannot be that weak. I'm sure this is not the end. Please quickly clean up path and regroup to prepare for what might happen. After Hong Jun finished speaking, Gyeong-soo was the first to speak up to accept the mission. "Sir, I will choose the straight path. That's it." Jung-ho heard him say that and immediately wondered why. He seemed to think for a moment before responding. Maybe it's because I'm the strongest. Of Gyeong-soo was like a stimulus to Jung-ho. This brat is being arrogant. Sang-ho patiently reminded his teammates. Jung-ho stopped talking nonsense. When he saw that he didn't speak up. "What?" Captain Jang Wook suddenly said. "Senior Police Officer Kim Gyeong-soo. Come to think of it, shouldn't we have shaken hands when we first met? Right, I think we haven't done it yet. So let's shake hands." As he spoke, he held out his hand in front of him. After being stunned for a while, he agreed and shook hands with Byun Jang Wook. The moment he held his hand, Gyeong-soo, he seemed to feel something very surprising. Seconds later, Jang Wook made a decision that made him confused. Senior Police Officer Kim Gyeong-soo would go straight to that place. This decision of his made Jung-ho surprised. "What?" Yoon seemed much calmer and agreed. "If it was from the captain, then I had nothing to complain about." Sang-ho had no opinion but just seriously took orders. Clearly, followed by Jang Wook, "Tell you again. I will leave it to you. Please pay attention to going to the higher floors. We will do everything we can to stop them. Let's carry out the mission together, let's do this." Gyeong-soo had to stay silent for a while before softly answering. It was clear. At this point Hyung suddenly exclaimed. Captain, this is not their weapon bag." I Jung-ho checked the things in the bag and wondered. "What is this?" Sang-ho replied confused. "A fishing rod." Jang Wook calmly spoke. "It seems they gave us the wrong bag. Try calling the person who brought us here." Yoon answered the phone while calling. "I tried, but they didn't pick up. It seems like the boat brought Jang Wook's group here had slipped away without realizing it." His face immediately showed passion when he heard this news. "They betrayed us." At the same time in a certain office something was going on, a conversation. Yes, he goes. "Thank you for listening to my request. Customs." The other end of the line quickly responded. "It's okay." Ended the conversation. "This phone call has come to an end." Nako muttered out loud. "Although it is a bit unreasonable, it will definitely help. To make everything balanced, the gods must exist. Me is the one who has met the god, and I confidently tell you that the god really exists." Maple Leaf said while looking at the rope in her hand. "Only those who believe in him can save. And those who no longer believe will be punished. Those who do not believe in him now will all come here to attack us. But we will win, because we have faith in him." He continuously uses his words to manipulate the psychology of everyone in the church. Faith. Believe in him. After this war we will be closer to the gods than ever before. It seemed that Maple Leaf's crazy speech had begun to influence the believers. Black Lespedazes stood to the side and couldn't help but sarcasm. "Believing in gods. What I believe in this world is my body." Hollow Mountai next to him just listened silently. Just like when the maple leaf started to change color. The believers did not know that somehow their eyes seemed to gradually turn yellow and they seemed to be being agitated by someone yelling at them. Everything was because Mr. Maple Leaf coldly watched each follower's eyes become sharp. Each person's eyes looked like they were about to devour someone. Each of them was moving around. Became killers. Outside their base, after Jang Wook's group arrived and took turns killing each of the door guards. They observed for a while and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how magnificent." In the name of the captain, Jang Wook immediately ordered, "Let's start entering this place." A new mission opened. Paik leaves. Later they slowly opened the door of the base opened. The whole group of people quickly walked inside. When they saw the scene inside, Jung-ho couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, why is it so crowded?" What did his advice say? Hong Jun seemed to echo in their ears again. Among the believers, there were many brainwashed civilians. The brainwashed civilians would wear white, and the believers who were not civilians will wear blue, yellow and red clothes. Yoon gently reminded everyone, because they are all wearing white, they are probably civilians. We should just arrest them without doing anything. They were injured. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Gyeong-soo rushing forward as fast as lightning. His speed was like a wind towards the group of followers. He kicked his foot on the floor as if to gain momentum. Then the next second Gyeong-soo jumped up in front of the bewildered group of followers. Then he suddenly kicked a strong kick straight into the face of the guy standing in the middle of the cave. This quick action of his made that guy immediately fall backwards. Gyeong-soo completely fell into a state of enthusiasm. Jung-ho shouted in surprise, saying that name. Don't forget that they are just civilians. He didn't stop his movements but still replied casually. I know. Sang-ho calmly spoke up, with the momentum, hey, that guy is going to kill someone. Captain Jang-wook didn't pay attention to that and reminded them. Okay, stop looking there, and go to the designated area of the teams. Hong Jun's judgment is indeed correct. Maple Leaf will gather the white-shirted believers in front of the stairs and after luring the enemy into the church. He will surround the group using colored-shirted followers and his followers in the next rooms and basement. At the same time, the image of the group was realistically recorded on the internet. Screen. Maple Leaf just looked without saying anything. Then he slowly spoke into the communication device. Checking the mic. Everyone please wait in the designated rooms. The other party quickly received the order. It was clear. Maple Leaf. At the end of that conversation, Maple Leaf began to think. Strangely enough, verifying something is easier than proving something. Someone has tried his best to find out about Wakug's information. Hong Jun verified the information that Kim Nako gave him easily. Hong Jun confirmed that there would not be any possible mistakes happen with that information and took action. Maple Leaf kept speculating in her heart. Did they not go to the second floor after taking care of the group on the first floor? Instead they split up to go to different locations. Difference. They know the entire hidden place. He pondered the location of the group of people. This is the basement. Hong Jun's plan. Here he immediately came to a conclusion argument. The information was spread outside, which was to sow doubt in Maple Leaf's mind. Before Green Leaf was arrested by the police, he brainwashed her so that she would say things. Information to lure the cops into a trap. However, the information that Hong Jun received did not come from Green Leaf but from Crane. Maple Leaf kept thinking, why is that strange? There is something, was it wrong during the brainwashing process? No, it can't be. Or maybe Hong Jun investigated this himself. But there's no way he could know that much. Inside Hwagiksa, only Buddha and Orchid knew that Crane was the one on the police side. So Maple Leaf thought. Hwagiksa told this information to the police. That's why. Thought for a while. Maple Leaf then muttered under her breath. Don't tell me. Black Lespedasus. Hollow Mountai. Why did you come here? Maple Leaf's judgment will definitely be wrong. Black Lespedasus was bewildered when receiving his question. Why are you suddenly behaving like that, huh? We came here to carry out a mission. And Hollow Mountai was silent and did not answer. But both of them heard him say something incomprehensible. Stop pretending like you don't know. Black Lespedasus can't help but confused. Maple Leaf continued to speak. So this mission is to wipe out me and my organization. Did the Buddha order you guys? Why, I never did these things. Betrayal like the first generation of Maple Leafs. These words made Black Lespedasus really confused. What the hell are you talking about? Maple Leaf couldn't calm down anymore and shouted. I was very obedient and silently submissive. I submitted to him. Black Lespedasus asked in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Just a moment ago you were rambling about God and said that you were very how can he believe in Buddha? However, he firmly stated, hey Black Lespedasus, do you think I'm stupid? At that time Hollow Mountai spoke up. If the mission is to kill him, then I did it a long time ago. Maple Leaf seemed to challenge him. Then do it. Kill me. Then the two of them looked at each other. The atmosphere became indescribably heavy. Outside, a chaotic battle was still going on, when the crowd of believers rushed out and wanted to fight and kick with the police. Die. Jung-ho saw this and couldn't help but feel frustrated and raised his fist towards the opponent. Defend. No, you are the one who must die. Finished speaking, he quickly struck the opponent. His teammates kept reminding, Jung-ho, I told you that people wearing the white shirt is just a commoner. It's gentle, but Jung-ho frowned and replied, oh my god, stop nagging, he protested. No, why is this hallway so long? It will probably take a lifetime to get over it all. Let's keep moving forward. Jung-ho put on a white face and said, anyway, that guy is probably handling everything well upstairs, right? Sang-ho immediately continued, Jung-ho, that's the captain's order, so stop whining. He spoke up in annoyance. I'm talking about it because I'm worried about him. This guy. That guy has to take care of everything himself up there, so I have to worry. Now I should worry about myself. A spacious hallway to escape. But only for a second, soon it was filled with corpses scattered throughout the hallway. Yong-soo spoke coldly. This is the hallway that should lead to a room on the second floor. But I only found people. Usually. But right now a civilian suddenly spoke up with a troubled voice. The priest is up there. You can't go there. He heard that and immediately grabbed his collar and said, "These guys wear white. No matter how many times I beat them, they are still the same. They have been severely brainwashed." As he finished speaking, he silently thought, there must be some work to bring these guys back to normal. Next, Yong-soo heard the name in front of him constantly mumbling. The leader is up there. He heard it and immediately said in frustration, "Okay, I can ask them right after I go up there. Let's continue." After speaking, he returned to his route. Another hallway filled with people lying everywhere. Jang-wook asked, "The hallway is quite long. Are you okay?" Ah-hyung was a bit tired, but still tried to calmly say, "I'm fine." Then he turned back and said, "We will enter here." Receiving the order, she did not hesitate to answer. Clearly, in front of them suddenly opened. This surprise that made the two of them surprised. Each pair of long horns slowly appeared before the eyes of the two people. Next to them, in that room, there was a group of people with horns attached to their heads like goats and horses. While looking inside, Jang-wook's eyes accidentally touched one person. Then he muttered, "So he was the one. Is one of the followers that the commissioner mentioned." Card symbol appears in sight. Dear, they are assassins related to Hwagik-sir, but they were left behind and were saved by Maple Leaf. They have been Maple Leaf brainwashing and manipulating them with drugs. Now they're puppets that he can control as he wishes. The length of the horn they carry is the time they have spent as Wakugs's way of being an assassin. Suddenly Jang-wook said something that made everyone confused. It looked heavy. Those horns. The girl in the yellow dress looked stunned when heard him say that. A second later he rushed in front of them, then grabbed the horn on her head and said, "Looks a bit heavy, doesn't it?" Very quickly, Jang-wook grabbed the horn and pulled it out, causing the tip of the horn to break. And then he said in a light voice, "Okay, it looks better now." When Jang-wook made the girl in the yellow dress spit blood and fall back. He clenched his fist, and punched the opponent hard. Then he continued to punch the next few guys. Following, a guy in a blue shirt quickly rushed towards him. However, he was discovered by him. In the end, he took the iron-hard punch of the command team captain. Even the bone mask also broke. When Jang-wook punched the last guy, suddenly a dark shadow passed by. He held a knife and rushed towards him. Jang-wook sensed danger and looked down to see that guy was close to him. Suddenly Ah-hyung appeared and kicked the knife in that guy's hand away. She gritted her teeth and looked at the enemy warily. And that guy fell to the ground. Jang-wook saw that, then said, "Good job." Ah-hyung hesitantly replied, "Thank you." Suddenly there was a noise in that guy's direction. The two immediately raised their eyes to look over. They saw on the ground the mask being removed and the cloak on the ground. A silhouette of a woman appeared before their eyes. In another place, Black Lespedez's voice filled with dissatisfaction. Okay, stop now. Calm down, come on. Both of you, relax and calm down. Maple Leaf, I don't know what caused you to be like this. But think carefully. Hyung and I are currently doing business with you. So there is no reason for us to kill you. I also had to stop training for 2 days to help you. And if we had taken the mission to kill you, we would have done so from the first day, then go practice again. Hollow Mountai. This bastard still acted like he was so busy and didn't even bother to attend the secret meeting. If we had accepted the mission to kill you, he would have started the action right away. It's the first day. Am I wrong? After he finished speaking, neither Maple Leaf nor Hollow Mountai said anything. Maple Leaf seemed to have been convinced by Black Lespedez's argument, so she spoke up. Okay, I believe in you. Luck will come to those who believe. Black Lespedez's voice was full of reassurance. Well, don't worry too much. Even if you think we're losing, you still have us and you have the Maple Leaf bitches. Even though she's not in a good state because she's traumatized, drugged, brainwashed. You already know what she's like. Just rest assured. The woman with a pale face and lifeless eyes standing in front of Jang-wook and Ah-hyung is first-generation Cherry Blossom. Ah-hyung saw such a woman and firmly said, "I bet I can defeat her immediately." Before she finished speaking, suddenly the woman holding a knife rushed towards Jang-wook. Like the wind, the woman climbed on top of Jang-wook. Then she raised the knife and prepared to stab him, when the woman quickly stabbed the knife into Jang-wook's neck, and then he used his force to throw the woman's body away. But with her agility, the woman landed safely. When she saw that action, Jang-wook couldn't help but be surprised. This woman, her movements surprisingly smooth. Did she bend down to absorb a Hyung's attack? Her eyes look like a dead person. The way she moves is like flower petals falling from their buds. If I attack now, then Jang-wook swings his fist. But he will be even more surprised. Unexpectedly, the woman dodged his punch. He thought to himself, she would sway like she was a flower petal and then dodge. Then the woman stood up straight and started to attack. On Jang-wook's side, the situation was getting worse and worse. He clicked his tongue and thought, this is not good. Ah-hyung saw that and panicked. The team leader looked at the opponent who was gradually gaining the upper hand. Jang-wook continued, thinking, this woman is really strong. I don't want to have to kill anyone, but it seems I have no other choice. If my attack doesn't affect this flower branch. I think he adjusted his body, then raised his fist back, then punched with all his might at the first cherry blossom. But that didn't happen. A sharp sound ripped through the air. The knife was right in his eye. Just a little more and it would pierce his eye. Unfortunately, the knife pierced Jang-wook's hand. Suddenly he pushed the hand that was pierced by the knife that hit the woman's head. She immediately hit her head hard on the ground. He continued to attack and thought to himself, then he just needs to pin her to the floor. Jang-wook used his fist, punched that woman hard, and tore that flower petal away. Ah-hyung standing next to see this scene could not hide his surprised expression. Suddenly Jang-wook realized, that woman's lips were dry and bleeding. Her face became strangely satisfied. It seemed like her eyes still had sparkling tears. Seeing this scene, Jang-wook couldn't help but think. Ah-hyung, seeing Jang-wook's injured hand, was extremely panicked. Captain, you need to be treated right now. He didn't pay attention to the wound and continued to think. Her eyes looked more alive in death than in life. Then he picked up the radio and said, this is Jang-wook's team. The room on the left has been cleaned. We will right now. Jung-ho's side has received the notification. The school team is really fast. And Gyeong-su's side has also received it. He looked down at the walkie-talkie and thought for a while, then spoke up. Not bad, right? On the other hand, Yoon was extremely happy to receive the announcement. I knew it right away. I was a bit worried because it's been a while since we started the mission. But it seems like the school team is still very cautious. Gyeong-hee looked behind and said, I think the same thing goes for you too. Sunbae-nim. Yoon wondered, have I been overwhelmed because I haven't started yet? Gyeong-hee was confused. What do you mean by this? Yoon replied cheerfully, well, when I was in my prime and had to take on a lot of missions, I did them much faster than now. Here that Gyeong-hee comes in, we both admire Yoon. Are you a soldier in the special forces? She smiled and replied, no, the special forces of those police are nothing. Gyeong-hee became more and more curious. I'm sorry, are you really that strong? She replied, I understand. I gradually became like that because I was too busy chasing the man I always wanted. You know what I mean. Yoon finished speaking and put her hand on Gyeong-hee's shoulder, making her confused. What? She looked at the person in front of her and thought to herself. So cute. Right now on the ground are Maple Leaf followers who are unconscious. Jung-ho held his head tiredly, said, it took forever to finish. Damn it, if we had weapons. Sang-ho heard this and reminded him in annoyance. Jungo, why do you keep saying that every time you open your mouth? Stop swearing. Jungo still stubbornly argued, just to relieve tension. Sang-ho got even angrier, so you just do that as soon as you get the chance. Only swear when necessary, otherwise it will become a habit. Then they opened the door. Jung-ho frowned uncomfortably. You're such a jerk. Before he could finish speaking, Sang-ho suddenly shouted, wow, damn, startling Jung-ho, so he became more alert and stammered to his teammates. What's going on? Sang-ho also stuttered as he spoke. Jung-ho looked at his teammates who kept saying things. I said enthusiastically. What's wrong? Sang-ho shouted loudly. These people, these women. Inside the room were Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf waiting for their prey to come. Yellow Leaf was resting her chin on her hands. Said patiently, this guy is too loud. Red Leaf also replied in agreement. I thought I was about to go deaf. At this moment Sang-ho's eyes suddenly glowed. He admired and praised it. Stunned. Horrifyingly beautiful. Jung-ho standing next to him saw this and only said one word in boredom. This idiot. Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf, two cousins who are servants of Maple Leaf, are always by his side. Since childhood, both were raised as assassins in Hwagiksa. Then they were given Maple Leaf by Buddha as a reward for him. Back in the present, Sang-ho was excited, said, "Hey Jung-ho, the more I look at them, the more I see that they're my type. What should I do now?" Jung-ho helplessly replied, "Go die." That lustful guy. Heard that Red Leaf said, "That guy has taste." Yellow Leaf also chimed in, "I agree, because since childhood they were brainwashed by Maple Leaf. Suddenly they took out their weapons and sounded regretful. But, know what to do now." Both Jung-ho and Jung-ho were dumbfounded when they saw the beauty turn away. They were extremely loyal to him. Then the two of them said, "We have my man." Jung-ho panicked and said, "Hey, slow down ladies. Just put down your weapons first and then we'll talk." Sang-ho heard that and agreed. "That's right, don't come on. We don't." Suddenly the whip with sharp darts attached swung down towards Sang-ho. Luckily, the two of them were able to avoid Red Leaf's attack in time. Seeing that, Red Leaf asked in annoyance, "Did you avoid it?" Yellow Leaf continued, "It seems like they couldn't say much, Unny. So what about this shot?" Then Yellow Leaf held her weapon and rushed forward. She decisively attacked Jung-ho, but fortunately he was able to dodge the attack in time. Looking at the opponent dodging like that, she said in a cold voice, "You don't even speak anymore." Jung-ho sensed the smell of danger, so he turned around and ran away first and said back, "Sang-ho, let's run. Let's run. I don't have any weapons. At this rate death is certain." She looked helplessly and said. He said it again. Suddenly he stopped and turned back. "Hey, why are you standing out here?" "I told him to run away." Sang-ho just replied, "Jung-ho, I won't run away." His face became serious. Then quickly he rushed towards Red Leaf. "Be careful of his side. First, lady." Then used her fist to attack. Red Leaf sneered and said, "Didn't you say I was your type? Are you planning to hit me?" But Sang-ho coldly replied, "There is no more effective way for a man and a woman to get close to each other than to talk physically." Immediately he punched her hard towards her face. But suddenly, her voice echoed throughout the room. "Talking, talking, you're so wrong." She blocked Sang-ho's punch with her bare hands. With a calm face, before Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf. Red Leaf twisted Sang-ho's hand to soften his voice, saying that was sent to Maple Leaf as a gift. They were once bright candidates, along with Cherry Blossom's situation, to become the third generation of Cherry Blossom. Sang-ho cried out in extreme pain. She said pitifully, "Is something you do when both parties are on equal footing. Best that you should shut up." She pulled out her whip and hit it hard, causing the whip to cut Sang-ho's body and injuring him. She then continued, "Besides, the only one being punished here is you." The wound on Sang-ho's body is quite deep. It spurted blood, causing him extreme pain. Feeling something, he opened his eyes. Before his eyes was the image of Yellow Leaf holding a weapon and rushing down towards him. The mirror, her face was cold. "Taste this boat and go to hell." Seeing his teammates being attacked, Jung-ho quickly lifted the table and shouted, "Choi Sang-ho, this idiot. Do you understand why I told you to run?" Then he threw the table at Yellow Leaf. Just as her weapon could reach Sang-ho, the table rushed towards Yellow Leaf, surprising her and then cut off the "let's talk." She raised her eyebrows and looked full of resentment. Then Sang-ho stood up with difficulty. "Phew, these ladies are really wild." And Jung-ho kept urging him to run quickly. But Sang-ho objected, "I won't run, even if it means I might die." Hearing that Jung-ho was also helpless and said seriously, "Okay, then let's do it." Sang-ho frowned and replied, "Honestly, I hate doing that so much." He was confused. "What is it about that you hate it?" "This bastard too," Sang-ho replied embarrassedly, "because it makes us look pathetic in front of the ladies." Hearing that Jung-ho was angry, "Hey, you bastard, calm down. Are you going to go to the captain? He's upset." "I know, keep talking. Hey, ladies. You guys will find it a bit annoying, but please sympathize with us." After saying that, the two of them became serious and took a defensive stance. Jung-ho just reminded, "Shut up Sang-ho." Sang-ho declared, "Dad, this is going to be a very dirty battle. A foot steps slowly on the red tile floor. The person seems to be thinking. Kyung-soo walks and examines the room. What's on the second floor? There's no one. Surely they thought we wouldn't be able to climb all the way up here. It's true that there's no one here. Maple Leaf. Back to before when we were on a mission with together under the identity of an assassin. At that time I felt something was strange. Because every time we met it was a different person. But now we can finally see each other's faces clearly. There is a camera in the corner of the house recording Kyung-soo's every move. All his actions are displayed on the tablet screen. The person observing Kyung-soo is Maple Leaf. He saw it and thought, this guy is a tough guy. I already have information about Jinwoo, so I can more or less evaluate him. But until now I still don't know what his strengths are. To what extent? So that's the guy who took Phoenix away. The special forces were eliminated. So I don't think much about him. But maybe the reason the special forces were wiped out was because they had bad luck. Okay, well, okay, I'm not as easy to beat as that Phoenix guy. I also have hidden cards. That even Hwagiksa doesn't know about. But luckily I won't have to use them. Because... Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, Kyung-soo didn't hear anything but still considered talking. Maybe the third floor is empty again. Suddenly there was a voice responding as if answering, what do you mean? What do you mean? What makes me pay attention? It's Black Lespedasus. He arrogantly stands in front of me and says, can't you see? Can it be you not seeing my toned body? Then Kyung-soo put on a happy face and said, so Hong-jun is right. There must be something else involved in this mission. Black Lespedasus pushed the table aside and walked over. I knew someone was coming. He still calmly replied, well, that's good. It seemed like Black Lespedasus was very anxious to say, let's end this, but we've just started. The next second he politely replied, I want to take someone's life with these hands. Black Lespedasus looked at Kyung-soo and said, are you planning to kill me? Want to kill me really? Killing people has a lot of meaning. Oh my god. Kyung-soo stared at him without saying anything. That guy shows off his muscles. I have a body specializes in killing people. When you said that you would kill me, it sounded so ridiculous. Before he could finish his sentence, Kyung-soo in front of him rushed forward. His foot kicked him right in the face. That guy, he used both arms to block. The voice from the gap between his hands. No, I don't think so. Kyung-soo glanced at that guy. It seems like you are quite ignorant. Maybe your brain is just considered a part of your muscle. April, Black Lespedasus, one of the two Lespedasa brothers, is one of the members of Hwagiksa. His body is big and muscular. He has the strongest punch. Kyung-soo ducked to avoid his punch. Suddenly he asked that guy, you, every time we meet, I see you get a little bigger. That guy is a bit confused. Looking at him, then, so what? During the Phoenix incident, I thought you were just pretending to forget you knew me. But now it's true. Kyung-soo straightened up and looked at him. I knew it clearly. You're just a slow guy. A useless guy who always relied on his own strength. His large hand seemed to want to grab him. In a whirling wind, Black Lespedasus opened his eyes wide to see what was in front of him. In his hand he could only grasp a black jacket. That guy suddenly squinted his eyes and laughed loudly. His hand holding the shirt clenched tightly. He looked towards Kyung-soo. Who dares to say I'm slow? You're taking off, there are my clothes. Like a prostitute. It's your shirt in a bit. And then your underwear. Keep going. I'll do it myself too, let's strip you off. He threw the shirt behind his back and slowly walked towards. Kyung-soo remembered his attacks at that time. Because of those drugs. I thought it was all it's because I'm too slow. The eyes behind his mask glared at him. Kyung-soo seemed to see through him. But the truth is you got faster. Right. After that day, it seemed like you were obsessed with becoming faster. Black Lespedasus tilted her head to look at him. What? That day? Kyung-soo replied to him. Yes, we should recognize things that deserve recognition. You're quite an interesting person. Black Lespedasus was still bewildered. Huh, what do you mean? Kyung-soo continued to say. You have tried very hard to overcome your weaknesses. To have a body like this, you must have went through a lot of hardships. But it doesn't matter, you still haven't given up. Your body is proof of the hard work that is being applied today at this time. After losing, you failed that day. You stood up for yourself and you practiced to improve your weaknesses. From then on you became more and more agile. Well done, I recognize your efforts. Black Lespedazus looked at him clapping his hands and tilted his head, still not understanding what he was doing. What are you talking about here? Who are you to dare to acknowledge me? Gyeong-soo remained calm. Many people have difficulty in their lives. This, no matter how hard they try. It's all just to get your body. It's because you used drugs. Black Lespedazus was angry and his veins were full of anger. But as if I were a natural product. Gyeong-soo glanced at that guy as if mocking him. What a pity. In order to develop more muscles, you gave up developing another part of your body. In order to help your muscles become stronger and stronger, you were not afraid to give up thinking that that part could become nothing. Black Lespedez's eyes were filled with blood and asked, "What are you talking about?" Gyeong-soo smirked in disdain. "What do you mean? You used steroids, right, eunuch?" At this moment, his anger exploded. His eyes were red and he looked like he wanted to eat him alive. Patted my body. My row was completely natural. Then raised those two big arms and rushed towards Gyeong-soo. His hand grabbed the front and the entire row of chairs on that side was pushed and thrown over. Not seeing him, he started glancing around searching. Gyeong-soo held a knife in his hand. Having a giant body like this means you have to leave precious parts alone. Is there a different price? He rushed towards him while the guy had no time to react. His two slashes went straight into Black Lespedez's stomach. He was surprised by the sudden attack. He pulled the knife back and said coldly, "It couldn't do anything, but can only get bigger and just turn itself into a useless mass of meat. Luckily I brought my weapon. That will make it easier to defeat you. And hey, it's true that you're faster, but you still don't know how to use weapons." He turned his face dark and then raised his fist. As for him, weapons are only used by lazy guys who don't have confidence in themselves. Gyeong-soo only needed to lift his hand a few times and countless knife slashes cut into his body. He looked straight into that guy's eyes. "If you keep being arrogant like that, you'll soon give up. You think you lost because of your slowness. Don't you know how to ask for some advice?" Black Lespedezis looked down at his muscular body. His hand was on his left chest. He felt his chest beating up and down. His hand slowly pressed firmly against his body. Looked up at him angrily and shouted, "Who are you?" Gyeong-soo raised his flashing knife. "You will soon know. Let's go back to those nightmare days." In the room, the tablet in hand was playing the battle of Gyeong-soo and Black Lespedezis. A person dressed like a pastor was watching intently. Then he reached out and took off the maple leaf mask on his face. Put it down on the sofa next to him. Turned his head and continued looking at the screen. He covered one eye as if unsure and called out a name. Bai Guang. In April, Black Lespedezis, one of the Lespedeza brothers, during a brief fight with Gyeong-soo, felt pressure surge through his body, just like the first time he tried to lift weights. So, it weighs 250 kilograms. Black Lespedezis and Lespedeza are the ones who survived in the starvation room, relying on their strong will to survive. After escaping the room like that hell with non-stop training, they killed the first generation April and July. Then naturally they sat on their position. They overcame their physical shortcomings, his body, changing his skinny and shaky body into a perfect body. Thanks to his efforts helped the two cousins successfully survive. The pair of brothers, she can do anything thanks to her efforts. Life for the brothers was hard work. Because of that, they really hate December Phoenix. They think she can only get stronger by using medicine. That was something the brothers couldn't fathom. But the older brother, July, one day in the gym with bright lights, Lespedeza lifted weights while looking at his younger brother. "What? I want, let's go kill Phoenix together." She makes you worry that much? You don't like what she did either. Think about it carefully. She looks delicious. You could say she looks quite pleasing to the eye. Black Lespedezis angry with your brother. Stop it. You're under the spell of the women's amnesiacs. Don't be confused anymore. Lespedeza asked him again. Do you hate women too much? Black Lespedezis resolutely looking at my brother. I don't hate all women or men. It doesn't matter at all. The ones who always neglect their bodies are what I hate. Especially women, and when I see my children, that bastard Phoenix, I can always feel that all the things I've done up until now just to survive have turned into nothing. Lespedeza just silently glanced at his younger brother at this time. Then he continued lifting weights and said, "Okay, if you think so, then listen to me. Let's start taking action." After that, to find a possible reasonable reason used to kill Phoenix, they secretly ruined everything for her. In the room there were constant curses. Damn, damn. Phoenix sat on the chair continuously crying and holding his head screaming. Why did things turn out like this? Finally, why? If you don't solve this problem quickly. You. She kept biting my nails, trembling and crying. Name Priest UHWA said. In December that Phoenix. Seems like she is no longer useful to me. What do you think? Lespedeza brothers, they think. They finally have a chance. The rain outside was pouring like a waterfall. A black umbrella was opened to block the rain. Black Lespedezis knelt in the rain and looked at the person holding the umbrella and cursed. You bastard. What are you going to do? What the hell? Bai Guang of his previous life looked down at him from above. I've been keeping an eye on you all this time. You've been following Phoenix, then secretly ruining all her business. That guy looked at him and admitted. What if I did that? Bai Guang lowered the umbrella in his hand to the ground. His foot slowly stepped on the canopy of the umbrella and pulled out its handle. I was the one decides his life or death. So don't get involved in our business. Just like your brotherly relationship with that guy. Phoenix and I are also in the same relationship as you guys. There, it's up to me to decide whether it lives or dies. Okay. Black Lespedezis' hand curled into a fist, then he screamed. Please close your mouth. Before you can move forward. By the time Bai Guang's slash had passed through his body. His eyes were full of blood and glared at him. Bai Guang from above extended his sharp hilt towards that guy. Answer me quickly. Do you understand? He still looked up at me and refused to accept defeat. That uneducated bastard. On that pouring rain day, Black Lespedezis was beaten to a pulp. In his confusion, he realized that, for the first time in his life, there were things that he couldn't do, just by trying, just when he thought he was close to the door dead. A noise rang out. Bai Guang looked forward. Lespedeza appeared at some point to block his finishing blow. Black Lespedezis opened his eyes to look at the person who had just appeared. His second brother. Lespedeza stared at his brother who was barely alive on the ground. Finally Black Lespedezis closed his eyes tightly. Black Lespedezis woke up from a coma. Lespedeza stood in front of him and asked, Are you awake? Black Lespedezis looked at his brother. Second brother, where is that Bai Guang? Lespedeza looked at him. While I was falling unconscious, he made a deal with me. He will temporarily ignore this and let you recover, but instead we have to leave Phoenix alone. His eyes were wide and his mouth kept moaning. His fists clenched tightly, so he trembled with anger. In the end that guy used both hands to hit the floor hard and screamed loudly. Lespedeza looked at him. Little brother, don't be sad because of that. Because if you try more, I will definitely win. Hearing that, Black Lespedezis raised his face to look at his brother. After that day, Lespedeza used steroids. With the power of medicine, he replied obviously became stronger. The bigger his body gets, the more he hates women. Many years have passed. Although Black Lespedezis has decided to take revenge on Bai Guang. Then at that moment I received news that he had died. He was dead. That guy should die. Back to the current match with Gyeongsu. Black Lespedezis felt. But why? I have a hunch that this bastard is Bai Guang. Damn it, why is my body shaking like this? It's because of a habit I created to strengthening my muscles while practicing. Or because I'm scared. With a resounding roar, Black Lespedezis quickly rushed in front of Gyeongsu. Bai Guang's battle with Black Lespedezis only really started now. Black Lespedezis angrily raised his hands and screamed. Rushing towards Gyeongsu, the knife was as fast as lightning. As thin and light as leaves flying in the wind. Half of his face, his body was cut in half. Blood splattered. His eyes widened in pain. He sidestepped to watch. Black Lespedezis fell to the ground in pain. Gyeongsu frowned in discomfort and said, The only thing that has changed. He slashed his back a few times, causing more and more blood to spurt out. He tilted his head and asked in disdain, Is it only speed and size? The most important thing is that technique and wisdom are not there. Still standing still like that. Are you just going to rush at me forever? Black Lespedezis bowed his head in silence. His eyes widened, said gloomily, No matter how many times I fail at lifting heavy weights. He pursed his lips in surprise and looked at. His dull face gradually turned back. He hesitantly said, There is only one just once. If I can lift it just once, I win, even with you. Gyeongsu pursed his lips and looked at him cautiously. Black Lespedezis turned around to face him and said darkly, I just lower your eyebrows. Once is enough. Gyong-soo held the knife forward in contempt. You're having a rather terrifying illusion of power. He growled and rushed forward with intense thoughts in his mind. First, just once. He leaned back and stared at the hand in front of him. The knife blows were like leaves flying in the wind, coming one after another, just this once. Black Lespedasis ignored the pain and angrily waved his hands continuously at him. Gyong-soo pursed his lips and looked at him in discomfort. Bloody knives slashing at the target one after another. Black Lespedasis seemed immersed in hatred. Hatred, mouth wide open and growling, continuously attacking with the boiling wool in my head. I will lift you up. This time, lift it up. Heavy hand weights are held. Light knife blows unsteady like a leaf. The pressure from the arm is applied to the barbell. It slowly moves. The wool boils in the head. Lifting. The falling leaf. The barbell moves. Black Lespedasis lies on the exercise table and tries to lift the weight up high. Lifting it. His eyes were filled with scary blood. The barbell was in the middle of his neck. His whole body was covered with blue veins. He couldn't help but doubt whether he was okay or not. Can you do it? Return to reality. He backed away in fear, avoiding Gyong-soo's knife. He curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. Still a bit shallow. Your body automatically retreated right after rushing into me. It saved you. Black Lespedasis touched his neck and gasped in horror. Gyong-soo curled his lips dangerously, pointed the knife forward and said, "Ah, by the way, that confident look, where did you go earlier? You look really small." He widened his eyes in surprise. Black Lespedasis clenched his fists angrily and asked, "What? Who the hell are you?" In the house, his voice was full of doubt and fear. Bai Guang secretly had a disciple. And even if he did, this is so damned. What the hell is going on? Gyong-soo is now like the embodiment of a fierce beast. He smiles proudly and points his goo nose at him. Right now Black Lespedasis is very confused. But no matter how confused he is, no matter what, he was always sure about one thing. He couldn't win. When Bai Guang was announced dead, to be honest, deep down he felt extremely peaceful. Actually, he doesn't need to fight Bai Guang, because if he fights someone else, he will still lose. He always believes that if he tries hard enough, one day he will defeat them all. But Bai Guang is inborn talent. Bai Guang's talent is completely natural, more than anyone else. Before, deep in the mountains and forests, the first generation Bai Guang once said, he has the talent to kill that person. At that time he was just a tiny boy kneeling in front of him and asked in confusion, "Are you praising me?" He calmly replied, "Well, that's the best compliment I've ever said in life. That's life." First generation Bai Guang rolled his eyes and said thoughtfully, "Although for normal people it's a curse." Gyong-soo frowned and muttered, "I don't want a talent like this." In the airy atmosphere, the child's clear voice rang out, "There is no better talent than that." First generation Bai Guang stood up, put his hands in his pockets and said, "Owning a talent isn't that important anyway. The person who possesses it is what matters." He frowned seriously and continued, "Even though it was a cursed talent." Gyong-soo curiously looked at what he was saying. But if it was him, return to reality. Gyong-soo frowned and observed the person in front of him. Black Lespedasis felt incompetent in front of such a talent. Because, reminisce a bit, Lespedasa once told him, "If you try hard enough, you will win." His eyes went white. He lost his muscles. He was trying his best not to cry. Black Lespedasis suddenly spoke up. "Do you know," he said slowly, "when you lift weights, there will be safety equipment to prevent injuries." Gyong-soo calmly replied, "I know." Black Lespedasis slowly explained, "If you can't lift and get crushed by the weight, you will immediately go to the altar to watch naked cocks. That's why most people all use safety equipment when they are trying to lift the heaviest weight they can lift." Gyong-soo frowned in disdain. He was talking again and again. Were he saying his last words before dying? He lowered his head and squeezed his chin dangerously as he spoke. "But when he raised his head and his eyes widened. He started lifting the heaviest weight I could lift. I didn't use safety equipment. Either way, I choose the time at night when no one is there, so no one can help me." At that time, he lay under the barbell, his teeth clenched, blue veins appearing all over his face, growling, "I have prepared myself to die. If I can't do it then I will die. If I don't want to die then I have to. Return to reality." He raised his head and said with a grin, "Sir, I did it. For me there is nothing more terrifying than death. The weight I lifted was nothing." Gyeong-soo smiled happily and said, "The explanation is a bit long. About why you are so stupid." The sunlight shined through the door frame. Black Lespedaeus said coldly, "The situation is the same now, just like at that moment. I didn't think I came here to die." He raised his head and widened his eyes, affirming, "But I'm all prepared to die now." Gyeong-soo curled his lips and smiled happily, pointed the knife forward to provoke. "Is that so, Black Lespedaeus?" he growled. He pursed his lips and glared. Gyeong-soo was surprised, watching him rush in the other direction. He had used up everything he had the strength to run away. Black Lespedaeus widened his eyes and growled, rushing forward, watching the other person just run away. Gyeong-soo looked at him blankly and confused. He frowned in contempt. I didn't think you would leave. But then my footsteps followed so fast that only wind left on the floor." Black Lespedaeus was still running with all his might. From behind, Gyeong-soo, who was immediately chased after him, then slashed a line into Black Lespedaeus's calf. He growled, "Don't fail. You can get out of here alive." His eyes widened in pain. "Roaring, growl," he said with narrowed eyes. "Die." Right after that, Black Lespedaeus gasped loudly. His arms clung to the nearby chair. But Gyeong-soo only gently dodging the chair that was being thrown at him. Inside, the church was filled with scary sounds. He frowned and asked in discomfort, "Why do people keep throwing random things like that? Do you want to live? Is that so?" Black Lespedaeus still held the chair in her hand and gritted her teeth and replied, "Well, whoever doesn't want to is called strange." Hearing that, Gyeong-soo curled his lips sarcastically. It sounded so pitiful. He widened his eyes in surprise. Then he laughed contemptuously and then teased, "I feel sorry for you. Back to the past. Black Lespedaeus always wants to die as soon as possible. Why do I so weak? Not like them. It's not fair at all. It's so unfair. What's the point in living like this? Like that is much more pitiful." That's how the two brothers entered the hungry room. Black Lespedaeus bowed his head sadly. "Brother, maybe that would be better. I'm tired of trying every step one day to live." "That's it." Lespedaeus sadly looked at his sick brother and encouraged him. His brother, trying to survive is not pitiful at all. That sentence continued more motivation to live in Black Lespedaeus. Until now he faced Gyeong-soo coldly repeating every word like that. He said seriously, "The only thing in my life that is not pitiful at all was my effort to survive. That changed me. The more I listened, the deeper my eyes became. Reminisced a bit. When we were kids, Phoenix and I were like that too." Then Gyeong-soo closed his eyes tightly and muttered, "That's right." He raised his head and gritted his teeth and said, "I take back what I just said. But the truth is that you will die here. No change. I haven't finished speaking." Then he shouted loudly. His hand lifted up the injured leg. Black Lespedaeus jumped forward quickly and fled. Seeing that, Gyeong-soo frowned angrily and said, How did he intend to run with those legs?" Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. What he didn't expect was that he dared to run to the window. His body crashed into the glass and he rushed out. His hand was in front of his face, shielding his face from the glass shards. His body plummeted downward. The glass door was broken with a huge hole. Gyeong-soo immediately ran over in fear. His eyes widened in surprise. His arms clung to the floor. Gyeong-soo stood at the window in surprise, looking at Black Lespedaeus' body lying face down on the ground. He trembled and tried to move his hands. He looked down and asked contemptuously, "Are you planning to live with that disabled body for the rest of your life?" But he still stubbornly crawled forward. Black Lespedaeus lay prone on the grassy ground. "Just need me, it's good to still be alive. If I survive, then I can try harder. Injuries like this are nothing to me." Then he raised his head, leaned his body forward and growled, "I will survive. I will do everything to live." Gyeong-soo glanced at him who was struggling just now, trying to move his body. He pursed his lips in thought. This guy, I can't in order for him to live. Bai Guang felt that Black Lespedaeus deserved to live. So Gyeong-soo glared dangerously at him. Then he raised the dagger high. Then he immediately bent down and threw it downwards. Black Lespedaeus glanced back in fear. The knife rushed like the wind. But suddenly, he gritted his teeth and raised his arm. Defending, the knife was deeply embedded in his arm. Seeing this scene, Gyong-soo couldn't help but curl his lips in disgust. Black Lespedasis ignored his bloody body, clenched his teeth and growled, "Live, I have to live. If I live, then I will be able to work harder." Gyong-soo looked at the bloody floor below and couldn't help but think. At this rate he will die of blood loss. No, he will definitely survive. Leaving it like that forever won't work. Hollow Mountai suddenly appeared and rushed to attack. He gritted his teeth and retreated to avoid, but still could not avoid completely. A scratch appeared on his cheek filled with blood. Then he stopped, standing still, looking at the masked man in front of him. Gyong-soo pursed his lips and frowned, wiping the blood on his cheek. And Hollow Mountai raised his sword and looked at him with dangerous eyes. A deep voice. Hollow Mountai. Jung-ho and his group were still having a hard time. The church echoed with heavy panting. The Leaf couple walked together. Yellow Leaf panted and complained. "Really tired. Why are they defending so well?" Park Jung-ho stood behind a table muttering, "Luckily we have many things that can be used as a shield." Sang-ho also hid behind a table frowning and said, "Real men should attack, not defend. Doing this is embarrassing to death." Hearing that, Jung-ho scolded him, "Shut up and go straight." In Byun-jang-wook's special force, everyone is divided into different positions, suitable for their strength. Between the sniper and support positions are Kim Dong-chol and Shin So-hee. The vanguard is Byun-jang-wook, Cha Yun and Choi Hoon. And finally, holding the air defense position, who else is Jung-ho and Sang-ho. Yellow Leaf frowned in disdain. "What's the point of you guys doing that? You'll just die anyway." Red Leaf clasped his weapon in his hand dangerously and continued, "I'd rather die right now than hurry up." Then she waved her hand and swung the chain towards the two of them. She opened her eyes wide and said in a scary voice, "Let me help you." Jung-ho hid behind the door and remained stubborn. Extremely powerful, he raised his voice provocatively. "Come on, just resist a little longer. The captain will come right away." Meanwhile, Jang-wook and Ah-hyung are searching the hallway. He held a cigarette and said into the walkie-talkie, "This is Byun-jang-wook. I'm on my way to Jung-ho and Sang-ho's room." Heard this news, Jung-ho smiled happily and said, "See," Jang-wook said into the walkie-talkie, "that was my original plan." But after hearing the sound of a window breaking on the second floor and a strange man's voice, "I'll go check to see what's going on out there. Just continue my mission. Let's go. It's over." Then the two of them opened their eyes wide in bewilderment. Then they both tilted their heads to look at each other. Their eyes turned to the two sisters who were looking at them with red eyes. Faltering, "Please, let's talk a little, while the sky is still blue and the air is fresh." In contrast, there was a long red streak on the ground. Jang-wook and Ah-hyung stood looking at the red streak and wondered, what was the blood stain? Then they looked at the broken second floor window. Jang-wook said, "It seemed like there was someone fell from the second floor and crawled away." Ah-hyung was surprised when she heard that. Was Kim Gyong-soo on the second floor? Then she called Gyong-soo through the walkie-talkie. "Kim Gyong-soo, Kim Gyong-soo, are you okay?" Jang-wook stood behind her and looked at her. The other end of the walkie-talkie fell to the ground. At this time, she worriedly told Jang-wook again. The connection had been lost. If Kim Gyong-soo was taken down, what would she do? "What should we do? Let's follow the blood trail. Or go to the second floor first." Jang-wook was thoughtful and said nothing. Just silently looked at the blood trail on the ground. At this time, Jung-ho and the others were still struggling with the girls. Yellow Leaf holds a very powerful cutter. They are being chased by two sisters, Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf. Yellow Leaf despises, "Men are truly pathetic," while Red Leaf chimed in, "Shouldn't men run away?" The two of them angrily turned around and said, "Men sometimes have to run away. If they have equipment with them. We have already defeated a few people." Immediately Yellow Leaf rushed forward faster with a clear expression on her face, defending herself. Then she jumped high into the air, swinging the cutter in her hand towards Jung-ho and Sang-ho. Her eyes no longer had any humanity left and said to them, "Stay in hell." Suddenly a great force flew towards. Yellow Leaf was kicked hard in the stomach, while before she could react, she spat out a mouthful of blood after that kick. Right after that, Yellow Leaf was kicked back where Red Leaf was standing. At this moment, Jung-ho and Sang-ho happily looked at their savior. Team Captain Jang-wook stood in front of them and promptly rescued Byun-jang-wook. During his long time working in the Special Forces team, He met countless strong people. Even if he has just a little physical contact with someone, he can judge that person. When shaking hands with Kim Gyong-soo, remember when he extended his hand to invite Gyong-soo? And while they shook hands, Jang Wook realized something and opened his eyes wide. Among the strongest people he has ever met, Kim Gyong-soo's strength is the third strongest. Returning to the present, Ah-hyung was still worried about the safety of his teammates and quickly spoke up. Captain, what should I do now? I contacted him but no one answered. If I have to go to the second floor. Then, suddenly Jang Wook interrupted her. Senior police officer Kim Gyong-soo. Don't worry about him. Ordered Ah-hyung to follow the blood trail. While he went to help Jung-ho and Sang-ho, Red Leaf released light. He looked menacingly at Yellow Leaf and asked. You got off guard, right? So Yellow Leaf stood up and answered. I'm sorry. Jung-ho immediately warned. Captain, be careful, guys. There, Jang Wook had not finished his sentence. He knew. He looked at Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf and thought to himself. Those two girls have natural endurance and quite good strength. And Yellow Leaf wiped the blood. Said to Red Leaf, Sister, that guy's strength is quite strong. Then Jang Wook looked at Red Leaf. Is that red-haired sister as strong as you? Or even stronger? Red Leaf's face was expressionless, replied Yellow Leaf. So what? Jang Wook touched the cigarette in his mouth and thought. This mission has more difficult opponents than I thought. I have to kill these bitches. Today there must have been blood on his hands. At that time in the church, Maple Leaf was still staring at the screen. For some reason the screen had interference. Suddenly Maple Leaf thought of December. Hollow Mountai. He destroyed all the CCTV on the second floor. Why? Maple Leaf loosened her arms. In the church there was the sound of Maple Leaf praying. Oh my God, please, open your lips. The first Maple Leaf sat on the floor with a seductive figure. He said he didn't want to be dumped. Why do you think like that? The boy raised his head to look at her and replied. Saint, I love you. The first Maple Leaf's eyes closed a bit. Then the first Maple Leaf stood up and walked in front of him. That means as long as I don't leave you, no matter what I do, you still love me, right? The boy's eyes were full of infatuation and happily replied. Yes, holy lady. The boy from that day is Maple Leaf now. He held that thing without saying anything. Then forcefully crushed that thing. Maple Leaf stood frozen in the middle of the large room. He darkened his face and lamented. Being thrown away again, he held the chain shaped like a cross. Now, then pulled out a key from the cross. He walked to the box loud and unlocked. Suddenly everything started shaking. He said coldly, there is no other choice. Then his finger placed on a patterned button. In another location also had a large tile with a similar pattern. There was a sigh. Phew. Gyong-hee was standing next to Yun. In front of her were the defeated subordinates. Cha-Yun resisted. No need to say. Looks like everything is done cleaning up. Then she turned around and said to Gyong-hee, who was standing next to her. Now go back and join the others. Yun didn't finish his sentence before the ground began to shake, startling them. The lamp on the wall also shook. In Jang Wook's position, Jung-ho and Sang-ho also began to feel the vibration. Moved. They wondered about this. What? Jang Wook seemed to notice something. And the two sisters Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf showed extremely frightened faces. They exclaimed in unison, Mr. Maple Leaf. Towards Gyong-hee. They still had no questions. Earthquake. Gyong-hee sat on the ground looking in the direction Cha-Yun was observing in confusion. They realized. The floor. That's where the pattern on the mushroom button opened a path. A pair of black clogs slowly walked up. Yun's eyes became sharp. Shiny black hair passed by. A woman suddenly appeared in front of Yun and Gyong-hee. Yun just stood motionless and watched. And Gyong-hee couldn't help but ask. What is that? So, Black Leaf went up with three other strange people walking behind. She hugged her face and laughed. Mr. Maple Leaf. Black Leaf's face was filled with indescribable infatuation. Just only Maple Leaf and January did not come from Hwagiksa Temple. He rearranged the remnants and applied to join Hwagiksa. So that he could join Hwagiksa, he could not retain his belongings. Hwagiksa did not know. He had sworn not to keep any subordinates. But Maple Leaf, whom he hid, had a secret trump card. People think they died with the first Maple Leaf, but in fact they are still alive thanks to the second Maple Leaf. 3 of the 12 apostles. The one with ears like ram's horns is Matthew. The man, the white-haired man wearing a blindfold, is Philip. And the man with a face full of stitches is Jacob. Kyung-hee panicked and asked, "What are these people?" Yoon remained calm and said nothing. She looked towards Black Leaf and the three apostles and thought to herself, "That woman smelled dangerous." Suddenly she rushed in front of Yoon. She immediately quickly blocked the attack. Black Leaf's attack. When she rushed closer to her, Yoon opened her eyes wide and looked at Black Leaf. At this time she blocked Yoon's punch and calmly said, "I don't think Mr. Maple Leaf summoned us back. Because where are you guys?" Then Black Leaf looked up. Maybe there was something up there. Suddenly Yoon kicked hard towards Black Leaf. She easily dodged the kick. She also gave Yoon a kickback in the face. She was kicked in the face and spit out blood. And then Yoon fell to the ground in pain. Kyung-hee regained her composure and called out worriedly, "Money, senior." Then Black Leaf turned around and called, "Matthew." He cautiously answered, "Yes." Then she showed an expectant face and said, "I want to quickly go on a date with Mr. Maple Leaf." "These people, you can deal with them." Matthew replied with an expressionless face. "Yes." "Then I'll leave and let Matthew move forward." Kyung-hee saw that and immediately stood in front of Yoon and shouted, "Don't come here. I said don't come here." Meanwhile Yoon stood up after Black Leaf's kick and rushed forward. She jumped up and used her legs to wrap around Matthew's neck in Matthew's surprised eyes. Then quickly tightening and rotating her legs. With the rotation force created by Yoon, Matthew's head turned from front to back, and she jumped to the ground. Immediately Black Leaf turned to look. Next to him was Jacob, whose eyes were wide open in surprise at the scene that had just happened. Yoon's voice rang out, the one who wanted to quickly end it and go on a date. "It wasn't just you." After saying that she got married, his hand wiped the blood off his mouth. Black Leaf looked thoughtfully at the girl in front of her. Then she laughed loudly and ran away with a playful look. No one asked. She just left. In Yoon's surprise, she got angry and immediately ran after her, saying falsely, "Behold." Suddenly Philip and Jacob blocked the way in front of her. Yoon swung her fist out. Then she punched Jacob hard in the stomach. Then Philip rushed forward. She also punched the opponent, but Philip dodged her attack. Yoon felt a bit surprised. Right after that, Philip punched her in the stomach, making Yoon wince in pain from the punch just now. Then she grabbed one shoulder of Philip's shirt and pulled forcefully. Philip walked towards me, then threw his head straight at Philip's face. A spectacular knockout that caused Philip to have a nosebleed and fall back. However, she still did not let go, but swung her hands to grab Philip's head. Again, with her face full of anger, Yoon broke Philip's neck. Kyung-hee standing nearby couldn't help but be surprised by this ability. She was crazy. Then suddenly Yoon shouted loudly towards Kyung-hee. Kyung-hee gave this guy to her, while she was still bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Yoon ran away then. She was stunned for a moment. At the same time, Jacob stood up after Yoon's punch earlier. The two of them looked at each other silently. Right after that Jacob ran away, and Kyung-hee, still in shock but still chasing after. Suddenly a bolt of electricity passed by. Jacob was shocked by that beam of electricity but couldn't do anything. That was Kyung-hee's electric gun. She stood behind Jacob, shooting the electric gun at him. Jacob turned back to look at her with murderous eyes. And Kyung-hee stiffened, not knowing what to do or say. Bang bang. At the same time, there in the hallway, Yoon was chasing Black Leaf. She tried her best to chase that crazy girl, Cha Yoon, after graduating from police school when she was only about 20 years old. She once had a goal of having a rose of Sharon flower on her badge. One day, after falling in love with a boy, in order to be with that man, she asked to join the Special Forces team. Through a lot of effort, finally able to work together with that man, love grew more and more. Just like that, it's been nearly 10 years of working with that man, and she's gradually getting older. 34-year-old Yoon hurriedly ran after Black Leaf and asked loudly, "Why are you running so fast?" And Black Leaf was like a crazy person, running and laughing out loud. Master Maple Leaf, Master Maple Leaf, Master Maple Leaf, how long has it been?" She ran behind Black Leaf and said angrily, "If it were me 10 years ago, she caught you." Hearing that, she immediately raised her voice to provoke her. "Run faster. You run slower than me. Probably because the love of the person you like is not as great as love. My love for Mr. Maple Leaf." Yun immediately showed her attitude. What is that crazy woman saying? But suddenly got so angry. Crazy. Her face appeared a few blue veins from anger. Right after that, Yun said to her, "You like fast, right?" Blackleaf looked back after hearing Yun speak. What caught her eyes was a charitable smile of Yun. "So the guy you like must have come out quickly, right?" Blackleaf glared in shock at those words. Huh. She stopped immediately. Then slowly she turned to look at Yun. The laughing attitude from before had turned into anger. Blackleaf's face darkened and he spoke harshly. "What did you say?" Yun just stood there laughing. "Is that so? It must be true. But why did you say that? Why did she suddenly get so mad?" At that time, her face was full of sinister intent and she threatened, "I will kill you, aunt." After being provoked, Blackleaf angrily rushed to attack Yun. "She looks like a ferocious beast. Die, 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 die. Take that back for me." Yun immediately dodged her attack. She just hit the opponent's dangerous spot and stubbornly replied, "I don't like it." As expected, that punch made Blackleaf's face stiffen in pain. Right after that, Yun continuously kicked her body. Mourning, the mouth kept repeating, "Don't like, don't like, don't like, don't like, don't like." At this point, she no longer defended but took a stance to counterattack. Then she coldly spoke, and seconds later she threw her fist forward. But Yun turned around to avoid the attack. Her whole body turned around, counterclockwise, then swung her forearm forward, until Yun's tickle was close to Blackleaf's face. Then she gradually realized that in the end, because she didn't have time to dodge, she intrigued by that sudden attack. Yun didn't forget to add another sentence. "You don't like that, you crazy person." Then she fell down, her head hitting the hard ground. The more Yun looked at it, the more terrified she became. Usually, why do you wear such a killer lipstick color? Because of a man you lose all your strength. Do you think your hair color suits you? Blackleaf quickly stood up after hearing this. She groaned, then put her hand behind her waist looking for something to say. "We're both women, and it's okay. I don't intend to touch you." That's it. Blackleaf took out a shiny black round card. Unexpectedly, when she turned the round card face, sharp spikes appeared. She held the weapon in her hand and said in a cold voice, "But aunt started earlier." Yun also smiled back. "You crazy person, you look more like an aunt than him." 12 Apostles, an organization founded by the first Maple Leaf, one of among the strongest people of the month. They were very complacent about their strength, but still had to submit to the Bodhisattva's leadership. Unable to endure it, after the battle with Hwagiksa Temple, they suffered heavy losses and had to flee to the Philippines. The remaining people were killed by Bai Guang, exhausted by consecutive defeats. Defeated people, but even so, at this time, Gyeonghee's battle with Jacob was not very positive. She was kicked in a dangerous place by Jacob. Jacob's eyes widened to the point of turning white. Immediately after that, Gyeonghee quickly retreated. After defending, Jacob's eyes looked coldly at her. His legs were as sturdy and strong as a buffalo. The strong are still the strong. A match that can't see any chance of winning. But there must be a reason. That's why Yun handed Jacob over to Gyeonghee to handle, while dealing with the white-shirted followers. Yun looked up and was extremely surprised. Gyeonghee continuously attacked. What is worth mentioning is that she acted very decisively, only hitting the weak points of her body. Even her eyes were covered with thick iron energy. Yun looked at the strong girl in front of her in disbelief. After a moment of silence she asked, "Mus Gyeonghee?" The other party replied a bit hesitantly. "Yes, yes." She continued, "Mus Gyeonghee, just sit there. I will handle this for you." This made Gyeonghee even more panicked. Huh. After that, she sadly asked herself, as expected, I couldn't be of any help. I knew that and listened to Gyeong-soo. But in Yun's heart, she thought differently. Who did she learn from? Not yet awake, yet carrying such iron energy. The attack position was only aimed at a vulnerable place. Although the move was a bit clumsy. But if the attack had been more precise, those people could have been killed. That scenario is so scary. You can do it for Gyeonghee. Now Gyeonghee is crying again. Hoo Gyeong-soo. Save me. Then she expressed her pain heart. Kim Gyeong-soo. At first, when I saw the image of Kim Gyeong-soo being determined about being treated unfairly, I thought it was silly, but part of me thought it was also great. And then he solved the situation. Seeing Kim Gyeong-soo rushed forward, Jo Kyung-hee thought Kim Kyung-soo was so cool. Thinking about this, she denied herself. No, that person is not cool. Beats me every day during practice. He has changed. Of course, when I get compliments, I feel very happy. For Kyung-hee, Kyung-soo is completely different from Seong-hyun and Hee-jun. Having crammed the teaching method into the mind of Kyung-hee, who thinks he is smart, all of which are Kyung-soo's master moves. But her body couldn't keep up. At times like that, she lost her spirit and sat down on the ground. I'm trash. And at times like that, an energetic voice rang out, dispelling her self-consciousness. Jinwoo, now calm down. Get motivated. Don't be discouraged. Stand up and practice. Any way you can win. Right now, when facing the enemy, she silently thought to herself. That's right. Don't be discouraged. Thought, then she screamed loudly. Used all her strength to rush towards Jacob. Because of the difference in strength, too much deviation, every attack was dodged by Jacob. In the moment of resting to catch his breath, it seemed that Kyung-hee's movements reminded Jacob of someone. What is it? Even though it was a very clumsy attack. Again Kyung-soo's voice rang out in her mind. Get motivated. Jacob was then surprised to realize. Memories of the day Bai Guang massacred the entire church came rushing back. The moment Jacob frantically crawled to escape. For a moment the nightmare deep in Jacob's subconscious awakened again. Kyung-hee's movements. It reminded Jacob of his obsession image. Horrifying obsession. Surely Jacob will never be able to forget this whole life. Then Jacob stood still like heaven. His whole body was covered with fear. Jacob began to moan. Tears flowed out of his eyes from who knows when. Then Jacob screamed pitifully, while Kyung-hee on this side didn't understand what was going on. Let out a loud sound. While running, suddenly Jacob's foot twisted to one side and fell to the ground. Echoed throughout the cellar. Jacob crawled forward. Mouth still kept screaming. Didn't want to. Kyung-hee witnessed everything but didn't understand what was going on. She raised her eyebrows and wondered. Why did she suddenly scream like that? In her heart she thought to herself. Even though she didn't understand anything. Now, in a moment she rushed over. Right when Jacob was right in her sight. Kyung-hee immediately tickled her from above and right down right in the middle of her enemy's back, gritting my teeth tightly. I couldn't help but feel joy and opportunity. After delivering the fatal blow, she began to check to see if the enemy had any remaining consciousness. Kyung-hee observed Jacob closely. After she confirmed that the enemy was completely unconscious, a choking sound that she couldn't help but burst out throughout the dungeon. Her eyes lit up and said loudly, she won. Jo Kyung-hee won. At that moment she became even more excited. The smile on her lips became brighter, thinking, hooray, he will definitely praise me again. Black Leaf rotated her weapon with a mysterious face, causing Yun's concentration to be attracted and gradually more controlled. Black Leaf launched the weapon at Yun, but she was able to avoid it. The weapon's piercing paths continued to go crazy. Black Leaf took the toy back. Yun really couldn't believe her eyes. Black Leaf spoke seductively. You're so good at hiding. Yun looked carefully at Black Leaf's weapon and quickly thought. What weapon is that? I can't see clearly. If only there was equipment here. Then that weapon once again moved towards her. This time Black Leaf successfully attacked her. Her hands were hit. Even her thighs were so. They spat blood. Black Leaf asked Yun, what are you thinking? Are you afraid of dying? Yun repeated her words. Are you afraid of death? Sometimes death is good. I'm surprised. Yun said firmly. If I die, the captain will spend his whole life avenging me. Isn't that romantic? Black Leaf looked at her with contemptuous eyes. She smiled. So you die. Yun suddenly stopped. But I won't die because of you. Suddenly a punch from Jinwoo. She lost her balance and fell backwards. His hand moved forward extremely fast. Grabbed Red Leaf's weapon. The chain accidentally hit his hand, bleeding. But Jinwoo remained steadfast in the face of Red Leaf's attack. He decisively pulled up the chain. Red Leaf accidentally let her guard down and took her with her. Obviously she was surprised when he lost his vigilance. Jinwoo quickly gave her a punch right in the face. Accidentally from behind, Yellow Leaf suddenly flew to attack him. But something happened, causing her to turn pale. Of course, a shoulder jerk from Jinwoo was enough to make her turn back. Jung-ho stood behind in boredom. Captain allowed himself to be hurt while fighting them. Sang-ho also unanimously continued. If there were equipment here, they wouldn't be injured so much. Yellow Leaf, Red Leaf trembled and knelt before Jang Wook. Jang Wook thought to himself, those girls. I'm afraid of my own strength, so I can't unleash my full strength. Or maybe it's due to other reasons. But fortunately, those girls had no resistance left, so they couldn't kill them. Jang Wook appeared. Command, tie them up with fishing line. Jung-ho said, yes. Sang-ho also responded, let me tie them up. The light was still shining. Black Leaf and Red Leaf were blinded and unconscious. Sang-ho scolded, he told me to tie it up. Jung-ho argued bluntly, shut up you son of a bitch. Sang-ho heard that and immediately reminded him, don't curse. Captain, remember to scold this guy when you come back. Jang Wook sits and smokes a cigarette. Stop arguing, just move towards Police Officer Yun. Sang-ho suddenly realized, that reminds me, it seems Senior Yun arrived a bit late. Jung-ho guessed, it seems like there is someone strong blocking it downstairs. Jang Wook calmly, well, I'm not worried about that. I won't. Nothing happened. Suddenly there was a call. The captain made Jang Wook glance over to see. It was Yun whose mouth was being squeezed. Black Leaf grabbed her head and seemed to have caught her. Yun. She still had a ghostly look and spoke. We're here. Jung-ho rushed forward in panic. Yun's father Senior, Sang-ho, was also startled. What is it? But Jang Wook was already dark, her face darkened and she rushed forward. She jumped back to dodge the attack. Wow. Slowly stepping back, Jang Wook shouted, just one shot and you'll be gone. Put her down now. Black Leaf provoked. Why are you so angry? I should thank you for bringing someone here. You showed the way on the pumpkins. And it seems like you don't know the current location. It's mine. If you dare come one step closer, I'll strangle this girl to death. Black Leaf glanced sideways. She punched Yun hard in the throat. Not only that, she also kept talking in a joking tone. No way, no way, are you going to bite your tongue to death? I said I would kill you, but... Suddenly there was an electric current. That electric current looked like down to Black Leaf. She turned to look at the source of that electric current. Bang! That was the tip of a stun gun. Gyeong-hee continuously shouted, bang, bang. She suddenly faltered. What are you doing? There was the fist rushed towards Black Leaf, which was Jung-ho, but she dodged in time. But another kick hit her in the face. Sang-ho successfully defeated Black Leaf, causing her to fly away. Jang Wook stood there praising him. Great job, Gyeong-hee, she immediately asked. Is Senior Yun okay? Jang Wook requested. Jung-ho, Sang-ho, you guys take Police Officer Yun out for treatment. Let's go, the two of them said in unison. Yes. The rest. Jang Wook gave orders to Gyeong-hee. Gyeong-hee, she went up there and joined with Corporal Gyeong-soo. She hesitantly accepted the order. Yes. Black Leaf slowly stood up. Jang Wook said with a firm voice. I will end this place and return to everyone soon. Black Leaf was proud. I understand. Lord Maple Leaf summoned us. Am I for you? Yun. Jang Wook has met many strong people while serving in the special forces. Strong people all have their own fighting style. Style of confusing opponents with not flashy. Or a snake-like style. Hiding one's breath and attacking from behind. Or a baton-like style that penetrates gaps in the opponent's moves. But no matter how hard you try, no matter how you observe and judge, it is still impossible to recognize Yun Jang Wook's fighting style. A fighting style that is not afraid of being hurt. Black Leaf let out a sigh. I took back the weapon in my hand. Looked at Jang Wook. You fight too harshly. Don't you care that much? Not caring about your body is a fatal weakness. He asked. Is that so? I don't think my fighting style is a weakness. Black Leaf asked him. If we fight like that, those eyes will also go blind. You are very strong. If you wear a blindfold too. Yun Jang Wook's fighting style. As mentioned before, the simple and brutal way of fighting is to directly attack the opponent with flesh and blood. He looked at her. I don't have any equipment right now, everything. I thought I might lose these hands. Black Leaf was interested. I was curious who the man with the short hair liked was, so I came here. You are truly crazy beyond imagination. Jang Wook said without paying attention. My fighting style. I don't think that's a weakness at all. She turned the weapon in her hand. If so, then you won't live much longer. He just calmly didn't worry at all. And your boss didn't call you here for me. It wasn't me, but another strong person climbed up there. Black Leaf absent-mindedly thought, is there another person as strong as him? At this time Jinwoo started to attack. You know, strong people are often more cowardly than anyone else. I've trained all my life to have more strength. I know how strong my strength is. That's why strong people avoid fighting with me. She quickly threw the weapon in her hand at Jinwoo. A straight slash into his stomach. Her huge fist accompanied the scream of Jinwoo, if you want to come down. If you want to die. Black Leaf quickly used her hand to block his attack. Jinwoo scorned, then I can kill you without losing anything. Her whole body trembled with resistance. Blocking her great power, her weapon continued to rush forward, grazing and slashing the opponent's face. Jinwoo leaned over and continued punching. What do you think? If you want to help your boss, you have to be alive to be able to go up there. But can you do it? I told you, I don't think there's any problem with my fighting style. This time I'm ready to give up your hands to rush into attack. But which part will you give up? He looked at her trembling arms that had blocked her attack. Her eyes, fingers, nose, whatever it was also, we have to choose the parts that will hinder the fight as little as possible. Because that man is stronger than me. While the battle between Gyeong-soo and Hollow Mountain is still ongoing, Gyeong-soo stepped back to avoid that guy's attack. From far away that guy came, jumped into the air preparing to slash. Gyeong-soo raised his eyes to look at him. He quickly took the knife and moved forward, then slashed Hollow Mountain in the stomach. Bai Guang and Hollow Mountain first met when he was an assassin. Bai Guang met many months he had outstanding talent, but no one was as strong as him. That's why Bai Guang felt frustrated towards Hollow Mountain, who was as strong as him. It was an annoying move. Hollow Mountain also noticed the same thing. That Bai Guang was as strong as him. The moon in the mountain and the big tree by the river. Hollow Mountain raised his sword and looked straight at him. Kim Gyeong-soo also pulled out his knife and looked at him. They were ready to end this fight. Gyeong-hee was in the hallway looking at the surrounding situation and shouted. Oh, how many guys did they knock down? Then, what if they wake up? She glanced at the other side. Then shouted happily, there's the door. Pushed the door open and she called out. Kim Gyeong-soo. Gyeong-hee's eyes widened after seeing what was inside. What are these things? The prayer chairs inside the room were broken and lying all over the place. In a room in another, Maple Leaf's voice rang out. The fighting has stopped. The verdict has appeared. Black Leaf was also held back. After the special police force and my organization fought each other to regain power. Is that plan to end it all with Hollow Mountain? No matter what you think. Either way, I can't understand. So Black Lespedasis is also the subject to be dealt with. I really don't understand. I don't understand. He slowly raised his hand to cover his imperfect face, then shouted loudly. What exactly is this situation? In front of him appeared a sword being dragged on the ground. Red Maple Leaf slowly raised her eyes. It was Hollow Mountain, who as soon as he arrived, he put his sword on his shoulder and looked at him. It was not Hollow Mountain but Bai Guang. The name Maple Leaf looked at him in shock. He quickly reached into his shirt and pulled out the maple leaf-shaped blade rushed towards him. Gyeong-soo slashed a few times, causing that guy's blades to break in half. Maple Leaf stepped back in fear. Even the Hollow Mountain was dead. Couldn't it be? Come on, what's wrong? What's going on? What's going on? What is this situation? What's going on? Gyeong-soo interrupted his words. No need to worry. After all, it's one thing. It's been decided. If you don't turn yourself in, you'll die here. He still wanted to ask. What's going on? Suddenly Gyeong-soo stared at him. Name Maple Leaf now also noticed his attentive gaze. Gyeong-soo said, are you that guy? The guy who secretly followed Maple Leaf first when she died? He's still not there. What are you talking about? So, you didn't keep your promise to me. You are the second Maple Leaf. What are you talking about? Gyeong-soo said it again. I already said it. I'm Bai Guang. Have you forgotten the promise that day? That day he knelt before Bai Guang's eyes. Now Maple Leaf also remembered the promise. In the forest under the bright sunlight of the day, Bai Guang looked at the person who had just appeared in front of him. The first Maple Leaf lifted her hair and looked at him. Is it you, second generation Bai Guang? So young. Can you show your face like this? He glanced at her. No problem. Anyway, those people can't look at each other for long. She raised her hand to take down the mask. Then we don't have to wear it. Let's help each other on this mission. Bai Guang. He looked in the other direction. Among her subordinates, it was said that there were 12 apostles. The two children standing there were one of the apostles. The first maple leaf also turned to look at them. No, they are not apostles. They are young leaves. When the maple leaf burns red and the leaves change color, tinged with bright red, when the maple leaf falls, along with the others, yellow leaves, then maple leaf will return to being these young green leaves. These beautiful young leaves have received a lot of my love. You asking like that means you care about, am I right? We seem to be compatible. Bai Guang just glanced at her. No, what she did was quite similar to a bodhisattva. She just wished she couldn't kill them immediately but had to be patient. The first maple leaf laughed. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. These children truly love me. Then she bent down to ask them. Right, only saw two children smilingly looking up at her. Yes, holy lady. This is Bai Guang's first meeting with her. The second generation maple leaf and black leaf. The corpses of their subordinates were lying on the ground. The Red Room stepped on one of them's head. I can't believe there are still so many remnants of their guys left. What bastard persistence. Bai Guang behind glanced at her. That woman is really strong. Then the apostles must be equally strong. And the other two, in the future surely will definitely become people with extraordinary strength. Especially that girl. In the future they will definitely be as strong as Mei. Suddenly the first maple leaf bent down to look at him. Just as he said, rumor has it. You're very strong. I want you. You're so young. If you're with me, I'll definitely love you. Bai Guang bluntly replied. I refuse. Even though I don't know the situation. What is love? But surely what she did was not for love. She repeated. Not love. He continued. Looking at those children was enough to know. Happiness and sadness depend on each her words. Always with fearful eyes. She must have fallen into a place of terrible fear. Is that called love? She smirked. Fear is also love. What is love? Is when you look at the other person. You will feel your heart beating fast. No matter what you do, you will remember that love. Without that person you cannot live. She slowly brought her face closer to him. It's the same now. My heart beats fast when I see you fighting. Do you want to feel it? The feeling of my heart beating continuously. Bai Guang is indifferent. Dislike. The first maple leaf stepped back. I'll wait for the answer to the confession at another time. He repeated again. I said I don't like it. She laughed. I still have to love it if I don't like it. In the end, she led the two children away and left a sentence saying, look forward to it in a few years. Something very happy will happen. Bai Guang just silently looked in that direction. 3 years later at that meeting, the first generation maple leaf led the apostles and subordinates to attack Hwagiksa temple when months were absent. Priest Uhwa used a hammer to hit a subordinate's head so much that it broke. Around him, other subordinates continued to rush in. His right hand continued to spin the rosary. His left hand continuously punched the apostles in the face. The whole room turned red, smiled and looked at him. My name is Uhwa, look at you. I saw the signs a long time ago. Do you want to point a knife at me? She smiled. I don't want to live in fear of being abandoned. Please try your best to fight until the months come back. Bodhisattva. Uhwa narrowed his eyes. How dare you dare to challenge me? Okay, go ahead, you arrogant and unreasonable thing. Maple Leaf and the 8 apostles led 60 red-shirted disciples, only to attack the Bodhisattva. The first Maple Leaf looked at him, frustrated and lost. Impossible. And the others month after month returned to. High above, the first generation Black Lespedeza squatted down to observe. It was really messy, wasn't it? The second generation Peony stood behind her and also looked down. What should I say? Let's quickly clean them up and go eat. The bodies of the 10 red-shirted apostles were lying on the ground. The first generation Cherry Blossom looked down. Rebel, must be angry, very fierce. The first generation Hollow Mountai stood behind her and asked her, hey Cherry Blossom, just let those 2 children go. The first generation Cherry Blossom turned her head back and replied, it's not impossible, that woman that's quite strong. But I'm sure the other months will take care of it themselves. The first generation Hollow Mountai asked her, I don't know, because the children below are aiming for her position. I'm too impatient. So, even though you and I have a lot of feelings, are you satisfied with the 2 people who stand in for the Cherry Blossom position? You're noisy. You will also lose your position as the best one to the second Bai Guang anyway. He's calm, never fought with him, and I wasn't robbed of the monthly position. Right, so I don't care. Maple Leaf, after losing, took the lead. Remnants to the Philippines. She sat on the chair heartlessly holding her head and biting her nails thinking. Why did she lose? What? Where did she go wrong? Remembering that day, I shouted forward. Apostles move. I said move. Didn't you listen to me? UHWA said loudly in front of her, making the first Maple Leaf's eyes widen. If it were you, can you move? The fear I bring is much scarier than you. Remembering his devil-like face, the first Maple Leaf held her head and screamed loudly. The people around came to ask, Lord Maple Leaf. She looked at them, young Leaf apostles. Talk to me for a bit. She thought in her heart. Yes, I realized, my love is lacking in many things. The first Maple Leaf was defeated after the battle with Hwagiksa Temple. With growing fear, she began to brainwash the apostles and believers. And young leaves. The first Maple Leaf held a hot piece of iron in her hand. She smiled savagely, raised the iron bar and said gently, Come here, my young leaves. The young man in front of him looked at her slightly warily and called out. Saintess. Looking at the children shivering, she did not pee but calmly asked, Why do you hesitate? No matter what I do, you still love me, right? Come here quickly. In the end, the children could not escape. The hot iron from before had now completely cooled down and lay still on the cold floor. Now in a warm room, she was hugging a young Maple Leaf into her arms to comfort. Her soft voice echoed in his ear. Young Leaf, do you know why I want to become a god? After a moment of silence he said, I don't know. Then she remembered the deep red sky that day and said next. The gods will not be abandoned. No matter what happens, the last thing that can be relied on is only the gods. Maple Leaf bowed her head and asked in a low voice. So at some point I will be abandoned by the saint. Right, aren't I? Just gently reassure you. Don't worry too much, young Leaf. I will absolutely not abandon you. Absolutely. When the day the church purge takes place, dark clouds will cover the sky. There were corpses everywhere. There was a moan echoing in the space. At this time Jacob's whole body trembled backwards, his mouth still moaning, like a wounded animal. Then Jacob howled in terror when looking at the person opposite. Screaming in panic ripped through the atmosphere. In contrast to the other person's fear, he just silently looked at Jacob with iron eyes emanating from his eyes. Bai Guang came to change the scene to the building. The warehouse was in ruins. A sigh was heard. In front of Maple Leaf and the first Maple Leaf were proudly speaking with their arms crossed. We met again, Bai Guang, but he only coldly replied. Friendly. Her apostles were all hurt. This is the kind of love that Maple Leaf is talking about. Hearing that, she just tilted her head and said calmly, knowing that why would you ask? Then he asked again, the little girl and the baby, where is the guy who went with her? But she is still calm. I don't know, is she dead, or is she still alive? The more he listens, the more he can't absorb every word she says. She really is disgusting. I will kill you. Seems like she is very proud, believing in her abilities. Her face remained very calm and turned to her child, calling, Young Leaf. Maple Leaf obediently replied, Yes, sir. The first Maple Leaf walked forward gracefully, tossing his red hair. He warned, If you interfere, you will hinder me. Stay back and watch. I will survive until I return. As she finished speaking, she immediately rushed to attack Bai Guang. The first Maple Leaf quickly threw a kick aimed at the head. But unfortunately he quickly dodged her attack. Immediately, leaned back again, then first Maple Leaf threw a second kick. This time Bai Guang had no time to dodge. He took the kick to the face, right as he raised his hand to rub the wound on his chin. She continued to take the position, realizing that the situation was not good. Bai Guang clutched the knife in his hand, preparing to counterattack. Bai Guang jumped up to attack. She looked at him teasingly. I heard that your body was damaged a lot due to torture. It seems like really, like at that moment, I didn't feel nervous at all. Then she threw another kick at his face. However different from her expectations. Her calm voice he rang. Anyway, I will win. Bai's face Guang timidly dodged the feet of the first Maple Leaf. The leaves on the tree fell and left, knocked down the shabby warehouse to the point of having holes in it. The white dress of the first Maple Leaf was stained blood. The sound of heavy breathing echoed in the space. She looked up at the other person who was still standing firmly and couldn't help but exclaim. Monster, are you a monster? But so what? It's quite strong, isn't it? It will be very difficult to move to the front because your joints were all damaged. Right. If you had helped me, the outcome of that battle that day might have been different. Why, aren't you also dissatisfied with that guy? He just looked at her for a while and said, he promised, after finishing this mission, he will let me live like a human in the world, within a few years. After hearing that, she burst out laughing. Ha ha, do you believe those words? Even though he knew she was making fun of him, he still did it. Then she raised her face and scolded him. Doc said, let me tell you something. You will never be able to live like a human. His face coldly stared at the woman in front of him. His eyes filled with disdain. It's extremely, but she still tries to continue. But I still can't understand. You are in your golden age. You have everything. So why? Or is it because of him? Why? Bai Guang. Is it because he holds you so tightly that you can't resist? Then the first maple leaf burst out laughing again. Ha ha, he hates you. You idiot, it's stupider than it looks. But it's not too late yet. Join forces with me, to do it again. But before she could finish her sentence, he rushed forward and slashed her stomach. Bai Guang pointed, her voice was cold. She was just like him. After the first maple leaf fell, Maple Leaf flew towards her screaming miserably. Young lady, you said you would never abandon his child. The young woman's tears continued to roll down his scarred face. At this moment she lay blankly looking at the person in front of her. She thought of that horrible face again. Yu Hua's disgust. His words echoed in her mind. She was just like him. Looking at the boy who was crying for her, she gradually opened her lips and caressed the burn on her face. He said sorry. Once again that urgent sound rang out. The scent. Bai Guang witnessed everything but just stood still without saying a word. Immediately after that, Maple Leaf stood up and took a risk. The network swung his fist at him. He just lifted his hand and used the handle of the knife to hit the opponent's face, causing Maple Leaf to fly several meters away. Then he looked at the poor guy in front of him and reminded him, no matter how injured I am, you are not my opponent. But Maple Leaf still didn't listen to what he said and kept screaming, full of resentment. In the end, he helplessly advised, why are you crying like that? Calm down. What she gave you was not love, only fear. If fear is love, then is the feeling you have for me right now is love. You are still very young. Forget all the past. Live the life of a human being. Return now. After telling a long story, he concluded with one sentence. That's it. Do you remember? Maple Leaf's face showed extreme surprise. He covered his face and yelled. It was so confusing. What exactly was going on? He still calmly advised him not to get confused anymore. Break the hypnosis on the believer and turn himself in. Maple Leaf is starting to get paranoid again. This is the challenge of God to me, to test my faith. Then he raised his head high and spread his arms excitedly. Yes, this is a test sent by God. Other than that, it is impossible to explain. Okay. My God, my faith will never change. Suddenly Gyeong-soo used his sword to hit him hard on the head, completely shutting the minds of these guys. They all have the problem of being brainwashed. They have to be cured. Black Leaf had a hard time confronting Jang Wook. Jang Wook still calmly asked, what have you been doing up until now? Just keep checking the little things. Have you figured it out yet? If you don't do that, you won't be able to beat me. Fight with all your might. Black Leaf looked at his expression but a little bit scared. The next second she screamed, Red Leaf, Yellow Leaf. The other two who were sitting in a corner stuttered when their names were called. She. Black Leaf immediately screamed, come up and give orders. Stand up. Are you just going to sit and watch? Red Leaf, Yellow Leaf hastily defended. We were tied up, and the man was talking to you. We couldn't fight back. Hearing that, Jang Wook said with satisfaction, there is nothing more burdensome than his teammates lost their momentum, but instead only hindered them. Suddenly he was surprised to see Black Leaf pull out a black pendulum from her body. She shook the pendulum while shouting at her. The other two, I told them to stand up. Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf were immediately hypnotized for a moment. Images of warnings from childhood quickly came back. Black Leaf was still holding the pendulum, but next to it was a sharp sickle. When Red Leaf disobeyed, she cut her until she bled. Back to the present. Yellow Leaf went crazy, tears flowing and screaming. You sorry? I'm sorry, sister. I will listen to what? Black Leaf repeated again, rushing forward. The two sisters immediately tore off the rope and rushed towards Jang-wook. Red Leaf rushed to attack, but Jang-wook skillfully dodged the attack. He punched Yellow Leaf straight in the face, then glanced at Black Leaf. She was trying to run away as quickly as possible. In my mind only 3 words appeared. Mr. Maple Leaf. At the same time, Maple Leaf's side was also struggling to fight against Gyeong-soo. He was beaten by him until his nose bled. Gyeong-soo still did not stop but continued to gain momentum to prepare for the next attack. Named Maple Leaf, not missing a single blow. When the tip of the sword was close to his body, Gyeong-soo turned the sword slightly, and the back of the sword hit Maple Leaf's neck, causing him to gasp in pain, and then fall to the floor. Gyeong-soo growled, commanding voice, breaking the hypnosis on the followers. But he still persisted, no, and at the same time reached into his shirt to plot something. As soon as he pulled out the pendulum, he was shocked. Gyeong-soo saw through it and easily brushed it off. He continued to command. I repeated it again, broke the hypnosis, was beaten until his mouth bled, but he still refused to give up. No, now Gyeong-soo is angry. It seems like you've been brainwashed more than the others. Okay, let's see how long you can endure. Maple Leaf also continued. That's right, I can't believe it, but now I know. You're Bai Guang. Gyeong-soo replied calmly, just now realizing it. Maple Leaf slowly recounted. I noticed that there was something in strange Black Lespadez's fight. But of course, it's impossible for me to believe you're Bai Guang. Unless I've lost my mind. What you said that day. Bai Guang once said to Maple Leaf in Life First. You are just like him. Maple Leaf continued to speak, responding exactly as he said. He is just like a bodhisattva. Gyeong-soo widened his eyes and asked in bewilderment. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Maple Leaf trembled and stood up to continue. Violence and fear. Bodhisattva solved everything with violence and fear. You are the same. Learned how to solve it everything through violence and fear. You're trying to solve everything the same way bodhisattvas used to do. Right. Gyeong-soo didn't listen to his words and was sarcastic. Maybe because as the leader of a cult, your ability to show off is very good. He refuses to stop. I told you to live the life of a human being. What does that mean? How can you live like a real person? Have you ever lived a human life? Gyeong-soo replied decisively. I don't know. Hearing that, the other guy tried to protest even more. If so, then, why did you tell me to live like a real person? This is everything I learned. I will tell that person. I have learned how to receive love. Bai Guang asked when he was young, what is living as a human being? But only received the answer that he didn't know from the first Bai Guang. He asked the boy again. Why did he ask that? The second generation Bai Guang replied. I always told you to live a human life. Why didn't you know? He kindly explained to the boy. There was no exact answer. Everyone's thoughts about life are different. Hey kid, I think every life is a story. We are the main character in our story. Everyone has a different story. The ending are all predetermined. Because all humans will die eventually. Even so, don't you think we should make sure we won't have a single regret? As we look back on our likes at the moment of our death. I mean, if you want to end it with a happy ending. The boy Bai Guang then replied absent-mindedly. Then it's okay to live however you want. Former Bai Guang seriously said. Do anything, if you feel happy, but that's absolute. Not to do is to hurt your life other people. Do not respect and harm other people's lives. But do you want others to respect your life? How unreasonable. Hearing that, Bai Guang the second generation shyly asked. So can I live the life of a human for the rest of my life? Why? The more I receive training from a bodhisattva, I'm afraid I will become like that person. Bai Guang grew up after listening to my heart. The boy's situation comforts him. No need to worry too much. He gently placed his hand on his head and said, You have such thick hair that it won't fall out like him. After hearing this sentence, the second generation Bai Guang's face looked puzzled. For a moment, little Bai Guang replied, Are you kidding me? Big Bai Guang spoke disparagingly. What a boring kid. It's silly. Cultivate a sense of humor. Kid. And then he said seriously. There's nothing bad about that breed of people. It means you're getting stronger. The boy was skeptical when he heard that. In the end, that's okay. But if you also hurt someone, Big Bai Guang frankly admitted. Yes, at some point you will have to kill someone. This is the number your fate and also the way to survive in this place. If you keep killing someone you will gradually get used to it. Your emotions will also become dull. At that time remember these things what I said today. Don't use other people's fear for your own benefit. You have to protect the people who are important to you. If it were you, surely we'll do it. After rewinding this flashback, Gyeong-soo spoke up and replied to Maple Leaf. I have learned how to use fear like that. Maple Leaf asked tremblingly, so have you lived that way? When you received this question, your mind flashed back to the image of Phoenix. Then you answered him, I tried. Maple Leaf continued speaking. Are you talking about Bai Guang? Sure, because he was so scared. No one dared to touch Bai Guang. But then what happened? Both he and Phoenix died. In the end, the ultimate level of fear, it's a god. It's impossible to fight that person. Gyeong-soo replied with a grey face. I also tried to fight that guy. Even though I died. But I'm not ashamed of my previous life. What about you? Do you dare to be frank? Maple Leaf smiled slightly and replied. Frankly, I already told you. I have learned what to do to receive love. Looking at him at that time, Gyeong-soo could only utter 3 words. So pitiful. Maple Leaf continued to speak. When I saw him I realized. That's right, unless he's crazy, no one would dare to believe this. Will happen. Bai Guang has come back to life. That's right, I haven't been abandoned. Something crazy happened, so that means, as long as he survives, that person will also return to my side. Right. As soon as he finished speaking, Gyeong-soo turned his sword to start. If I broke the hypnosis, I definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Right when he was about to swing it at me, when he hit him, a voice shouted from behind. Standing still, Gyeong-soo stopped and looked back. His eyes widened when he saw the person who had just entered. That person spoke again threateningly. If you dare to move, I will kill this girl. It is none other than Black Leaf and Gyeong-hee who are being held hostage. Gyeong-hee is scared and trembling and calls out. Gyeong-soo just saw her. Maple Leaf happily spoke up. Black Leaf, are you here? Seeing your face in tatters, Black Leaf immediately asked kindly. Lord Maple Leaf, are you injured? She clenched her teeth in anger, looked at Gyeong-soo. Gyeong-soo also frowned and looked back at her. He silently remembered that kid at that time. At this time Black Leaf shouted her name again. Damn, how dare you do? Maple Leaf is the person injured. So it's you, the guy in the rumor. Looks quite strong. Maple Leaf called out for help again. Black Leaf saved me. Black Leaf replied Mr. Maple Leaf. Then threatened Gyeong-soo. If she dares to move, I will kill her. Gyeong-hee then started to shed tears in fear. Hoo Gyeong-soo. The whole room became quiet for a moment. Gyeong-soo said harshly, I won't say it again. Let her go. Black Leaf intended to continue to threaten him. You were the one. But before she could finish her sentence, Gyeong-soo rushed at him like lightning. Her right arm holding the weapon was cut off in an instant. For a split second, she didn't have time to figure out what had just happened. She could only open her eyes wide. And then Gyeong-soo immediately emitted murderous aura, repeating it, clearly saying not to say it again. But then the pain came, making Black Leaf scream loudly. After Gyeong-hee was freed, Gyeong-soo quickly said, Jo Gyeong-hee, you go away and avoid it. Gyeong-hee also quickly replied, yes. After dealing with Black Leaf, Gyeong-soo turned to Maple Leaf. Well, then, suddenly he was stunned when he saw that he was no longer in his old position. Maple Leaf was secretly moving up the stairs. Gyeong-soo immediately chased after him, planning to run away. Seeing that, Maple Leaf shouted, Black Leaf, stop him. Black Leaf suppressed the pain inside to carry out his command. When she rushed closer to Gyeong-soo, he gently swung his sword once and then flew straight away. Gyeong-soo slowly took each step said following Maple Leaf, using the girl he spent his childhood with as a shield, wanting to run away so much. That guy still didn't give up and cried out, Black Leaf. Black Leaf was bleeding, non-stop but still trying to carry out the order. Yes, Lord Maple Leaf. Named Maple Leaf reminded harshly. Even if I die, I have to take the time to escape. You know. Black Leaf cried. The line replied. Yes, Lord Maple Leaf. Gyeong-soo witnessed this scene and just said indifferently, these two are crazy. Black Leaf tried with his obsession to get out. He must get out. His eyes flashed with fear. Scared, he told himself, then returned to that person. That person, my faith. He only worried about escaping for himself even though Black Leaf was being chopped to pieces. Her eyes gradually lost the sense of life. Those eyes still followed Maple Leaf's every step. Before he completely disappeared, Black Leaf called out softly, "Lord Maple Leaf." She hesitated for a moment, then looked at him affectionately and said, "I love you." Maple Leaf's eyes opened wide. His eyes were full of familiar Maple Leaf silhouettes. He remembered when he was a child there was the little girl also kept following him and saying, "I love you." At that time they were just little boys. Black Leaf kept telling him, "I love you." For each of us, what is love? The first Maple Leaf adopted the children at the orphanage with the purpose of course making disciples, so that she could later command them, using them as a tool to achieve her goals. She was tired of watching them practice selling their lives and said, "Is that all you can do?" That can also be considered a way of working just like the Bodhisattva was doing with his disciples. But on a smaller scale. Among those children there was a boy with the most talent. Later, this child became Maple Leaf. Second generation, this child is very agile. He lost his parents in an accident. At that time he was accepted into an orphanage to be raised. Even though he had many friends here, he was still very lacking love and affection. Of course the other children in this group are the same. All of them were abandoned by their parents or lost their parents at a young age due to some circumstances. They grew up in poverty, emotionally deprived and more vulnerable than other children out there. To be able to control them into tools for themselves, Maple Leaf taught them love, sometimes even his fear, of course. With her harsh management, these little children are completely in awe of Maple Leaf. However, there is a little girl there, with blurred memories, eyes. The big, innocent little girl Black Leaf always sparkled when she looked at the second generation Maple Leaf. She never forgot to whisper to that boy, "Honey, I love you." She was the one who has become the cold and cruel Black Leaf of the present. Always close to the second Maple Leaf. She is the only one who still remembers the love of her family for her. That girl is full of life. Quickly, she always followed the boy. Because that boy was very similar to her deceased brother when he was young. She always ran after him, quickly calling him, waiting for him, and sometimes he looked extremely uncomfortable, glanced at her and said, "I'm not your brother." But no matter how indifferent his attitude towards her was, she still followed behind, calling out to you, "Brother." This clinging makes the boy feel strange and scared, to the point where he had to ask not to follow me anymore. Those two kids, growing up together, they became closer and closer to each other. And the second generation Maple Leaf, who grew up without any love feelings, mistakenly thought the first generation Maple Leaf had having feelings for me more than others. Of course that couldn't escape the eyes of a woman, specifically Black Leaf. She was very scared because of that. One time we sat alone together. She asked him, "Lord Maple Leaf always makes us scared. Everyone who sees him bows down. Why do you like him? At such a stupid age?" He thought for a while. In the end he could only answer this superficially. Love is a difficult thing to say. The girl asked again, "Love?" The boy nodded softly. Yes, he felt it. The girl quickly said, "So what is love?" Is the feeling of one person liking another person. But the story is still unfinished. Behind the first Maple Leaf has appeared since when? Speak up to break the gloomy atmosphere, you two kids. What are you doing here? Aren't you practicing? The two children obediently replied. "Hello Lord Maple Leaf," she said. "This is not the time to sit and chat with each other. Understand, I have something to do with you." They asked confusedly, "Where are you going, miss?" He tossed his hair and turned his head to lead the way, saying, the war had already broken out, and the flow of memories drifted to the time when their ambush at Hwagiksa Temple failed. Two children ran together. The first generation Cherry Blossom chased them, in a situation full of injuries. The second generation Maple Leaf still fought extremely tenaciously. The first generation Cherry Blossom praised. It is true that Maple Leaf has an excellent disciple. However, he was still an inexperienced child. At the same time, he rushed to swing his sword to give the opponent a finishing blow. At this moment, Black Leaf used all her strength to rush out to help the second generation Maple Leaf. The little girl turned her head and signaled him to run. He hesitated, but this is the mission the Lord has given us. The little girl said urgently, "Run quickly, brother, otherwise you will die." Cherry Blossom brandished her dagger and rushed over, saying, "That's right, you two will die together." Black Leaf quickly resisted. After a while, she became exhausted and panted. Cherry Blossom said, "Ah, this girl also has real strength. So I will temporarily ignore you. To take down this kid first." After finishing speaking, she quickly ran towards the second-generation Maple Leaf. But it was unexpected. According to her and the second-generation Maple Leaf's guess, little Black Leaf used her own body to block the fatal stab for him. He said absent-mindedly, "You." She turned her head, her clear eyes filled with tears. "Say, you love me." Cherry Blossom increased her force, thrust deeper and said, "Oh, so affectionate. But in the end you will die here. What will you do now? Child, come to think of it, you guys were just like me when I was young. This life of an assassin is so boring." Suddenly she laughed, a bright smile. She pulled out her sword and said, "I'm thinking again. Now I spare you both. If we meet again in the future there will be no more chances. Leave quickly before I change my mind." And leave. Leaving behind Maple Leaf to change second with Black Leaf. He put her on the ground, used his shirt to tighten her wound to stop the bleeding. His eyes were thoughtful. He asked why you were so shy, then told me. She said, "You're like my brother. He protected me and died in front of me. That's what you can do to protect me." He pitifully looked at her with a bit of choking and arrogance as if saying goodbye. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Honey, our life is so miserable. Things can't be decided by themselves." She comforted him. "It's okay. I feel happy with you here. Even though I know you're not my biological brother. But me still wanted to say, I will sacrifice for you." Finished speaking, she cried. She didn't know what the current tears symbolized. She only knew, she was very happy to spare that blow for her. Him. Is that love? From that day the boy realized many things. After they reunited with the first Maple Leaf. Because she was so angry with her failure. She was a little the believers were angry. They all had to endure sky-shattering pain when the red iron bar shaped like a maple leaf was imprinted on their skin. The first Maple Leaf looked at Black Leaf and urged him to quickly take it off. "If you still stand there, how dare you refuse my love?" Suddenly the second-generation Maple Leaf stood up and said, "Lord Maple Leaf, let me bear it for her. Use that on me." He seemed to understand a little. So love is not fear at all, like what the first Maple Leaf said, but sacrifice for each other. Seemed to know the two's feelings. That person. So Maple Leaf locked Black Leaf in prison, so that the two of them could never see each other again. She told Maple Leaf to look at this Maple Leaf for the second time. Using hypnosis, pressed on him. He was more and more under house arrest, wanting to make him forget Black Leaf, and only believe in the only love of the first generation Maple Leaf. Fear spread, anger, everything invaded her. Day by day, he became more and more afraid of what Black Leaf's love had for him. This was her desire to control her disciples, making them listen to what she said. She also used him as a hypnosis tool, commanding other disciples to teach him once. She said, "Okay, your strength already stronger. With that, your hypnosis level will be equal to mine in the future." He said, "Thank you, but there's something I want to ask you. Aren't we doing this to make you do your disciples listen to you? So why do you still have a way to dispel hypnosis? I don't want to learn this disarming technique." "Okay." She momentarily paused at his suggestion, then smiled. "Well, everything always needs to be prevented. If everyone is hypnotized, they will probably be quite stupid. When they need to do something detailed, they won't be able to do it. So there is a need for a de-hypnosis technique. These are the things that the first generation Maple Leaf taught the second generation Maple Leaf, with the hope that he will help him gain more disciples in the future." On the day she died, she raised her hand to caress his face and said, "I can no longer live." After Maple Leaf died, all her orders and influences on the second generation Maple Leaf had declined. So the second generation Maple Leaf awakened his mind and escaped the hypnosis. At that time, he went to look for Black Leaf in prison. Even though his face was old and hollow, dark and dark, those eyes still sparkled when they saw him, calling out sweetly, "Brother, brother." But with that amount of time being infected by the first generation deep, he had gradually changed his nature. He no longer felt the same towards Black Leaf as before, and gradually formed a domineering personality like Maple Leaf. Deep down he was aware of this, and was very scared of that. He didn't want to become a cold-blooded person like the first-generation Maple Leaf. So he tried every way to avoid and forget that past. But it was impossible. Black Leaf always believed, looked at him passionately and tenderly and said, "No matter what you do, I will follow you. You are everything to me. Still the same as before. My feelings for he is the same." He coldly looked at her and said, "Okay, so, in order to control his emotions and erase the fear in his heart, the second-generation Maple Leaf hypnotized himself. That allows him to work and live a life like the first Maple Leaf, as well as serve the Bodhisattva without fear of his power and authority. Of course, his life did not want him to become such a puppet. He also created his own method to break the hypnosis, so that when needed he could return to his previous life. In order to activate the factor that breaks this hypnotic bondage, his emotions need to be shaken. At the present moment, her bloody face, her clear eyes containing full of love she had for him, her voice was weak. "I love you." The love in his cold heart was awakened. He felt like he was caught off guard. He bluntly said, "You." So he has awakened. He rushed towards Gyeong-soo screaming, "The bastard." Gyeong-soo was a bit confused, punched him and fell over and asked, "What are you doing? Do you think you can beat me?" He said, "I know," then rushed forward again. This time Gyeong-soo kicked him straight in the face and said, "It seems stubborn." His tears rolled down. He stumbled forward and rushed forward, flashed past Gyeong-soo, went straight to hug Black Leaf tightly. Gyeong-soo turned around in surprise and said, "It turned out he wanted to come to her, not intending to attack her." She tried to open it. Her eyelids were already heavy and she whispered, "Honey." He stroked her inky black hair and choked. "You, I remember now." He thought the Maple Leaf was a very beautiful leaf, but it also brought with it the fear that Maple Leaf had instilled in the disciples' heads. Later in life, I realized that it was not at all as beautiful as I thought. Every drop of blood spilled everywhere. It turns out that it looks like a dark red leaf. Although it is very scary, but there is a leaf that I find very beautiful. I only now realize that after many years of burying my memories in hypnosis, the leaf that I loved and cherished so much, an innocent and pure leaf, it helped me live happily in my terrible childhood. Little girl always looking at me with clear eyes, rosy cheeks every time I say I like you. That's you. After many years of living together, going through many things, I've realized." He looked at her lovingly, hesitantly. "I like you too. You are the Maple Leaf I always love." He said to Gyeong-soo, "I will remove the hypnosis from the disciples. Please save me her, please." Gyeong-soo remained silent. He secretly knew, at that moment the task of sweeping of fallen leaves was completed and won. While Gyeong-hee bandaged and healed Black Leaf, the second-generation Maple Leaf looked heartbroken, looked away. Byun Jang-wook lit another cigarette, brought it to his mouth and said, "I didn't think he could convince this Maple Leaf guy to turn himself in like that. It's true that in addition to martial power, agility and your will is also not good. Commendable." At the same time, clapping his hands, Gyeong-soo nonchalantly said, "Okay, so what else is there to do here?" Byun Jang-wook said, "It seems like you were also injured when confronting these two guys. Right? It was caused by that Maple Leaf guy, right?" He replied, "No." Byun Jang-wook was surprised. "Huh, so who caused the above injury? Your face like that?" Gyeong-soo said, "That's a guy with quite strong strength." Byun Jang-wook asked, "Is that guy dead?" He replied, "No, that guy escaped." Byun Jang-wook asked, "Can't you defeat that guy?" Gyeong-hee spoke up at this time. "He's already done first aid for her wound." Gyeong-soo said, "Did you hear that right? Now explain remove the hypnosis from the disciples." The second-generation Maple Leaf bowed his head and replied, "I understand." After Maple Leaf removed the hypnosis from the disciples turned against him. Curses everywhere. "You bastard. How dare you use us to do such cruel things?" And Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf, after being released from hypnosis, were dumbfounded. "Oh no. My head hurts." Screaming hateful lies. "How dare you do that to us? You devil." Black Leaf looked at the two of them. Her eyes held this threatening weight. You take back what you said right away." The two of them rushed over and said, "We will kill you." Byun Jang-wook immediately panicked and said, "Okay, sit there. It's true, after removing the hypnosis, but I don't understand how strong I am and I want to rush in and risk my life with him." Gyeong-soo looked at him. He thought to himself, Every time I do a mission I always want to do it alone. But this time he made me believe. This is a good captain. Devoted to his teammates. Hoping for next time there will be a chance to cooperate with him. So 3 people were injured. No one died in this mission. The mission was completed successfully. When receiving the news, Hong Jun happily said, "Everyone has worked hard. The job is quite good." Gyong-soo muttered, then heard. Byun Jang-wook politely replied from the radio. "Everything is fine here. Thank you for your compliments. Is there anything at headquarters?" Hong Jun replied, "There's nothing here. You guys just finished the mission there. Go back to headquarters if there's anything. We'll talk later." After that everything has been reported. Bodhisattva's intelligence has reported to him. Bodhisattva, Maple Leaf has been defeated. He asked, "So what about the Black Lespedasis and the Hollow Mountai we sent there to help Maple Leaf?" There was a response. There is still no information about the 2 of them. But from the speculative clues, it seems that Crane has already betrayed and revealed information to the police. In the private room, Chief Kim Nako sat quietly thinking. Not thinking about that we kept a balance between the 2 sides, but now we're leaning towards one side. It's worth pondering. In the last incident, is Hong Jun's side stronger than I expected, or is it because Kim Gyong-soo participated in the mission there? Okay, anyway, that mission seems like the police have completed it. But Hollow Mountai seems to have made another move after failing in the mission to protect Maple Leaf. So, okay, let's leave everything as it is. We need to take care of this side of the police force, yes. On the Bodhisattva's side, it seems that they are weaker. It is best if they are completely defeated. Then we will feel more secure about this incident and see how. He picks up the phone to contact us. My henchman, it seems like the task needs to be done faster. Otherwise there are many variables that cannot be calculated. The other end of the line replied. Yes, the director can rest assured. He said, "Okay, you have full control over it." The hooded crane. At this time, Gyong-soo's team had gathered outside the building, wondering, "Sir, I wonder when they will get here." Now at that time, Deputy Commander of the Hooded Crane Squad, Shin So-hee appeared and spoke. "Hello, long time no see, Captain." She is a former member of Byun Jang-wook's Special Operations Team. She asked him, "How are you these days?" Gyong-soo said, "That's fast. That's already arrived." Byun Jang-wook asked, "Why did you come here?" Shin So-hee. She replied, "I'm coming along the director's mobilization order." He asked, "So you guys are the support team?" She said, "Not really. These crime scene cleanups are not my responsibility. You know, those other people in the team." Byun Jang-wook frowned. "What?" Shin So-hee asked. "Why is Ms. Cha-yoon's face injured?" Jung-ho and Sang-ho mumbled. "She's really an annoying bitch. Look at that. Don't like it." "I agree." Shin So-hee used an unfriendly look and said, "You must be in a lot of pain." Cha-yoon coldly replied, "Go away." Shin So-hee smiled and said, "Why are you said that?" Byun Jang-wook spoke up to break the atmosphere as if he wanted to cause trouble. "So where is your captain? Is he coming?" Shin So-hee said, "He has been sent somewhere else. There's something more needed over there." In another development, the commander of the Hooded Crane Squad, Choi Hoon, came to Hong Jun's place. Boldly said, "Mr. Hong Jun, come with us for a moment. The director is waiting for you." He is the former deputy captain of Byun Jang-wook's Special Operations Team. Back to the conversation in front of the monastery. Byun Jang-wook asked, "Private mission?" Shin So-hee said, That. The chief wanted to meet Police Chief Hong Jun, so he sent his captain to pick him up. And the Maple Leaf leader was here. The chief said, "The full authority was resolved. So I brought the boat." Gyong-soo protested, No, we have captured everything. Now the chief wants to come and take all the credit. If you have to go together." Maple Leaf raised her hand and said, "We also want to go with you." Shin So-hee said, "Oh, what are you guys saying? Do you think you can do whatever you want? This is the director's order, that's not a joke." Byun Jang-wook tried to keep calm and said, "Captain Kim Gyong-soo, is an order from above. It must be obeyed. Who knows what to do?" Gyong-soo knew the dissatisfied feelings being suppressed behind those words. Quietly pondered and agreed, "Yes, I see." While leaving by boat, Byun Jang-wook spoke up. "Hey, didn't you find anything?" Police officer Kim Ah-hyung, she said hesitantly. "We followed the blood trail, then came to a dense forest. But then the blood trail disappeared. We searched everywhere, but in the end couldn't find anything. Gyeong-soo thought to himself. What a useless wench. Jang Wook asked. So, you didn't find the body either? Kim Ah-hyung replied. Yes, I searched the surrounding area, but didn't see anything. Gyeong-soo crossed his arms, remembering Shin So-hee's unpleasant face and thinking, oh, that girl, and Black Lespedasus. It really makes me others are upset. Right now, in the maple forest, Black Lespedasus clings tightly to the towering tree trunk, sighing to survive. Must survive. Right now, at the monastery, Yellow Leaf and Red Leaf was murdered. The second-generation Maple Leaf stammered. Something unpleasant was about to happen. He looked at Shin So-hee's fake smile and hello, suddenly standing up to shield Black Leaf. She asked why. From the police's perspective, it would be beneficial for us to turn ourselves in. She said it was all due to orders from above. Well, to make it easier for you guys to understand, I have to say it like this. The director said, there is no need for additional variables. He said the director. She glared. You guys will be punished was resisting people on duty when being escorted. Then was shot dead. He cried and begged. In reality, I was just a pawn being controlled in a game that had been arranged. Already, I've lived such a life. Now it's worth dying. But this girl doesn't know anything. Please forgive her. At the same time embracing Black Leaf, shielded in her arms. Black Leaf was briefly surprised, then looked at him, her eyes determined. It's okay, brother, I'll go with you, anywhere. Shin So-hee swung the gun handle and said, then goodbye. In another development, Chief Kim Nako looked at the guests with bright eyes and said, have you arrived? Chief Hong Jun, you have successfully completed the task of sweeping of fallen leaves without any casualties. How does it feel to avenge your wife? Hong Jun asked with a serious face. Why did you call me here? He smiled and said, don't be afraid. I just want to hand it over to you. Next mission. We are family, right? We have to share information about the campaign to support each other. Hong Jun interrupted. When did I consider you family? He said, Sheriff, I have information about all months, except the 2nd month, 5th month and 8th month. The next campaign will use this information to act, to assassinate and destroy every month. Weaken Wakugza's forces, then deal with the Bodhisattva. The mission will be carried out sequentially. Hong Jun said the months are anonymous assassins, can be assassinated, but the Bodhisattva is a human of the public. How to handle it? Even if the campaign is successful, it will still cause a wave of violent protests. This is impossible. It is too risky for the police force. He clasped his hands and said, I also have a plan for that. But unfortunately I can't reveal the plan to take down Bodhisattva now. This next operation is very important to both of us. Chief Hong Jun, please cooperate with me. Kim Gyeong-soo's action team founded by him, and Byun Jang-wook's special force. Even though they refused to listen to me, they were the ones who obeyed your words well. The Hooded Crane Squad is a force under my command. If we cooperate, I believe we can eliminate all of the months. The war between the police department and Hwagiksa has come to a head. Flower fight, the war for flowers. This is what both sides are aiming to destroy the opponent's factions. On the Bodhisattva side, he has summoned the months and said, now the Dharma conference would like to begin. In parallel with that, at the headquarters, Director Kim Nako raised his hand to propose to Hong Jun. Please cooperate with me to create an interesting card game. In another development at Hwagiksa Temple, months of discussion seems like the situation is a bit unstable lately. We've come here to study too much, but today it seems there are a bit few members must be present. But the strange thing is that Lespedeza brothers are not present here at all. After a while, I decided to speak up. Bodhisattva, what is the reason we are meeting now? He replied briefly. Maple Leaf had completely failed. They were a bit surprised and asked, what happened? In that defense mission, in addition to Maple Leaf, Black Lespedasus and Hollow Mountai came to help, and Crane's help from police headquarters, too. He said that Crane is now on the side of the police. He seems to want to be an insider on both sides. So, they seem to be led from one surprise to another. Really can't think of that situation. Oh my god. Maple Leaf failed. Does that mean Black Lespedasus and Hollow Mountai are dead? That's why they're not here today. This police attack mission had been warned by Crane, but still failed. It must have been the police force. They sent quite a few elite police there. According to previous discussions with Crane, Force Hong Jun's team will be sent on a mission, at which point Crane will call Hong Jun and kill said Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva said, but at the end of the mission with Maple Leaf's defeat, we were completely unable to contact Crane anymore. As for Hollow Mountai, he was still alive and not dead. He came back and sent us some important news for us. Cherry Blossom said, that's right, Hollow Mountai doesn't die that easily. Bodhisattva said, this failure must be related to Crane's betrayal. And you probably don't know Crane's true identity. He is director Kim Nako. They were quite surprised and asked the Bodhisattva, what did he say? Oh my god, I didn't think Crane had such a high position in the police department. So I didn't think it was him. At this time, the Bodhisattva said again, in the past, after Maple Leaf rebelled and attacked the temple and betrayed, there was no betrayal from anyone. But now Crane appeared. He doesn't understand what he's planning, because he already knows a lot about our organization and has a lot of power. So we need to be on high alert. Now the lesson officially begins. Peony steps forward said, yes, Bodhisattva, so Black Lespedasus, hasn't he come back yet? He was silent, not saying a word. In the operating room, Lespedeza looked at the person on the hospital bed. His whole body covered in blood. Stuttering in panic, Black Lespedasus, the organization's doctor, came in and said, he had injuries all over his body. Luckily he was able to drag himself back here without losing his life. It's true that these guys all have strong vitality. July's Lespedeza gritted his teeth angrily. Who made you like this? Black Lespedeza said weakly, it's the policeman, he is very strong. At this time, the doctor spoke up to stop him. Okay, he is seriously injured, don't force him to talk too much. I don't know if he will still be able to recover like before. If his condition is too poor, the organization may have to choose another April. July's Lespedeza grabbed the doctor's collar and lifted him up. How dare you say that? The other person calmly said, if you get a little angry at me, his situation won't change. You can see the injury situation. I will try my best to recover him, but whether it will be possible or not is impossible to say. Black Lespedeza said weakly, it's okay, brother, I'm alive again, then it will be able to restore to the way it was before. The doctor turned his head towards the door and nodded and said, okay, go out, I need to do some minor surgery. Walked out of the operating room. July's Lespedeza growled, I have to kill that bastard. Right now in Hong Jun's office. Kim Gyong-soo scratched his ear and said nonchalantly, Crane, he said he would cooperate with us. Hong Jun replied, yes, he asked, so the commander of the hooded Crane squad. You have met that guy. What is that guy's strength? He replied, quite strong. That guy was previously the vice captain of the squad. The raid is led by Byun Jang-wook. He said, I understand. I already know about the mission as Captain Byun Jang-wook. So the hooded Crane is the vice captain. It doesn't fit. Now we will cooperate. He replied, I'm still thinking, but this is indeed a good opportunity for us to deal with the Bodhisattva. At least the Bodhisattva side will lose a month on our side. According to my calculations, we will first cooperate with Crane to destroy the Bodhisattva's power. After we get stronger and the Bodhisattva becomes weaker, we will also eliminate Crane. Here is the solution, probably the most perfect plan I can think of. He stood up and said, that's it, and I'll be in charge of my teammates. Making them stronger, he asked in surprise, are you not angry? Last night when I cooperated with Crane, on this mission I had my teammates with me. How did you feel? He suddenly remembered what Byun Jang-wook once told him in private. You worked hard on the mission. It happened this time. He replied, me too, thank you for helping me this time. Byun Jang-wook said, but from what I observe, it seems like you always want to act alone. Right, even though you have teammates. You almost don't want to let them go with you. Of course your strength is unquestionably strong. Or do you not trust those teammates? I always believe thinking about your teammates. You should also rethink my words. No matter how good you are, there will be times when you need their help. Even though their current strength is not strong. After battles they will have more. Just more experience. He frowned and replied to Hong Jun. That's up to you. As for teammates accompanying me on the mission, I'll think again. The leaf sweeping mission was a success. Director Kim Nako held a press conference to issue a statement and commend the police participating in the mission. During the meeting, He announced that I am Director Kim Nako. In this mission, with the trust of my teammates and the entire people, I will be determined to wipe out the bad people and clean up our country. That is a warning to the Bodhisattva and his subordinates. After the announcement was announced, the Bodhisattva had new actions. In the private room, the secretary came in to remind Kim Nako, I love you, it's time to go. He stood up brightly, smiled and said, okay, I know. Director Kim Nako has taken actions to prepare for the war. He brought an elite team with him and clicked his tongue. That's it. He went straight in inside the temple Hwagiksa, faced the Bodhisattva and blatantly said, long time no see. Bodhisattva, now I came to see you to talk. With Hwagiksa, both entered the room quite secretive. Kim Nako said, Bodhisattva, I've made the effort to come all the way to this temple and you still don't offer me some water. That's really not polite. The other person scolded angrily. You what a bastard. Kim Nako said, I've heard this a lot. Bodhisattva swung his fist and rushed towards. But when he looked up, Kim Nako quickly said, Bodhisattva, I'm old now, so my strength isn't what it used to be. It's really not okay to move your hands and feet like that. We should just talk, and at the same time hold out our hands and choose our fists. He said, I also came here to talk about this issue. Your power will gradually be eliminated at the hands of the police. So please follow me back under my guard. Then I will leave you in peace. You and I have at least known each other for many years. Right, so, if you have anything, just say it. Bodhisattva replied, you bastard, I'm just a person under my command. Now I have a little real power and now it's back to bite my master. Do you think I don't have enough strength to fight against that gang of police? He exhaled, and said, don't think it's that simple. Right now, if you don't surrender, we will gradually destroy you in the months. I wonder what your face will look like at that time. You said months, so in the past weren't they always replaced when someone was destroyed? He quipped, that was before, it's not like that now. He doesn't have much power left to replace him. He said hotly, Crane, you're too hasty. Everything you want is too much for what you can do. Don't think you're above me. All this is just the beginning of this war. He said it's different now. I don't want to be under anyone anymore. I will stand up and take over this situation. Now I've come and said everything I have to say. Bodhisattva, just wait and see. The police will soon attack you all. The upcoming battle, I'm really looking forward to it. After finishing speaking he stood up and left. In another development, Gyeong-soo frantically trained his teammates with extremely high intensity, causing his subordinates to be beaten to pieces. He was anxious in his heart. That hollow Mountai at that time. During the battle, he asked if you were hiding your strength. You think I'm not enough to be your opponent? Hollow Mountai threw him the sword and said, take this. He swung the sword, angrily slashed and cursed. The bastard. The opponent moved towards the exit, dangerously turned around and said, just like what you said. It seems that this is not really your strength. There will be times when we both need to use our full strength in a deathmatch in the future. I look forward to that and run away. He silently cursed in his heart. That bastard. Didn't think he was that strong. Next time I won't let him escape. Suddenly there was a strange voice from far away calling him. His name, cruel bastard. You hurt my brother. Your strength is strong and similar to that person. But today you will die. Gyeong-hee panicked and asked, who is he? So, Gyeong-soo said coldly, did you come here to become disabled like your younger brother? July's Lespedeza jumped down from the high wall, walked towards him and said, I saw your wound inflicted on my brother. It's quite similar to what the previous assassin Bai Guang used. The slash is quite thin, shaped like a willow leaf. Gyeong-soo asked, do you mean the black Lespedezis your brother did? Dead? The other person replied, no. Gyeong-soo said nonchalantly, so it's still alive. July's Lespedeza replied, that's right, but now that I'm here before fighting with you, I want asked, who are you? Bai Guang's disciple. He replied, I am Bai Guang. The three members of his team asked each other in bewilderment, what did you two say? July's Lespedeza asked in panic, what did you say? Gyeong-soo calmly repeated, I told you so. July's Lespedeza rushed to proactively attack, and at the same time said, no matter who you are, you cannot avoid death. Return to Hwagiksa Temple, Maze Orchid said, looking at the analysis results of Black Lespedeze's wounds. About the wound that the second generation Bai Guang inflicted on the first generation Bai Guang. We see. These two injuries are quite similar. The Bodhisattva said. So it is him. The ghost of Bai Guang. Kim Gyong-soo. What exactly is that bastard's identity? Hollow Mountai. Kim Gyong-soo. What do you think about that guy? Hollow Mountai replied. He is quite a strong guy. It can be said is an opponent whose strength I acknowledge is stronger than mine. Bodhisattva said again. Chrysanthemum. How did the surgery on Black Lespedasus go? Chrysanthemum said. What do you mean? Then glanced over July's Lespedasus. Received a warning glare. He replied. Everything is quite good. You can rest assured. He will recover quickly. He said. Okay, then there is no need to choose again next April. Chrysanthemum and July's Lespedasus arranged to meet alone after the meeting. He said it would take 3 months for him to recover. So if you have anything, prepare yourself. This time you owe me a favor that. You know, right? Then he turned around and left. July's Lespedasus briefly thanked. When he was alone, he looked up at the sky, thinking about something, muttering curses at Kim Gyong-soo. The name that bastard. Returned to the fight. He continuously actively attacked his opponent. Gyong-soo did not choose to fight back but only defended, to spy on the opponent's strength. Gyong-soo stepped back and said, You seem to be Black Lespedasus' brother. It seems like you and Hollow Mountai are quite similar. Sometimes I don't understand what you're talking about. Do anything, even though you can't beat me. You still keep trying. Why don't you use that time to practice? Of course with hard work you will get stronger. Now you guys have come here without anything. Do you want to die? July's Lespedasus replied. Before coming to find you, I went to talk to Hollow Mountai. He remembered what Hollow Mountai said to him. Lespedasus, are you going to meet that policeman? Hey, be careful. That guy is not ordinary. But if you defeat that guy, don't kill him, because he is my prey. If you kill him, I'll kill your brother. He said. Hollow Mountai, you're overestimating yourself. The other person replied. That's right. You look like you're much more talented than your brother. Gyong-soo interrupted his story with a cold sentence. So, you mean because you are talented, you risk your life to come here? Aren't you afraid of death? You need to pay attention before looking for an opponent. Right, that Hollow Mountai still owes me a life. And even though that guy said you have more strength than your brother. Maybe it's true, but only physically, but mentally, they're both equally stupid. About anything, I have to say it frankly. To tell the truth, I don't understand how you brothers can hold a position in Hwagiksa for another month. This is the mistake of the Bodhisattva. Leading he will soon be eliminated. Lespedasus growled. You say we are all stupid. You are wrong. To get to where we are today, we all worked very hard. Gyong-soo glared. Anyone can do it with effort. You understand that, right? If you only try hard, many things will not be accomplished. Gyong-soo said decisively. Whatever you say, I won't listen to what you say. He said it like you're scared. I've experienced your brother's strength before. You really have more strength than me, you are there. But compared to me, the gap is still too big. It was a mistake for you to come here today to kill me. If you wanted a chance, you should have waited for your sister to recover before coming. Lespedasus replied. No, it wasn't me or Hollow Mountai that killed you, but my younger brother. He felt confused and asked again. What do you say? The other person said that's what I believe. I will still believe that my brother will definitely recover and defeat you. He frowned. Then what the hell are you doing here today? Lespedasus said. A little angry for my brother. And after finishing speaking, he rushed up and kicked Gyong-soo repeatedly. He used his body to support, and fell back. Gyong-soo's team ran over worriedly. Captain, I shouted. Don't come here. Lespedasus' eyes were filled with hatred and said, seeing my younger brother injured like that, I can't sit still. Gyong-soo stood up and said, that's good. So you came here to vent your anger at your brother? Received the answer, yes. Gyong-soo said again, I thought there would be a duel. But now that we're here, the two of us still need to have a good fight. Right? However, if you want to kill me later, it will be more difficult. By then I will be much stronger than now. Lespedasus said to himself, believe me, don't worry, my brother will defeat you then. Gyong-soo rushed towards his opponent and shouted, but if you come here today, I don't want you to go back there again. But I was surprised to hear a voice ringing in my ear from behind. The ghost of Bai Guang. You must have some misconceptions about me. I will spare your life today. My opponent gave a strong kick to Gyong-soo's side. In pain, Gyong-soo paused for a few seconds, rubbed his ribs and said unsteadily, I was indeed too subjective. In one situation, another thing, at Hwagiksa, the Bodhisattva ordered Orchid to call the others together, until we need to choose the next Bai Guang and then, at the same time, at the police station's training ground, both Gyong-soo and Lespedeza fought with their bare hands. Gyong-soo hooked his foot into his opponent's leg, exclaiming that he was as hard as a rock. Lespedeza kicked him straight in the face. Luckily Gyong-soo used his hand to block it in time. Gyong-soo stepped back and said, That's quite good. It's true that he hasn't exerted all his strength yet. But thanks to you, my old feeling has returned. Gyong-soo said while calmly brushing the dust off his shirt. Gyong-soo's actions and indifferent attitude made the other person angry. So he jumped in and said, Don't be so complacent. Although strong-mouthed, but Lespedeza also had the feeling that his opponent was quite difficult to play against. However, in this battle, he also showed off his full potential. Gyong-soo swung a jab in mid-air. Before he could hit the target, he received a knee kick from Lespedeza. Gyong-soo staggered, wiped the blood from his mouth and said, You're good. It's true that if you want to be stronger, you need to face opponents with real strength. But if you haven't unleashed your full strength, then you should be careful. This is what I realized when I faced both of you brothers. Finished speaking, Gyong-soo rushed forward and punched his opponent hard in the side. At some moment, Lespedeza shivered, thinking that just after a little confrontation, he could already feel the pressure that his opponent was exerting on him. This is a difficult opponent, which Gyong-soo faces for the first time. Gyong-soo looked at the muscles on Lespedeza's body and said, Your upper body is also strong like your sister, and couldn't help but think a little. This brother's strength is much better than that of his younger brother. Now I have the opportunity to face each of them one by one. So I can't let him escape from here. Suddenly Lespedeza remembered what his younger brother once said. I'm okay, brother. I can still survive. Please wait for me to get better. Then we will go find him. Thinking about this, he stopped his movements as if waking up from a long dream and said, Okay, stop. I have to go. Gyong-soo frowned and asked, Do you want to run away? Why do you have to leave while fighting? The opponent turned around and ran away, echoing back, I have something to do. Gyong-soo sped up to chase and cursed at the guy. This bastard came to a forest with many turns. Gyong-soo lost sight of the enemy. He ended up panting, successfully escaped. Lespedeza stood still, looking up at the sky, muttering to himself, Yes, I'm also very lucky. That guy is quite stronger than I thought. If I fall here today, what will my brother do? If it were me, then I would probably be the same. Will do the same as you. It was obvious. At that time, Hong Jun, he was shocked when he received the report exposing the identity of Months. He exclaimed that there was nothing more to say. Secretly thought that the documents that Kim Nako provided to him, the lives of March, June, and September were completely recorded. March's cherry blossom is singer CHWA. June Peony was sending an image of a vibrant girl playing with her puppy. She stroked it and said, Yes, the puppy is so good. She is an animal trainer. Hyo Rang HWA. September Chrysanthemum is Dr. Yang Beek HWA. All of them are talented in their fields. I don't understand why these people follow the Bodhisattva. At Hwagiksa Temple, the Bodhisattva gives instructions to you. New month. From now on you are the new forces. My main force. The newly recruited months include the 2nd generation Crane, 3rd generation Phoenix, 3rd generation Bai Guang. He said, I hope you will be able to develop your full strength. They replied, Yes, Bodhisattva. As for Kim Gyong-soo's group, they were very confused. Staring at him, Gyong-hee asked, You're really the Kim Gyong-soo we know, right? He was a bit surprised by the question. After a few seconds of silence, Gyong-soo asked, Why are people suddenly asking about this? Isn't it natural for you to say that? Just now you told that guy you were its Bai Guang. What's with that and acting like he's known that guy for a long time? After you woke up at the hospital, I always felt like you were a little strange. What happened to you? What's going on? Gyong-soo said with an innocent face. I don't understand what everyone is thinking. When you have time to ask about that, everyone should practice. She should also learn from the other two. They don't wonder about anything. Seong-hyun and Hee-jun said in unison. But we also want to ask. We doubt. Are you really Kim Gyong-soo or not? Gyeong-soo was silent, remembering the conversation with Hong-jun. Did you say that? Did Maple Leaf die? He replied, that's right. So how do you feel? That's the person who killed your wife. He replied hesitantly, of course I'm very happy. Bodhisattva, he created everything. Those people were his victims. And then those victims turned out to be the culprit behind this. In the end, Maple Leaf is just one of his puppets. We must definitely catch that guy, so that he can face the law. Must stop his evil deeds. Second generation Maple Leaf, as he said he would turn himself in, didn't think he was dead. It seems Crane, he did this to cut off the clue related to him. These are the documents he gave me to talk about upcoming missions. Gyeong-soo looked at the confidential information provided. Thoughtfully talking about his plans, it's okay for him to fight against bodhisattvas. But this seems to be just an appearance. And on the inside, it's impossible to judge what he's thinking anymore. Hong-jun said, that's right, looking at it, I see that there are Lespedeza brothers and Hollow Mountai that you have already faced. Have you met in February and May? Gyeong-soo said, I haven't met in February. I have met many times in May then. That bastard always follows the bodhisattva. Every time I go to Hwagiksa temple it's like I see him there again. He replied, that's it. Of course during this time we will join forces together with Crane to deal with the bodhisattva. Gyeong-soo said, it can't be helped. Hong-jun said, it's okay. After all, he is a police officer. We have a common enemy with him. Working together will be a bit difficult. But we can overcome it. Both sides will have a much better advantage when dealing with bodhisattva. Do you have any news about Black Lespedezis after his defeat? Gyeong-soo said, I have met his brother. There is also this. My teammates are now wondering who I am. It is not strange for you to say that. Now they ask you who you are. They were already too unkind. But how did you answer them? Gyeong-soo hesitated. Then he said, if you told the truth, they might not believe it. Gyeong-soo said, then I don't need to say anything. He said seriously, of course. It's because of you. But if teammates trust each other, they will be happy. Later they will wholeheartedly you. Relationships between people require trust. Especially in our industry. Thinking back to this point, Gyeong-soo listened to police officer Hong-jun and told his teammates everything about his past life. After hearing those things, his teammates not only did not believe them but also thought that Gyeong-soo was delirious. They discussed excitedly. It was true that the after effects when he was beaten and hospitalized. He's so pitiful. What are you talking about? Kim Gyeong-soo. According to their personalities, of course they didn't believe it. They said worriedly, you've got a pretty serious head injury. How about you go get checked at the hospital and see if we can take you to the hospital? Just listen to us. Even though I heard you tell a very good story. The thing is, that's not right. Gyeong-soo. That's right. If you have anything bothering you, please tell us. Gyeong-soo said, I'm just upset about your strength. They whispered together, this kind of thing should send him to the hospital. But this is not good. Gyeong-soo said, it's really tiring. I said it all. You guys can think whatever you want. They were surprised, said, why do you say that? And why are those people here? At the same time staring at Byun Jang-wook's team. Gyeong-soo then announced, we need to practice pairing for them. In order to prepare for the dangerous missions in the future, we need to train harder. We need to fight like it's real. His team looked extremely worried and said in unison, what? The match will be Park Jung-ho and Lee Seon-hyun. Park Jung-ho bowed his head and squinted his eyes and said, you look funny. The opponent quietly stepped back and said, hello, Choi Sang-ho and Hwang Hee-jun. Choi Sang-ho said coldly, I don't want to have close contact with men. Cha Yun, Kim Ah-hyung and Jo Gyong-hee. You look dissatisfied. Why did I pair up with you two? Gyeong-soo said, because you're the weakest. And Gyeong-soo paired up with Byun Jang-wook. Gyeong-soo said asking for your help. Byun Jang-wook said, is it okay to fight in pairs like this? Gyeong-soo said, I have no idea. But after facing Lespedeza brothers, I feel like my strength is still low and I need to practice more. Byun Jang-wook said, no, I mean, when paired with you like this. Do you think I'm okay? But no one knows your strength. I don't want to become a hospital patient. Gyeong-soo said, okay, then I will go easy on you. Byun Jang-wook replied, thank you very much. The three people in Gyeong-soo's team worriedly said, so we will fight like real people. At that time, in Kim Nako's office, the secretary walked in and said, Chief Officer, Senior Hong Jun. He sent a letter confirming that he will cooperate with us. He replied briefly, okay, so how is our next plan going? She said everything it's being done. But as for the long-term plan to deal with Bodhisattva, how do you plan to proceed? He said, we can't dethrone him yet. Hong Jun, he's a rigid person and skeptical. Of course, as for the task of dealing with this Bodhisattva, after completing it, he will return to confront us immediately. She said worriedly, so how can both sides have we can cooperate together? He replied, it's okay. Of course there will be variables that need to be done and I can completely control such variables. After this mission of eliminating Bodhisattva, no one will be able to touch my power anymore. Of course this needs to be done carefully. But I have also made good preparations for it. This matter, in another development, the journalists asked again, Mr. Congressman, was your statement at that time true or not? I think it is quite sensitive to the public. Some people thought it would be the Parliament. Hong Hwa Young replied. Okay, just post it in the newspaper. I'll say it again, let you understand, Chief Kim Nako. He is a police officer, the corrupted officer. The next day, in the meeting with Hong Jun as scheduled, Kim Nako said, thank you for cooperating with us. This senior officer Hong Jun. I am very grateful about that. Hong Jun asked, so what is the specific plan? Kim Nako said, okay, since we cooperate together, I will share everything, but first we also need to find understanding the power that we both hold. The other person flatly refused. I don't want to find out why. Kim Nako said, hey, why do you say that? I always want to know what you think and how to act in this mission. The opponent lost his temper and asked him to get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Kim Nako smiled and said, I want to ask you what is your dream? Senior Chief Officer Hong Jun. Hearing the shy answer, I already said it, I don't want to share or find out. He frowned and said, as for me, I want to become president of the country, Korean Republic. Hong Jun asked again in surprise. To be president, Kim Nako said, that's right, even though the path to do that is too difficult. If I'm still a subordinate of the Bodhisattva, maybe that path will be more open. Bodhisattva with his power will help me more to reach that chair. But I will always be aware that I am a police officer. In addition to that, Bodhisattva is just one of my pawns on this chessboard. Well, now I have completely ended my relationship with my Bodhisattva. If I can become president, then I will turn this country into a wonderful country. Hong Jun's expression feeling like he was being forced to watch a comedy without feeling the least bit happy. He exclaimed, great. The president is a criminal with the largest criminal organization in the country. So there really is nothing left to show. Say it again, Kim Nako said seriously, before it was too clear in the past. In order to eliminate the notorious masked criminal, I had to join hands with Bodhisattva to do so. Since then I have received a lot of valuable information from Bodhisattva about large-scale criminal organizations, thanks to which I was able to destroy them. Now it's all down to just Bodhisattva. It's time for us to destroy him. To be honest, you're just like me. If you want to achieve your goal, you have to sell yourself to the devil, then we have to do it. Hong Jun replied, so as you said, you are a demon, Kim Nako said without hesitation. That, I did not deny, right from the beginning of the mission. The destruction of the Bodhisattva's forces is the day I will run for president. Then I will announce all the crimes that the Bodhisattva and his subordinates have committed. Now do you understand? Please join me in destroying all of them. The other person said coldly, although I also want to destroy all evil, but I will not do as you say. We will not kill all the months if it is not necessary. Instead we will try to convince them to surrender. And the Bodhisattva, and you, will later have to face judgment in court for what they have done. Kim Nako laughed like an idiot. Crazy said, after the task of sweeping leaves. I see that he has become more brave, it's been a lot. Now you directly caress my face like that. I also find it quite strange. Hong Jun glared firmly and declared, as I said, I will be able to do it. Because in my hands I've got a secret card that both you and Bodhisattva won't expect. He said, so the card you mean is Kim Gyong-soo? If it was him, everyone would know. Hong Jun stood up and spoke impatiently. Even if he knew, it doesn't matter. Anyway, in the end good will triumph over evil. I will definitely win this game. Kim Nako is laughing so well. That's the person I want to cooperate with. After all, we are temporarily on the same front. Let's help each other. What's going on in the future? Then you take care of it yourself. First, take control of what you have and use it well. When this mission starts, it's also the time for me to run for office. Now let's watch the game together in the end. Who will be the master of this song? Hong Jun turned around and wanted to leave. Before leaving, he left a message. There is something I want to say. Although I may be involved in evil, you and I always have different thing. Do you know what it is? You work for that big dream of yours. To achieve your goal you can become them. But I'm different. I'm not like you. There's still a year and a half left until election day. During that time everything has been carefully prepared. Everyone practices and prepares themselves to do what's best for themselves. Choi Sang-ho practicing like crazy, fighting to the point that Lee Seong-hyun had to cry and beg to take a break. He also enthusiastically reminded him, "Don't be lazy. Being lazy will kill you." On this side, Park Jung-ho and Hwang Hee-jun practices standing firm when attacking, putting all his strength into his punches. Men have to practice hard. Attack. Girls are not left behind. The training speed is no less advanced. Cha Yun chased after him, causing Jo Gyong-hee and Kim Ah-hyung to run for their lives, screaming, "Oh my god, why are you chasing me?" In another event, at Hwagiksa Temple, Hollow Mountai looked at the new months attentively and said, "So these kids are the new Bai Guang candidates. Let's test their strength." Meanwhile, Lespedeza brought 2 more men into Black's room. Lespedeza said, "Let a few more people in." The other person's eyes were like a hungry tiger. His teeth were full of blood and he turned around and said, "Thank you very much. It's been 6 months like that. Time has passed." In the private room, Kim Nako said to Secretary, "It's time. You should prepare for the press conference right away." You said, "Director, according to the investigation, the percentage of people who voted supported the new candidates who intended to compete. The number of candidates has increased. It can be said that the term of your candidacy is perfect. But now if you announce your candidacy too early, then many forces will point their noses at you." He clasped his hands in front of his chest and leisurely said, "It's okay, anyway, as long as I can capture the Bodhisattva and destroy Wakug's power. It's considered that I have received quite a lot of support. If it might not be good to postpone this. Anyway, we don't know what Hwagiksa has prepared for this battle. What we have to do is just follow the plan well. I have calculated everything." The secretary informed the current situation. However, on the battlefield, Congressman Hong Hwa Young, she has had quite a large support from many parties. Plus, she has openly confronted you. He frowned and said, "That's true. Every statement or thing I do, that bitch opposes and wants to do the opposite. But everything comes from the benefits of both. So if there are enough benefits, other forces will turn to support us. The truth is that as long as I can do this task, I have already won this chess game. Let's go." At the press conference afterward, Kim Nako stood in front of a high podium with many cameras speaking. "So it has been 5 years since I took the position of the bureau. This chief has done many things, but there are also things I regret. My appointed terms are about to expire. In the past time I can be proud that we have destroyed many great criminal forces. But there is still a huge and notorious criminal organization still in our country. During my time in this position, I will wipe out this criminal organization, that crime, to restore peace to the people." Director Kim Nako declared that he would do his best for that noble task. "Along with this, I will also run for president." That was a declaration of war against the Bodhisattva. Watching the news being broadcast live, Hong Jun muttered that it had already begun. After observing the news and thinking, the Bodhisattva spoke up, "Orchid, let's talk about the months of good preparation. On the chessboard, the battle has entered the crucial stage. To ignite the explosion of this war, Kim Nako announced to the media, 'You guys please follow my journey to destroy this evil. It is like a silent signal for the mission to begin.' In the meeting before the mission, Kim Nako told everyone to pay attention. 'Now I will announce the beginning of the mission. Each month, each person will be responsible. Marches Cherry Blossom, Choi Hoon, listens to his opponent. He coldly says that there's nothing special about her. Kim Nako assigns responsibilities, again the case for the next person. June Peony, Shin So-hee. She smiled and teased, looking at her crazy, Are you interested in switching opponents with me? Kim Nako continued to say September Chrysanthemum. Jin Myung Hwan. He looked dissatisfied at the opponent on the screen. The image exclaimed. I really don't understand. A doctor's medical ethics is to save people, but he hurts people. Kim Nako said. Okay, when the months have been eliminated, we will take care of the households. Bodhisattva's other bodyguard. After Bodhisattva's minions are destroyed by us, I will hold a press conference to condemn his actions. Then all will gather forces attack Hwagiksa. So in the end no one will know about my relationship with Bodhisattva. Choi Hoon then stepped forward and asked, Chief, is Byun Jang Wook's team also? Would you like to participate in this mission? He replied, yes. Now the immediate goal is to destroy the Bodhisattva first. So let's just get along on both sides. Let's temporarily forget everything that happened before. Let's think about it later. He said, I understand. Suddenly Kim Nako's secretary pushed the door and walked in, with a panicked look on his face, and quickly said, Director, I have something to report to you. Sir, Congressman Hong Hwa Young's side has already contacted you. He calmly said, oh, what is that girl planning to do? She must have seen my previous press conference. She's busy now. Is there anything that tells her to contact her again? The secretary said in a deep voice. It seems like the matter is quite serious. I think you need to contact her immediately. He asked attentively. Oh, what's wrong? The secretary said that the last mission that the director did was related to Hwagiksa. Right, she asked about that. He looked like someone had hit him at a weak point. Turned around, eyes opened wide, and asked, why? Then connected with the officer via video call. Hong Hwa Young smiled and said, I'm very happy to talk to you, Mr. Director. Thank you, sir. Even though he was quite busy with work, he still contacted me. He got impatient and asked, okay, stop beating around the bush. Just get to the point. You answered the need. I said I already discussed it. The last mission you need to perform is related to Hwagiksa. Right, I'm curious about that, so I contacted you. He thought thoughtfully. So it seems like she already knows something. That's why she contacted me like this. Or is it because of what Hong Jun said? It doesn't seem like that. Then denied with a serious face. Okay, I don't understand what you're saying. Hong Hwa Young said. What? It seems like I misunderstood you. He started. I felt uncomfortable thinking. It's true, looking at this bitch I already want to get rid of her. Hong Hwa Young. She worked her way up from being a lawyer, then a prestigious National Assembly representative. She's also pay attention to your opponent's weakness and hit it hard. Additionally, her forte is eloquence and attracting people to her side. Therefore, I need to be careful not to reveal any weakness, and quickly end this conversation. Then pretended to relax her facial muscles. What she said, I didn't understand, but surely what she heard was that I was related to Hwagiksa. There was no. The other person smiled and replied, that's right, but that this is information that I directly learned from someone related to you. How could it be wrong? He now became nervous and asked, what do you mean? She replied, that's right, that person I mentioned is the Bodhisattva. He told me that. He was saying that you were aiming for him. You want to aim for Hwagiksa Temple. Kim Nako said, I see. Sir, I understand. You are February bird and plum flowers. The other person no longer maintains the gentle and courteous expression from before. His sharp gaze, carrying in a strong voice. Crane, my Bodhisattva's message is for you. Don't act so arrogantly. Do you understand? Obediently sit quietly in your position. That way there won't be any problems. No one touches him. What will his answer be? He replied, okay, since you said so, I will give you a reasonable answer. Come on my side. Bird and plum flowers. I now know your identity. The things I previously had doubts about you are considered to be answered. Are you related to underground forces, or are you always fighting against them? For that matter, I'll let it go. Please come on my side. Together we can defeat Bodhisattva. She interrupted him. All people need to follow the rules of the law. Law, school law, road law, healthcare, education. Everyone who has studied and has awareness must know that. What is the role in society? Then we need to do that role well. Our role is to obey what Bodhisattva says. That's what I need to tell you. Crane, this is the last chance Bodhisattva for you. Please think carefully, turn around and get to the shore. Understand? He said arrogantly. I understand what you said, but I refuse. Hong Hwa Young loosened her shirt buttons, took off her tie, opened his shirt collar to reveal the tattoo on his body and said coldly, "Then, whoever breaks the law will have to be punished." He calmly said, "This conversation is only exploratory. The two of you talk via video call. There was not much tension. Thank you for telling me your identity. I was always suspicious before. Information about bird and plum flowers in February. Now it's clear." But not wanting to stop there, she spoke up to threaten him. Of course. Having betrayed the Bodhisattva must also be on the elimination list. Already eliminated. You should be careful, Kim Nako replied. "Oh, I don't know who will eliminate who." The opponent said, "Did you forget that we are assassins? The game is not over yet, it's not over yet. It's not you who's taking the initiative now, but us. Our persuasion failed. Hwagiksa, we're going to attack you." Kim Nako said, "You must be crazy, okay?" Bird and Plum Flowers said, "You're the one who's crazy. If you dare to betray the Bodhisattva, the only thing left is death." He said loudly, "Hey, if you think you can killing me but you guys are still safe is wrong. If something happens to me, of course the police department won't leave it alone. Then there will be many consequences. And of course, if you sacrifice your life, you will definitely be eliminated by the Bodhisattva. That is an undeniable truth. Even though you know that the end will be like that, you still stubbornly." The other person replied, "That is, it's just my role in the organization. I will be loyal to my assigned role." "Okay, that's enough for today, Crane. We still have a clash after talking a lot." Hong Hwa Young immediately cut off the connection signal. Suddenly the secretary's call woke Kim Nako from the silent atmosphere. "Sir, there are many intruders outside. Enter here." Indeed, Hollow Mountai and Cherry Blossom were sent by Bodhisattva to Kim Nako's residence. It was an attack by Bodhisattva's subordinates. But Kim Nako, he couldn't stop laughing, he said, tightly covering his mouth. "It was really fun." Was that a smile of joy or fear? However, he sat down and calmly said, "That's good." He was still calm before the current situation says, "Now I have a way to get rid of that Bodhisattva bastard. Of course, before that we need to eliminate the previous months. This final hand will decide whether we are the winner or not, depending on how we deal with and counterattack the Bodhisattva's efforts." "Okay, let's see. You guys come here." Hong Hwa Young asked his henchmen. "So the entrances have been cleared. Right. Next send more assassins come in." Deputy of the Toxic Flower Gang, Moon Young Chan replied, "Yes." Then sent the assassins he selected to give orders. "Come in. Wait for them to leave." He turned to say to Miss, "Those guys don't have good strength. Is it okay, boss?" She replied, "Okay, they only have the role of prey." He said, "I see. With that role I hope they can fulfill our responsibilities and buy a little more time. But it's a bit wrong for us to attack the police station like this." She said, "Of course, our role has already been determined. It was decided in advance." He said, "If we attack the police station like this, they won't leave us alone. Whether we succeed or fail, we will probably only have a cold ending." Asked, "So, are you afraid?" He smiled and replied, "No, I'm also determined. Fighting with the president is my honor. Before going to the other world with her, then we need to drag this Crane guy along. This is his fate." She walked forward and went inside and said, "Let's go." He asked, "Aren't you wearing a mask?" She looked like she didn't care to answer. "Stop it," and at the same time push back the lock of hair. At that time, "Kill the guards. Go straight deep inside the building." Chrysanthemum said, "It is true that taking the enemy's arteries is always the I'm happy." Suddenly the puppy rushed at him. He hit him hard on the head, making him groan in pain. Yeah, ran away behind his owner. Peony said, heartbroken, "Oh, don't hit me, this kid." At the same time hugging his pet dog. He coldly snorted and said, "Okay, be careful, pay attention to them." She glanced at the group of dogs she trained that were biting the guard fence to death. Having said that, I am also managing and controlling them well. The other guards, even if they had guns, were quickly defeated by Hollow Mountai and took their lives. Cherry Blossom walked behind him and felt, wow, that's really talented. The new months also completed their assigned tasks well. They tilted their heads and said, "So the first floor is finished." Kim Nako's current situation. In the private room, he asked how the Hooded Crane team was. "How are we dealing with the intruders?" Choi Hoon said, "Yes, Those people are assassins sent by Hwagiksa. He ordered, we need to eliminate those troublesome people quickly. Shin So-hee said with a smile. So we can use weapons. Kim Nako replied, that's right. Let me explain. But here we go to Hwagiksa to find. Let's find that bodhisattva. Let's show them what strength is. The hooded crane team takes action. In the police station there are countless gunshots ringing out everywhere. The shooter in the police station was Months. When guns were used, all members of Hwagiksa were much more dangerous. Of course Kim Nako also knew this. But at that time, the gunfight between the two sides would have many unpredictable variables. Kim Nako allowed the situation to happen like that, and also hoped that the police would be able to destroy some of the members. Member Hwagiksa, before the hooded crane entered the battle to confront the Months. But Kim Nako he did not calculate that that variable was stopped by a card that Kim Nako he could not expect. That was a police force that was destroyed very quickly. They had just informed each other that the enemy was coming to kill them, but before they could act they were shot dead. The second generation crane praised and provided good support. The third generation Bai Guang rushed up to fight. With just a few movements and coldly said, it's over. The Months of fighting really coordinated with each other so well. After watching the Months of fighting, he was so surprised and thought, no good, they cooperate so well, even though they are all monsters. But our team still has a chance to win. The Spedeza brothers, one person was injured. Bai Guang had just formed and had no experience. For months, they didn't trust each other at all. If they fought to the death and didn't trust, they would only fail. Sir, I didn't know about the meeting and practice at Hwagiksa Temple. Hong Hwa Young stood up and said, every month is assigned to fight in this important mission. This time of fighting, I will take on the role command the war to assassinate Director Kim Nako. So that this can be carried out smoothly. Then I will train everyone to fight as a team in the most skillful way. Listening to such a declaration, Cherry Blossom asked, do we fight in teams? Chrysanthemum immediately said, I don't like it. Cherry Blossom continued, we only fight alone. This would be completely inappropriate for me. Hong Hwa Young said, alone, I will command here, so listen to me, don't resist. This mission cannot fail. Even if you don't like it, you still have to fight together. Understand? Consider this mission a side mission. Whoever defeats Crane will be rewarded. Hollow Mountai stepped forward and said, okay, then we need to practice together better to fight. Skillful, but bird and plum flowers. Do you think you can command this operation? Show your strength. We always expect the best to command. Hong Hwa Young took off his mask and shouted, stop making noise. Shut up. The sudden winds made you talk with your eyes wide open. That's Congressman Hong Hwa Young. Oh. Hong Hwa Young spoke seriously. Everyone listen to me. This is the important responsibility Bodhisattva gave me. The task needs to be completed and cannot fail. Do you think I'm not strong? You know that when you fight on the battlefield. But if I can become a congressman, my calculation is not simple. I know how to do it. How to win, more than anyone here. When fighting I will not wear a mask to show my determination to defeat Crane. I say again, later everyone will need to fight under my direction, was the answer. Hollow Mountai now agreed. Okay, we will follow you. Back to battle. He raised his gun, shoot straight at Kim Nako's surveillance camera. The screen is chaotic. He said they fight in teams. That's annoying. But the months seem to be more united. Police Officer Lee, you have the job. We will use rubber bullets to hurt them. I want him to be punished before the law. But to let them waste their force. Hooded Crane is using real bullets. Okay, now contact Hong Jun. Hong Jun just received the news. Immediately contacted Gyeong Soo's team and said, he needs support. Gyeong Soo asked, did they attack Crane? Hong Jun replied, it's really hard to predict. Gyeong Soo asked, what now? Should we wait for him to die before counterattacking or should we go rescue now? Hong Jun said, we need to rescue. If we let them take down Crane, it will be more difficult for us. Gyeong Soo said, we are ready. We are all just waiting for orders. Hong Jun gives orders. Okay. Gyeong Soo turned his head and glanced at his teammates and said, as if he was going to join forces. Then let's go there and destroy them. We are also very excited. They will have to let's admit defeat. And at the same time lead the team to rescue Kim Nako. Secretary Lee now informed. Director, that side has agreed to support. Kim Nako stood up and complained. "So tired. It's true that I'm old. Now I just fight too. Flower fight. I have it, then we will win this game." So the battle has begun.